Hello everyone, welcome to this session on Node.js training. Today in this session, we will be going through various Node.js concepts that you should know before applying for your next Node.js job. So guys, today in this session, we will not be only teaching you Node.js concepts, but we will also be talking about some of the most commonly asked interview questions that can be asked to you when you apply for your next Node.js job. So let's go ahead and get started with the agenda. But before we start on guys, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the Intellipaat channel and also click on that bell icon to never miss out on any updates from us. So now let's go ahead and get started with the agenda. Alright guys, so first we will understand what is Node.js exactly and then move on to discuss some of the basics of Node.js. Once we're done with that, we'll talk about the Node.js Express framework and then move on to discuss how we can create RESTful APIs in Node.js. Once we're done with that, we'll move on and talk about how we can integrate Node.js and mongoDB. And finally, we will be talking about some of the most asked interview questions about Node.js, which will be asked to you in your next Node.js interview. Alright guys, so this is the agenda for this session. I hope it's clear to you. Now let's move on and start off with the first topic, which is Introduction to Node.js.
The first question that comes in our mind is, what is Node.js? Node.js, as I've stated previously, is a JavaScript runtime environment. What it means is it allows you to write JavaScript code which can then be used by the backend of your application. That JavaScript code will then be converted into machine code by the runtime environment, that is Node.js, and it will interact with the backend server. It allows you to program a backend server to respond to requests that it receives. So instead of using any other language like PHP, Ruby, Python, or Java, you can use JavaScript to write the backend of your applications as well. This is especially useful for those front-end developers who have a good in-depth understanding of JavaScript and wish to use that to create their own backends. So JavaScript is actually very easy to learn. So even if you don't know the front-end application, how to build front-end applications, how to use JavaScript in depth, you can learn it pretty easily and get started with Node.js. So why would you want to use Node.js? Node.js offers several advantages. Some of these are that it's ease of use. Node.js is very easy to learn simply because it's based on JavaScript, and JavaScript is one of the easiest languages to learn. Many developers do know JavaScript even if they are not from the front end world of the web development, and if they are, then it's actually very easy to transfer their skills to the backend world using Node.js. Node.js is asynchronous, which basically means that it has the ability to push long-running tasks in the background and keep your application responsive. It's very easy to run long-running tasks in background or on a new thread using Node.js. So long-running tasks such as database interactions, interacting with file systems, accessing a web API that is already on the internet, so on and so forth. So as you can imagine that getting data from a database server could take a lot of time if the database server is congested. So what Node.js allows us to do is to make that call and then push it off to the backend, and it keeps processing the rest of the code written in the Node.js file. When the database sends back a response, based on the response, Node.js will then understand what the response is and perform the actions that you have described on the data that is returned by the database. All of this happens and all of this is taken care of by Node.js, so you don't have to learn the intricacies and understanding of how this happens. All you can do is use the Node.js language to push long-running tasks on the backend and in the background, and that will be run by the Node.js environment. And it also comes in with a built-in package manager. It is called NPM, or the Node Package Manager. It allows you to include packages written by other developers in your project. So for instance, if you are working with a database and you don't wish to write the tedious code that is concerned with the database handling, code such as connecting to the database, writing queries, getting results, formatting those results, and then closing the connection, these all can be taken care of by a package written by another developer. Furthermore, what you can do is you can write your own packages and publish them on the NPM registry, and people can take use of them. So it's a good way to collaborate with other people and write your own packages and use other packages in your own projects to simplify your workflow. So now that we've talked about Node.js, let's take a look at how you can install Node.js on your own system. So I have opened Google Chrome. You can open any browser that you wish, either Internet Explorer or Mozilla Firefox or any browser that you are comfortable with. Go on Google and search for Nodejs. Press enter, and the first thing that you see is the link from nodejs.org or org. Click on that link. As you can see, it opens up and there are two versions for us to download. The website automatically detects my operating system, and the version of the operating system I'm using a 64-bit version. So it offers me two downloads, either the LTS version or the current version. LTS stands for long-term support, as you can see here, and the current flag means that it contains the latest features. Now, for most use cases, as it's mentioned here, it is recommended that you use the LTS version. It's stable, it's battle tested, and it works out of the box. The current package will have the Node.js with all the features that are being developed for Node.js. However, these features may be a little flaky and could work or not work depending on how those features are implemented. So if you wish to try out the latest features, you can use the current version. However, if you're wanting to build a stable application using Node.js, most probably using the LTS version is the right way to go. The LTS version will be supported by the Node.js community for a long time. You can look at the schedule for these versions in the long-term support schedule. The link is right below the download links. So we'll be using the LTS version. You can click on the LTS version and then click on save. So as you can see, it'll take some time to download it, and once it's downloaded, you can just click on the package and begin the installation. So as you can see, the download is finished. I will click on the package, it will open it, and the installation wizard comes up. Click on the next button, accept the license term agreement. You could, if you wish, to read the entire agreement. However, it's quite long and it's okay to just accept it right out of the box. After accepting it, you can click on next. You can select the location where you wish to install the Node.js files. The default location is fine, so click next. The default installation is fine unless you wish to make some changes. I would recommend that you do not make any changes and just click next here. As you can see, this will install around 27 megabytes of data on your hard drive. And if you wish to, you could install the C++ sources for compiling node modules. Now this is a bit of an advanced feature. We won't need it now, but if you think that you would need it, then you can just click on this checkbox and click next. We won't be installing it because it will take some time and it's not really going to be something that we'll be using in this video. So you can leave it off, then you can just click next. And you will click install. As you can see, it shows this shield icon on this, which means that it will ask me for my administrative password. The UAC or the user account control kicks in. You can, if you have the administrative password, put in the password and click on yes, and if you don't have the administrative password, just click on yes. So I put in the password, I click on yes, and the installation begins. It begins by copying the new files, updating the components, and then copying the new files. This will take some time because this is probably the only step that's going to be taking a lot of time. It's going to be copying the file from inside the package to the installation directory that we specified in the previous steps. It was, I think, C program files Node.js. So it's installing. The installation should be fairly quick depending on your operating system and the configuration of your PC. Now that it's installed, you can just click on finish, and to make sure that it's installed correctly and then you can use it, go and open a command prompt and type node-v, node space dash v. This dash looks like a minus symbol. Click enter, and the version of Node.js that's installed on our system is version 12.14.0. If you're watching it in sometime future, then what I am recording right now, then you could have a different version. However, don't worry, just make sure that the version matches the version that you downloaded. The ones we have downloaded is the LTS version, which is 12.14.0, which matches exactly with this, which means that we have successfully installed Node.js on our system and we can begin using it. Now that Node.js is installed, let's take a look at what we can do next. And now we will run a simple Node.js script just to get an idea of how you can use Node.js, how you can write scripts, and how you can use it in your system. So let's take a look at that. So I have opened a text editor. I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code, which is a good text editor to install and use for writing code. You could use any text editor that you wish to. If you want to use Notepad as well, you could use that as well. There are other text editors available out there, such as Notepad++ and several others. So what you want to do is you want to create a new file. So you can press Ctrl N, or you could go to File and New. As you can see, it's opened a new file for me. Right now it's not saved, so I'll save it. I'll save it on desktop and I will name it sample.js. Make sure that you name it whatever you wish to, just .js extension is important. That indicates that it's the Node.js file. So since we're beginning, we'll only look at some very basic things that we can do with Node.js. You could simply just write console.log and inside it write a string message, whatever you wish to. I'm going to be writing hello from sample.js. You could end it with a semicolon and then save it. Now, if you have worked with JavaScript before, you know that console.log would log this message on a console. So if you're using a web browser, it would log it into the browser console. However, this is Node.js and we are not concerned with web browsers. So what it will do, I would open the integrated terminal inside my Visual Studio Code package and it works. I would navigate to the folder. If you don't have Visual Studio Code, don't worry, I will also show you how to do it with regular command prompt. But if you have VS Code, then you could just navigate to the desktop where our file is saved. As you can see, C users, Intellipaat, desktop, and the file name is sample.js. Now, if you remember, we installed Node.js previously. So all we have to do now is type the command node space and the name of the file, which is sample.js, and if I press enter, it says hello from sample.js, which is the code that we wrote here. So as you can see, running a Node.js script is actually very easy. Just write the script, save it in a location, open a command prompt in the same location where the file is saved, and then run the command node space file name. Now if you don't have Visual Studio Code installed, what you can do is just open a command prompt. I have it already opened. Navigate to the folder where you have saved the file. As you can see, it matches C users Intellipaat desktop, which is exactly where I saved the file, and run the same command node space sample.js. Sample.js is the name of the file that I'm using. Press enter, and as you can see, it logs hello from sample.js. So this is how you could create and run a very basic Node.js application. So now that that's done, let's look at what next we have to learn. So now that we have run a Node.js script, let's see what else we can do. So now we'll take a look at node modules and packages. So a module is simply used to encapsulate one or multiple code files, and these code files are working together to accomplish one specific single task. So think of these tasks as data validation, database access, data filtering, request filtering, so on and so forth. Any task that you need to perform, you could wrap all the files that contain the code to do so in a module so that you could export them, reuse them, so on and so forth. These modules or packages, as they are known, could then be published on the NPM registry and other developers could download it and use it, including these packages in their own projects and then working them, and they could even contribute their own code in these packages. So it's a good way to collaborate as well as reuse some functionality that is already built by someone else. So as you can see that these modules allow us to separate our code into smaller parts. This is very important when you're building applications on a large scale, as these applications will have several requirements specific to their domain. So for instance, if you're building a payroll application, you would still need to interact with the database, validate the data, get data from the user, display error messages, and several other tasks. So instead of jumbling all those code files into one single folder, what you can do is you can separate them and then manage them separately, update or make changes into each of them separately, and those changes will probably not make a great deal of impact on the other packages that you have created in your project. So simply put, packages allow us to separate our code into smaller modules. You could think of these modules as smaller programs that accomplish one single task that you need to do for your application to work. These modules can also be used by other developers, and you could use modules that are created by other developers. So if you're working in a team environment in Node.js, what you can do is you could create several modules. Several teams could collaborate with you on that, and these modules could then be used by other developers as well who are in your team. So other developers could use the validation package that you have created, and you could use the database package that other developers have created. So it enhances and encourages code reusability as well. Now let's take a look at some of the built-in packages. So when you install Node.js, there are certain packages that come built into the Node.js installation. So you don't have to install these packages. These are some of the most common tasks that you will need to perform when you're creating a Node.js application. So these packages have been built in and created by the Node.js organization. So there are several modules. We're only going to be discussing 5 modules that you will be needing when you're using Node.js. However, there are other modules as well, and if you wish to get a good understanding of what the modules that are available are, you could look at the documentation on Node.js website. So let's discuss these 5 packages one by one. The first package or the module is the path module. So when you're working with an application, if that application is going to be used on multiple operating systems, one of the most important things that you need to do is working with the path. So when you're working with Mac OS or Linux, the path will be one way, and when you're using an application on Windows operating system, the path would be another way. So for instance, in Windows, if you want to separate 2 folders on a path, you use 2 backslashes. While on Linux, what you do is you use 1 front slash. So these differences are taken care of by the path module. When you want to create a folder structure, or when you want to create a path to a folder, you could just use the path module, and it will take care of all the discrepancies between the operating systems for you. Then there is the FS module. FS is short for file system. Simply put, it allows you to write code that performs input-output operations on files. So these files could be of several types. You could use a configuration file, you could write logs to those files. There are many things you could do with these files. Now, FS module comes with 2 sets of methods. One is synchronous and second is asynchronous. Synchronous methods lead your application to stop executing other tasks until the file that is being read is completely read. So if you are reading a configuration file, it's probably best to use the synchronous methods. And if you're reading some other kind of file into memory, then using asynchronous methods is better. Then there is the HTTP module. HTTP stands for Hypertext Transmission Module. It is a module that is used to create a really small lightweight HTTP server, and other HTTP related tasks could be performed using the HTTP module. So if you wish to create a really small HTTP server that could respond to certain requests with certain responses, you could use the HTTP module. The URL module, URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. It is used to parse URLs and manipulate them. So in case you get a URL from a website, or you wish to deal with a URL on the website, constructing those URLs could be difficult. So you could use the URL package to encode data into URLs and to pass that URL through a request. And then there is the query string package. So query strings are basically what you use to send requests through a URL. So if you have ever seen google.com, when you type in some request to search and press enter, the address on the address bar changes from www.google.com to www.google.com/?q is equals to something. That something is a query string. So let me give you an example. As you can see, you can open google.com, and now if I type in node, press enter, these are the query strings. So as you can see, $source is equals to HP, and these are generated by Google themselves, so you don't have to worry about doing any of these things. So as you can see, query strings are quite useful. However, generating those query strings and then using them is a little difficult. So this is why we use Node.js's query string package. Now let's take a look at creating your own module. So as discussed earlier, Node.js allows you the capability of breaking up large applications into smaller pieces called modules. These pieces can be used separately, and several developers could work on these features or these modules simultaneously. So when you're creating these modules, make sure that these modules are created in separate files, because this is the only way you would be able to create a module, import it, export it, so on and so forth. This allows us to modularize our code. Modularization is, put simply, just a step to keep our code separate, concerns of our code separated from each other. You can create your own modules, and you could use the modules that are created by the developers as well. So in our module, we write code that performs some task. So let's say that you are using a module to create, you are using Node.js to create a module that could work with a mongoDB database, or it could be an SQL database or any database of your choice. So you could create your own module that would interact with the database a certain way, that would accomplish some task in your application. Now when you have created the module, you could expose that module to the outside world using the module.export keyword. So if you don't understand what that means, don't worry about it. We will have a demo in which we will understand how these things work. Now this is to be noted that not everything in your module needs to be exposed to the outside world. So if there's some internal tasks that your module needs to perform, you could keep it internal to your module and only export the things that other developers would need to use, like connecting to the database, getting results from the database, and then closing the connection from the database. So these are the kind of things that you need to understand when you're building a module, and we'll take a look at them in the near future. So after you have created your own module and you're satisfied with how it works, and you've exported the functionality, the chosen functionality that you wish for the user to use, and hidden the internal functionality, now you need to understand how to import the module. So importing a module basically means importing the tasks or the functionality that you have exported for the, or the module has exported for the outside world to use. So once the module is exported, you could import certain functionalities in this module. In Node.js, this is done using the require keyword. So you basically use the require keyword, pass in the name of the module, and that would be important to and assigned to a variable that you want to use. We'll take a look at that in the near future as well. And as promised, we will take a look at creating, exporting, and importing Node modules. We'll be creating these modules ourselves, and we will keep these very basic so you don't get lost in all the complexity of the application. The point of this demo would be to show you how to create a Node.js module, how to export certain functionality, and how to import that functionality to your applications. So I have opened Visual Studio Code once again. You could open any text editor that you like. Just make sure that you type in the code exactly as I'm typing, and then run it the way I'm running. So firstly, I'll create a new file, and that file would contain all the code that I need for my modules. So I will be creating a math module, math.module.js. Press enter. In this, I will be creating 3 functions. So in JavaScript, the way you create a function by using a keyword called function. So I would create a function. I would call it adder. It will take in 2 numbers, x and y, and I will return x plus y. So the addition of 2 numbers, let's say 1 and 2, would be 3. So these are very simple functions. Another function that I will create is called logger. This will log the messages that I pass into it to a console or to a file, depending on how the requirements are. For our purposes, we'll be logging it to a console. So I could just pass in the result, and here I would use a print line method, which we will create in a moment, and I will pass in the result. And finally, I would create a function named printLine. It will take in a message as a parameter and use console.log and print the message to the console. And let me just fix this. I save it. Now, as you remember, we discussed that we will be using the module.export keyword, and anything we assign to it will be exported by this module and could be imported by the other modules. So since print line is the internal message or an internal function that people don't need to use, I will use the adder and the logger method. This is exported by this module. I will create a new file, name it index.js, and now we will use the require keyword to import things. You would use the const keyword. The things that we want to import are adder and logger, and we set it equal to require require, and we will pass in the name, which is maths module. The // indicates that this module is in the same directory as index.js, which is the current file. Now what I would do is I would use the logger method, pass in the result that we will get from the adder method. So now that we have used the adder and logger method, let's try and use it inside our application. So I type in node space, the name of the file that we'll be using is index.js, press enter, and we get 3. Now just to show you that the print line method could not be imported even if you want to, I pass in print line, save it, print line, and I get an error. It says print line is not a function because we have not exported it, so no one from the outside world could use the print line method. And this is how this works. Now if I wish to change the internal implementation, I would just have to change it inside my module. This code is not concerned about how logger works, how adder works, and this is how you can separate your code and then build these functionalities separately by yourself. So for instance, if a new requirement comes which says that with the message you have to print result equals message, you can save it, and I would rerun, and I get result equals 3. So as you can see, the new requirement did not need me to make change to my application, and I could remove this here because it's not being used, and our application is done. So this is how you could use index.js as you could use modules, and you can export certain functionality and import certain functionality that you need. So now that we are done with the demo of creating, exporting and importing a node module, we'll take a look at what's next in the agenda. So next we'll learn about NPM. NPM stands for Node Package Manager. So what is NPM? NPM is the built-in package manager. It ships with Node.js. So with the default installation file, you get Node.js's built-in package manager named npm for free. You don't have to create or download any additional media to install npm. Now npm allows developers to include packages written by other developers. So for instance, let's say that your team wishes to create a web application, and it wishes to connect to a MySQL database, or even to a database like a database that is on the cloud, databases such as Azure Tables or AWS Aurora or DynamoDB or any sort of database that your team agrees on. Now, for using those databases, the companies that have created those databases publish drivers or packages that could be used by your team to connect to those databases. All you would have to do is go on npm or to the documentation of those databases, search for how you could connect those databases to your Node.js application. It will show you a package. Go to npm, download that package, include it in your project, and then use that package in your system. So this isn't just limited to companies or vendors. You could create your own packages as we have discussed previously. So packages such as data validation, packages for database connection, packages for some features that you want in development that could be installed locally or globally. We'll look at all of that in the near future slides. But right now what you need to understand is you could install packages that are created by other developers to simplify your own work and to avoid repeating the tasks and keep your focus on solving the problem that you have. And these packages are managed by the developers of those packages, and you could manage the version that you wish to install of a package. So for instance, let's say that you found a package that works with mongoDB and you wish to use mongoDB. Now You install that package is being used by you and your team, and now a new version of that package comes along that fixes some of the problems that were there in the previous version. Maybe it's a performance improvement, maybe it's a change in the API that makes it more secure, or maybe it's something else. So what you can do is you can specify that you wish to use the newer version or the version that's currently available, or you wish to use the latest version. That way, whenever you run npm install or install the new packages in your applications, it will always install the newest, latest version available. And if you don't want that, if you're familiar with the APIs or the functions of a previously known version of the package, you can install that and specify that that is the package that my project would use. So you could do it either way. Now, why would you want to use Node Package Manager or NPM? NPM is a central repository which allows developers to share packages. So as we have discussed earlier, these packages take care of some really common tasks. These tasks are performed by all the web applications, or mostly all the web applications. So if you're creating a web application, you are most certainly creating applications that are going to be interacting to a database, that are going to be validating data that it gets from the external sources like users or any other file system. And you are going to be using those packages to make those tasks very easy to perform. Now, these packages are written by other developers, so you could look at those packages. You could even look at the source code that these packages are written in, and you can download it, experiment with it, and install it or use it in your own packages or your own libraries, your own applications, so on and so forth. NPM also makes your project more portable, which means you can easily share your code with other developers and they can run your project by downloading the dependencies that you have specified from NPM. So as we discussed in previous versions, you can specify the version of the package that you wish to install. To give you an example, let's say that you're working on a project and you wish to install certain version of those packages. Let's say you wish to install the version 3 for the mongoDB driver that is used to connect to the mongoDB database and use to interact with that database using Nodejs. So you install those packages and all of that information is stored in a file in your project. Now a new developer comes in your team and you wish to get that project set up on his personal computer or laptop or on whichever device he wishes to code, and you want to make sure that every person in the team is using the same version, because the later version might introduce some bugs and some people might have that bug and you might not. So to do that, NPM makes it very easy. It keeps a track of all the files and all the versions of the packages that you have downloaded and installed, and you could share that file with the other developers. All they would have to do is copy that file in a folder, run npm install, and all the packages will be synced in all the people's projects. So all the developers would be working on the same project with the same dependencies and the same version, and there would be no conflict, and it would be easy to port project from one person's laptop or one developer's laptop or PC to another developer's machine. So let's take a look at dependencies. So what are dependencies? A dependency is simply a Node.js package that your application depends on. So for instance, if your Node.js application is using a validation package that validates data from the users, your validation package comes in your dependencies. These dependencies can have their own dependencies. So suppose you are creating your own validation package that uses some other package that is created by some other developer, and that package has its own dependencies and so on and so forth. So instead of you having to manually download it from GitHub or any other source that you wish to, Node.js takes care of this complexity for you. All you have to do is just install these packages that you wish to install, and all the dependencies or dependencies of the dependencies and so on will be resolved by npm itself. npm is really fast in doing that as well, so you won't have to it won't take a lot of bandwidth and a lot of time for you to install all of these packages or download all the packages in your project. So npm allows you to make sure that your project is working well, and the dependencies or also allows you to keep your dependencies in sync with other developers. So let's look at the types of dependencies. So there are two types of dependencies that we come across when we are dealing with a Node.js package and an npm project. There are normal dependencies, and then there are dev dependencies, which stand for development dependencies. So what is the difference between these two, and what are these two things? A normal dependency dependency basically means that it is a dependency that your project needs at runtime. Without this package, your project cannot be deployed, it can't work, it needs to be installed on any system that is going to be hosting this application, any server that's hosting this application. So it needs to be, these packages need to be installed on the system that your project is running on. So packages such as database interaction or data validation, these are the kind of things that your application would have to do. So for instance, if you have a package for data validation and you are using that package in your code and now you don't have it installed on the deployment, so you have deployed your application on a server, that server is then being used by multiple users and they interact with the server and your project crashes because it does not have the dependency to validate the data that your code is using. So these are normal dependencies. Without these dependencies, your application cannot run. Then comes dev dependencies. Dev is short for development dependencies. These are usually referred to as dev dependencies for brevity's sake. So dev dependencies are basically just dependencies that you use when you're developing a project. These development dependencies are not deployed with your code. So even if these dependencies are not installed on the production end of your application, if they're not installed on the production server on which your application is running, your application will work just fine. So dependencies such as dev dependencies, you can think of these dependencies as a package that restarts the server anytime your code is modified. So for instance, if you're writing a backend application, you are writing a server, and whenever you make changes to the code that is in the server, that code needs to take effect, that code needs to be restarted. That server needs to be restarted so that it can take care of all the, or load all the changes made by you. Now, there are packages that do it automatically for you. They will watch the files that you are making changes to. When you save these files, your server will be automatically reloaded and all the changes will be inside your server, so you don't have to worry about that. Now, when you are running the code in production environment, these packages are not going to be required because your server will not need to be restarted again and again when you make changes to your code. So these dependencies are usually left out when you are using the Nodejs repositories or dev dependencies. Now let's take a look at local and global packages. So using npm, you can install packages either locally or globally. So what does that mean? Well, local packages are installed using the simple npm install and the package name command, and then global packages are installed using npm install and we pass in the -g flag and then the package name to instruct npm that we wish this package to be available globally, that is to be installed on this system globally, which any project can use. So a local project is only available in your project and no other project could use them. So if you install a database, a package that interacts with the database, you can install a specific version for your package, for your project. So it could be you could think of it as the mongoDB driver. You install it on Nodejs application. The version number is 3 and now the new version comes along and you wish to use that on a new project. You could install that version in the new project pretty easily without any hassle. Just specify the version and then install it, and you won't have any issues with the version numbers as these packages are installed locally. So package in one project will not have any effects on the package of the other project. Right on the flip side, a global package is available globally. So you can install it in your using your Node.js command line tool, npm install -g and then the package name, and this package can now be used globally by any project inside your system. So try to install packages that your projects depend on locally as much as possible so that you don't have version conflicts. So for instance, creating a new project and you wish to use the newer version of the package, that would create certain problems if that package is installed globally, because then you would have to make a choice between using the newer version or the older version for all the projects inside your PC. On the other hand, if you're installing things locally, you could just install it any version that you wish to of any package on your project and it won't have any effect on any other project on your system. And make sure that you install global packages that you know are going to be shared across projects. So if every project on your package is going to be using the same version of the same package, then you can install it globally. However, installing it locally using the local installation command in your npm is probably the preferable way to go. So now that we have discussed what local packages and global packages are, let's look at a demo where we will find the package on npm, we will install it locally, and we'll see how that works. So I have opened Visual Studio Code once again, and using the integrated terminal, we'll start with our local module demo. So firstly, open the terminal. And again, like I've said, if you don't have Visual Studio Code and you don't have an internal or integrated terminal, simply open the command prompt, navigate to the folder where you have installed the or where you'll be creating the files for this project or for this demo. I have installed it inside node local module. Press enter, clear the screen, and now whatever command I type in here, you can type it here as well, and they will work exactly the same way. So firstly, we'll have to initialize a node project. So open the command prompt in the folder where you wish to create your Nodejs project. Type npm init space dash y. Now space dash y would create a default package or a default project for your application. Now if I don't pass in dash y, you can see what happens. Press enter and it will ask me a bunch of questions. So the package name, I will name it local module. The version, description if you wish to save some description for your project, the entry point or the starting or the main file from which your project starts, the test command, we won't be using any testing in this application, the git repository if you're using GitHub, you could type it here, and the keywords and authors and the license. Now if everything is okay, just type yes and press enter and it works fine. So if you look at the folder structure, I have a package.json file. It contains everything that prompt asked me to. Now, if I don't want to answer all of these questions, I could simply, instead of going through all of these commands, simply type -y. This would answer every question that was asked in the previous step with the default answers. I press yes, take some time, and this is the file which is exactly what we had previously. Now if I open the package.json file, it's exactly the same. This is the file that will be used by npm to make sure that the packages are installed and what packages our applications are using. Now let's move on to see how you could use npm to install a local or a package locally. So the first thing you need to do is you need to open a web browser of your choice. I am going to be using Google Chrome. You could use Firefox, Opera, any browser of your choice. Open the browser, go to Google and search npm. Press enter. The first link that you get, which is the npm.com, open that link, and here you can search all the packages available for you to download and use in your projects. I'm going to be using a package named bs-logger. You could use any package that you wish to. This is just for demonstration purposes. I press enter. This is bs-logger. Click on it. It will take some time. This is what it looks like, and here's a little bit of documentation for you. If you wish to know how to use bs-logger, you could use it like this, and this is how you could install the bs-logger package. As you can see, npm install --save bs-logger. You could leave this --save option if you don't wish to include it. It's done by default. Or you could use the yarn package manager that is created by Facebook. So if you find npm is a little slower for your taste, you could use the yarn package manager as well, but for our purposes npm install would work just fine. So simply copy the command that you wish to install it, or if you want to use the default command, just click here. As you can see, you don't have to type the npm space install completely. You could just type npm space I and it will take a look at it and understand that it's using the install command. Now that that's done, go to your terminal, clear the screen, paste the command and press enter. Make sure that the terminal is open in the same folder where your project structure is created or where the package.json file is created. Then you click enter. Now it's installing and you can see it installed really quickly because the package is quite small. And as you can see, we have created a new folder, or the npm package manager has created a new folder for us named node_modules. If you look inside it, it uses bslogger and fast JSON stable stringify. This is a package that is used by bslogger to do its tasks. You don't have to worry about knowing every single dependency of your project. npm will resolve those dependencies for you, and as you can see, it has its own package.json, and if you look inside it, you could see it uses inside the dependencies fast JSON stable stringify. So, and we look at our package.json, and as you can see, this is dependencies are listed here. Now if I were to just give this project without the node modules folder to a person in our team, he could just run npm install, press enter, and the npm package manager will look at the dependencies. In our case, it's bslogger, anything above the version of 0.2.6, and that packages or those dependencies will be installed locally in your system or in your project folder. So you can easily port your project from one computer to another computer. You don't have to copy these node module folders with you, because these could get really large. If you're working on a large project, you are going to be using a lot of packages. These could get like 260 MBs with thousands of or millions of files inside them. So instead of copying these folders from one location to another, just copy the folder structure, leave the node modules folder, and then in the new PC, just copy those files of your project and run the npm install command, and it will install all the packages that your project uses. Now that that is done, let's take a look at how to use these packages inside our application. Just create a new file. I will call it index.js. It's not necessary to call it that. You could call it anything that you wish to. I am simply going to be calling it index.js because it's basically a convention for your entry script to be called index.js, or sometimes people call it app.js. So I will use the logger method inside the bs logger. And as you can see, I get auto completion. That means that package is installed properly. And I will just type in logger sample log message. You save it, close the package.json, open the terminal, type in node space index.js, press enter, and as you can see, our log messages are working perfectly. So in case you're wondering how I figured out that logger is the method that I need to import, you could simply look at the documentation. It shows you how to use it. As you can see here, const logger require bslogger and just logger.foo. These are other methods that you could use and understand how to use them. These documentations are extremely helpful for understanding how to use these packages and how to configure these packages to the way you want to. So if you want to configure this logger package to your needs, you could read the documentation. As you can see, there are certain configuration parameters that you could pass and use it, create a child logger, so on and so forth. You could install other packages as well. Just search for them on the internet, look at the blog posts if you wish to understand what other packages are available if you don't know them by name, or you could look at the packages on documentation site. So for instance, let's say that you want to use mongoDB with Node. Type in mongoDB Nodejs, enter. The first link that you get is mongoDB Nodejs driver. Click on it, and which version do you wish to use? If you wish to use the latest documentation, click here, and it will show you how to get started, how to install it. Click on the installation guide. It will give you the command. You will copy it, paste it, and then you can look at the quick starts, the tutorials to get started and understand how to use it. We're not going to be taking a look at the connecting to MongoDB in this tutorial, but you could take a look at these and figure out how to use them. The point of this tutorial was to make you understand that there are several packages. This package is made specifically by the MongoDB team. So the team that created the MongoDB database has written these packages for you to be used. So now that that's done, let's take a look at what's next on the agenda. So the next thing we'll take a look at is how to install a module globally and how to use it. Globally installing a module, if you recall, is the task of installing a module in your system that every project on your system could then use quite easily. So let's take a look at how to do that in our demos. So for this demo, we'll create a new project folder and we will create a new project inside that folder. So if you remember from the previous demo, all you have to do is just type in the command npm init --y, press enter, wait for the command to finish, and as you can see, this is the package.json file that was written as it's stated in the command. Now if you want to see if this command was actually written, just open the package.json file and this is what it looks like. So it's exactly the same as the previous one, just the name of the package has changed because we have created a new folder and inside that folder we are using the command. Make sure that you are not running the command in the same folder again and again because there is already a package.json file available in that and you might get some conflicting output. Now that that is done, the first thing we need to do is we need to install a package locally. So just type in the command npm install chai. This is a testing library or a testing assertion library. Don't worry if you don't understand what testing means and how you write testing code. Just type in the command and follow along and it'll get more clear as time goes by. So now that we have typed in the command and it has installed the package, the version that got installed was 4.2.0, and to take a look if it was actually installed, just take a look at the package.json file. As you can see that this was installed, and in the node modules folder we have all of these functions. Now that these packages are installed, and as you can see, chai has several dependencies of its own. Now that that's installed, just you could do is now we will install a package globally. Install-g Mocha. So Mocha is a test runner. It will take a look at all the files inside a folder, take a look at the folders or the files that contain testing code that uses chai, and then run that. So you don't have to specify each file that contains the testing code. Again, don't worry if you don't understand all of this, it's completely fine. Just follow along to see how globally installed packages work. And I press enter. And it's installing it globally because of the -g flag that was passed in. And Mocha is a little bigger than chai, so it's going to take some time. As you can see, it installed 92 packages because the package had its own dependencies and those dependencies had their own dependencies, and this worked completely fine. Now that this is installed, as you can see that this was installed globally in the app data folder, in the roaming folder, npm mocha folder. So now if I type mocha-v and I press enter, you get the error no test found. That's fine. What it means is that we have a mocha command available for us. Now all we have to do is create a new file and run these commands. I am again going to call it index.js. I will use the require keyword, require, and I will require the chai package, chai.assert, and we will assert that 1 and 1 are equal. Or what you can do is you could use the chai.assert.equal method. Inside it I type in 1 and 1. As you know that 1 is equal to 1, so it is going to return true. Now all I have to do is run the mocha command, press enter, and oh, no files found in test. That is because we need to move this file inside a folder named test, because mocha looks for a folder named test. So just copy it, and now if I run mocha it should work fine. And as you can see that it works completely fine. It says 0 passing, but it doesn't give us a failure. That says assert equals 0. Type in mocha and you get an error. So we expected 1 to equal 0 and we got 1, but the expected value was 0. So we got an error there. So we know our tests are passing. It's working completely fine. Let's run it again and it works fine. Now to show you that it's installed globally and not locally, if I come out of the package or the folder in which this was installed and I type in mocha-version, press enter, you can see that command is still working. It's giving us the version 6.2.2, which means that it's installed globally. Now any package that I want to install this, or on any package or on any project that I wish to use mocha, I could just type in the mocha command and it will work as expected. So as you can see, I don't have to install the mocha package again and again in each folder. Now if you want to install mocha locally and keep the versions different, then you could do that as well. It's completely your choice. So now that that's done, so what is an API? API stands for Application Programming Interface. So the word API stands for Application Programming Interface, and obviously it's a word that's quite mouthful and it's a little difficult to understand what it actually means. Basically, it's just a predefined way for one application to interact with other applications. So let me give you an example. If you have surfed the internet for any period of time, you might have come across websites that allow you to log in to their services using your Facebook, Google, or Microsoft, or some of the online providers' authentication mechanism. So you can just click on the provider that you want to use, like Google, click on the icon of Google. It'll show you a form that is created by Google. You can insert your username and database. It's completely safe. Then you click on login and they ask you to allow the application or authorize the application to access the information on your behalf. And with that, they are able to check whether or not you are who you claim to be. So in cases like this, you must ask yourself, how does this happen? So does Google actually give them the access to their databases, or is there some other mechanism at play here? So the basic idea behind this is that Google, instead of giving them access to the databases, gives them a few URLs and a few specific tokens. The tokens are what allows Google to identify what application it is. So if you create an application that needs to contact Google servers to figure out whether or not a person is who he or she say that they are, then you will be issued a unique token. You send it to Google and ask them, okay, Google, authenticate this person on my behalf. That person will then put in their username and password into a form created by Google. They will be authenticated, and Google will send back a response to your application. And that's how that happens. So all of this is happening via an API, which is just, in the case of a URL or in the case of a web application, it's just a URL that is defined. Other applications have similar aspects, such as if you want to access a camera on your Android app, then you have to use the API created by the Google's Android team. There are many other kinds of APIs. Some are web APIs, which is what REST API is, which we'll discuss in a moment. And some APIs are local APIs, which you take a look at using the API docs and the documentation of a framework. So what are REST APIs? Let's take a look at what a REST API is. So REST API is obviously an API, but it's a very specific kind of an API. So REST API or RESTful API is essentially an architectural pattern. It's a way of creating an API. So you could technically create a URL endpoint that when a user hits that URL, let's say google.com/verify, and when you click that URL, it sends back some response. That technically is an API, but it's not a REST API, mainly because REST API is something that is used to define a set of constraints while building web APIs. So let me give you an example. Suppose that when you're building a web API, you are trying to expose some information from your database securely. Such in the case of Google, they are trying to figure out whether or not this person with this username and password exists in the Google servers or Google databases. So this is what we're trying to do in a REST API. We're trying to take a web server, we're trying to take a database, and we're trying to connect them and then allow anyone to access or ask a specific question regarding the data inside the database. So in our example that I've shown below, what happens is we firstly use some methods. Methods are nothing but HTTP protocols. In case you've not learned HTTP, this is going to sound very foreign to you, but stick with me and I hope you understand this. So basically, when you send an HTTP request, there are a few parts to it. Firstly, the header, and secondly, the payload. The header is the thing that describes your request, what kind of request it is, where is it coming from, is there any other authentication information that has been embedded, and then there is the payload, which is the body of the request, or which is the additional information that is sent with the request. And so one of the things that we put in the header is the method. Method allows the server to understand what is this request trying to accomplish. So if it's a get request, basically it's trying to get some data from the server. If there's a post request, that means it's sending some data for us to process, whether to save it in a database or save it in a file or do something with it. If it's a GET request and it has a user ID in the URL, that means that it's trying to get get some information from our database servers with a particular ID. So in a database, we have particular IDs associated with it. These are called primary keys that happen to uniquely identify a user. So for instance, if you have been to a school, you are issued a unique number that is the roll number. That's the primary key in that scenario. And in databases, sometimes database generates random IDs so that they can assign them to the users and they can be uniquely identified. And then you can update the user and you can delete the user. This is also what's called a CRUD request: create, read, update, and delete. REST APIs are quite good at modeling CRUD requests. So you can take a look at that as well. Now, when it comes to the URLs, this is the pattern that we use when we're using a REST API. Essentially, a REST API is when you are trying to build an API to expose a particular resource. In our case, we are trying to expose our users. We follow this pattern. In case it wasn't users, then instead of /users in the URL, we would have the entity's name. Let's say that we were trying to expose to-dos. You have a to-do list API in which a user can add to-dos. In that case, we will make a request to the domain /todos. That's the way that works. So now we go on to understand what is expressjs. In case you don't know what expressjs is, let me just explain. So expressjs is a web application development framework based on Nodejs. So Node.js is the language. It's essentially a language runtime that allows you to write JavaScript for the server side. Expressjs, on the other hand, takes some of the common tasks that you have to perform. So some of the common tasks that are related to building a web application or a web API are parsing the request, getting the cookie information, getting the data formatted correctly. All of this is something that we have to do every time. ExpressJS is a built-in solution for that. So you can use that and you don't have to worry about all the plumbing of the entire web API. You can just follow on solving the problems that you have to solve in order to build the web API, building the business application, so on and so forth. So why should you use ExpressJS? Well, let's take a look at some of the advantages that ExpressJS provides. It's fast. ExpressJS is a really lightweight framework. It's a micro framework, so it does not expect you to be able to define everything. You can do it, and will do this quite easily. So you don't have to worry about it. ExpressJS is really easy to use. So it's really fast because it's really small and it doesn't contain a lot of things for the web server to go through. So it's a really small framework and it's really easy to understand as well. It's very minimal. So minimalism is essentially, in the case of ExpressJS, means that it provides the fundamental web application features. So everything that has to do with parsing the request, to formatting the data, to extracting the data from a request is done by ExpressJS. And since it's minimal, it only takes care of a few subsets of the problem. Rest, either you can plug into the ExpressJS using its plugin architecture, or you can write your own code, or you can use other libraries to do the other things as well, such as database access, routing, caching, and so on and so forth. It's unopinionated. So for those of you who don't know, unopinionated means that it does not have any preconceived notions about how your application should be structured. You can, if you wish to build a REST API in ExpressJS using a single Node.js file. So everything that you have to write, every code that you have to write, you can write it in the single file and it will work just fine. But in case you want to break them into smaller pieces so that they are easy to manage, you can do that as well. ExpressJS doesn't care, and this is different from other frameworks such as Ruby on Rails and many other JS frameworks as well, such as Kraken.js, where they have a predefined set of rules. They have their own directory structure that you have to follow. You can configure them, but basically they come with a predefined structure. And here in ExpressJS, you don't have any predefined structure. You can build it yourself. They're very simple. So since ExpressJS is a micro framework, it doesn't take care of a lot of things. So it's very easy to get started with, and it's very easy to use. So in case you wish to use ExpressJS, you can get started with it very quickly. Just make sure that you understand the basics of internet, how internet requests work, what is the typical format of an HTTP request. If you understand the basics, you can very easily pick up expressjs. It's very easy and very simple to use, and it's unobtrusive. So unobtrusive basically means that it provides unobtrusive basically means that it does not disallow people or developers to make choices about the kind of things that they wish to use. So for instance, you can use any library that you want to use. You can use any database. You can use an in-memory database if you wish to. Expressjs does not disallow people from using the kind of things that they want to use. Although some things could be very difficult to although some things could be very difficult to integrate with expressjs and some things could be very easy to integrate with expressjs, depending on what you're trying to do, it can work that way. So now let's take a look at mongodb. So we use mongodb to store data. It's a NoSQL database, but the reason we're discussing it here is because in our demo we'll be using mongodb, and mongodb is the most popular database system that is used with Node.js and expressjs. So you should be familiar with mongodb. Even if you don't use it, you should at least know the basic concepts. So let's take a look at that. So mongodb is a document oriented NoSQL database management system. So NoSQL databases are basically databases that allow you to store data. Typically, when you used to store data in SQL databases, you used to store them in tables, in columns and rows. Basically, you used to store them like an Excel sheet. Not you wouldn't be storing them in an Excel sheet, but the format would be similar. You would have a table, it would have rows, it would have columns, and in those tables you can configure constraints, primary keys, secondary keys, so on and so forth. In NoSQL databases, you can store data in different formats. So MongoDB is a document-oriented database. That means that you can use the JavaScript object notation or the JSON format and store unstructured data. There are no constraints as such. You can put the constraints yourself, but by default, you can just put in data of any shape in your MongoDB collections and you can retrieve it. It's written in C++, so it's really fast, and so it's much better than an in-memory database because it stores these things in the database's disks, so that even if the database is rebooted or it crashes, the data will still remain intact. So why would you want to use MongoDB? Although there are many other NoSQL databases such as Neo4j, which allows you to model your data in a graph, to Cassandra, CouchDB, there are many others as well. Why would you want to use MongoDB? Again, MongoDB is really fast. It's written in C++, so it provides really high consistency and speed for reads and writes of collections and documents. Collections and documents, let me just briefly explain. When you're building a data model in Node.js, you have collections and documents. Think of a document as a table. So it's basically a group of collections, and a collection is a single row in the database. So if you if you want to store data of some users, all the data stored inside the user's document, and each single row in the data or each single data about a user is a collection. It's flexible. So as you can see, it is as you can quite easily understand that MongoDB is schemaless. Now, schemaless essentially means that it provides the flexibility of inserting a record in any shape. Like I've already told you, there are no constraints by default. So if you wish to insert some data inside your MongoDB of one shape, as in it has two data points, such as if you're trying to store a user, you can store their first name and last name, and in the next row you can store data that neither has first name nor has last name, just the date of birth. It would be really inconsistent for your database to keep track of things like this, but you can do it. So this is why NoSQL databases are preferred in larger organizations, because they allow developers to create applications on the go, and they don't really need to define a schema. They don't need to be mindful about certain things, but schema is not really the thing that they'll be really something that's in the back of their mind. And also it allows them to make it really easy for them to understand what the data is about. So that's why they use schema-less databases. No joins. So if you have ever used NoSQL databases, one of the most important aspects of of an SQL database is join. So if you have data stored in multiple tables, which is what good database design is about, you have to break every table into smaller pieces and then connect them using primary keys and secondary keys. And when you have to gather data from multiple tables, you use joins. Now, joins are really expensive. They take a lot of time. Many people get over this barrier by using caches. So they essentially just store the joined data inside an in-memory database. And when they want to get the data, they take a look at the cache first. If it's not available, then they perform the join, which is quite slow. Then put the data in the cache and then return it back. In MongoDB and other NoSQL databases also, you don't need to perform joins. Since the data has no schema, you can just embed one data point inside another data point, and that way you can just get all the data. There are certain constraints in certain databases, and you have to be mindful of this. But in general practice, you don't really need to worry about joins. So you can use databases without joins easily. Easy to use MongoDB. If you have used JavaScript, then it's really easy to use. For those of you who have not used JavaScript till now, you can take a look at the MongoDB shell and interact with it. It's very simple, and it's very effective also. It's very much like you're trying to write JavaScript code. It's very object oriented in nature, and it's very easy to wrap your head around. As a developer, it's really easy to understand, and it's really easy to use as well. And scalability. So MongoDB allows you to deploy your clusters to cloud. MongoDB has their own cluster services, database services in the cloud. They allow you to create your databases and use your databases in AWS, GCP, and Azure. AWS is Amazon Web Services, GCP is Google Cloud Platform, and Microsoft Azure. So you can use that there as well. Also, MongoDB has several other features and several other tools that allow you to ingest massive amounts of data, and it is a really large ecosystem. So it's not just databases, it has other systems as well, such as data lakes and so on and so forth. You can use that as well. The reason why it's distributed in cloud, because it comes with a native support for distributed data, sharding, clustering, so on and so forth. These are concepts that you need to understand when you're trying to model data of a large scale. If you're trying to think of a database of a large scale, think of database of Google, which has so many users, or think of a database of Facebook. Right now, Facebook has around 2.4 billion users. Just storing their username and password in a single machine is not possible. So to do that, what they do is they create multiple machines and store data of particular users on one machine, and some other collection of users on other machines, and how they group these machines and how they spread data across these machines is a little different to understand. But the main point to understand here is that MongoDB comes in with the built-in support for these features, so that you can, when you reach a really high limit of users, distribute the data, scale it, and use it the way you wish to use. So now we'll take a look at Mongoose. What is Mongoose and why do we need it? So on its own, expressjs and MongoDB are two separate things. Expressjs is a web application framework and MongoDB is a database. It needs a library that can be used to connect expressjs applications to MongoDB servers and fetch data and records and so on and so forth. And so mongoose is an object data mapper, or ODM as it stands for. If you've used other frameworks such as Spring or any other framework like Ruby on Rails, Laravel, so on and so forth, you'll end up using something called an ORM. ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. Here, since we're using objects and data, we're using ODM, or Object Data Mapper. Essentially, how you would do a typical REST API in a typical web server is that you get the data from the database, you then map that data into an object of your defined language. Let's say you are using Java, then you have to create an object, and then you get the data from the database that you have gotten, and you put data one by one inside an object, and then you return the object. Object data mappers allow you to not worry about these kinds of things. What they do is they allow you to define the shape of the data, and what they will do is they'll get the data from the database and put them inside a document or put them inside an object and return you back the object the way you want it. Obviously, you can change the way it interacts with the objects as well, and it allows you to use those objects to interact with the database directly. So instead of issuing SQL queries in the case of SQL, And in the case of MongoDB, instead of issuing database commands, all you have to do is deal with the objects. It's very easy for object-oriented programmer to deal with objects. So that's why things like object data mappers or object relational mappers have come into play. So why should you use Mongoose? This should be noted that Mongoose is not the only library that allows you to interact with databases. There are other libraries available as well. To name a few, there is mongoDB. The name of the library is mongoDB. It's created by the creators of mongoDB for Nodejs and expressjs. The only problem with mongoDB is that it's not an object data mapper. So like I've said, you need to get the data and then map it to the object and then return it back. And to use get data, you have to get the collections, define the collections, you have to work with all the internal plumbing of dealing with the database. While in Mongoose or other object data mappers or relational mappers, you can just leave the internal mappings to the library itself and focus on the code and the relationship between the data sets. So Mongoose provides several benefits for using it. One of the major benefits is speed. So with all the additional benefits, Mongoose still provides very good data access speed. So in case you are someone who is looking for a solution that doesn't compromise on speed, but also gives you a lot of good use cases for using object data mapper, then you can use Mongoose. So it provides schemas as well. Schemas can be used to enforce strict validation. So in case you get data from the internet, which is very untrustworthy, and then you put it into your database, MongoDB will take care of the validation. So you can define if you want certain fields to be required, what is the data type of those fields, what is the default value if the user doesn't provide a value, so on and so forth. You can also take a look at validation. So you can validate the schema defining the rules that you want to. So for instance, if you want to validate an email using a custom regular expression that is used to match a particular text, you want to see if there's an at the rate available and some text before it, some text after it, then a period or a dot, and then a subdomain like com, in, so on and so forth. Then you can take a look at validations in Mongoose. They allow you to do that. If you were not using Mongoose, then you would have to do all of this yourself. Utilities. So Mongoose has several built-in methods that allow you to run custom code successful after every query execution. So to give you an example, if you want to append some information about the row that has been fetched, so for instance, how many records were fetched in a particular query, so on and so forth, you can assign some methods to Mongoose and they'll be run right after you fetch the queries. It's very easy to use that way. And it's reduced effort. So Mongoose greatly reduces the time it takes for developers to build the application, since it's taking care of a lot of the internal plumbing and a lot of the internal things that you would have to take care of if you're doing things yourself. Mongoose will do it for you, so you don't have to worry about a lot of the things that otherwise you would have to worry about. Can we build sequence against any transactions in it? So that's the thing about MongoDB and any other things, that transactions are not really a thing in Node.js in particular. Mainly because Node.js is just a single threaded environment. It uses something called an event loop, which is something that is a really advanced topic in JavaScript, and you would have to your own or using some of the resources that we provide. But typical SQL transactions are not a part of MongoDB. So that is really something you have to figure out on how to use it. Usually data stays consistent because MongoDB takes care of all the internal threading work and all of that. So you don't have to worry about that at all. Mongoose is the replacement from MongoDB connection string. No, not the connection string. So MongoDB has its own library that it has published. The developers of MongoDB have created a library named MongoDB that you can use in your Node.js or expressjs application. So that's not really a replacement, but it's an enhancement to the MongoDB library. It takes care of the internal plumbing as well. Right. So for this session, we'll take a look at using expressjs. So first thing you have to do when you're trying to use expressjs or any other library or framework, you would have to have installed Node.js. In case you are not sure whether you have Node.js installed on your system or not, go to your command prompt and search node-v. Type node-v, that will show you the version of Node.js that you're using. I'm using 10.16.1, so you can use it yourself. In case you wish to download and install Node.js, you can use the in case you wish to download and install, you can go to the www.nodejs.org. I think that's the website. You can take a look at that and download the latest version and use it. In the hands-on, we'll be creating a to-do API, an API that stores the to-dos, that contains the description and the whether or not the to-do has been completed or not, and we'll model the data. We'll understand how to use it. All right. So the first thing that you have to do, I have already created the API. So let me just go back. I will create another folder and I'll show you how I set up the entire system. All right. So to install these things that you want to install, firstly, you have to initialize a Node.js application. This tells the code editors and Node.js environment that this folder contains a Node.js project and it can be run using Node.js. To do it, just type npm init space dash dash y. Dash dash y means that all the basic options that your Node.js is selected by default will use them. And npm is the package manager, which we'll use in just a moment. You press enter, and this is what it has created. Let me just show you. If I open Visual Studio Code, by the way, Visual Studio Code is the text editor that I'll be using. In case you wish to use the text editor of your choice, please go ahead. There's no issue with that. All right, so this is the file that command has created. Let's just go through with it and understand what it is. It's the name of our application, the version, description. Since we have not provided any, it's not. Main means the application's entry point. This is the file that we'll be using to start the application. You can change the name whenever you want. Script section is something useful that we'll take a look at in a moment. If there are any keywords that describe our application, we can take a look at that as well. The authors who have created these applications, you can enter your Git username and password. Username here, not the password, but the username, so that people can recognize who you are and what other applications you have created. And the license, which shows if someone else wants to download this code and use it, how they can go about doing that. How automatically it got created? So it got created automatically because we run this command npm init dash y dash dash y, and that automatically does create this file. This file is present in the root of any Node.js project. So if you have any project that uses Node.js, create this file and then run it. That way you can use npm or the node package manager to install libraries that you can use with other systems. All right. So can this app work on Linux or Windows? Any operating system can use this application. Node.js is quite cross-platform, so this can be run on any system that you want to run it on. All right. So this is what we have. We have created the API. Now, the first thing that we have to do is we have to install the packages that we will use. So we install those packages using npm. npm stands for Node Package Manager. Node Package Manager is a tool that allows us to get libraries written by other developers that we can use in our code. So we use npm install, and the first thing that I will install is nodemon. I'll click save dev and I'll explain what that means and why we are using that in a moment. So you press enter, it will contact these Node.js servers and figure out whether or not there's a library named nodemon, and then it will install it. Since I have already installed nodemon previously, I think it's available in the caches and it will install it quite quickly. So just wait for a few moments and it will install. All right, so nodemon is installed. And now I would show you what that does, so that you are not confused. And we'll also take a look at the script section. So the first thing I have to do is I have to create a file named index.js. Also notice another thing, that node modules folder has been created. These are the libraries that you download and install in your system. So we only wanted nodemon, but since nodemon has its own set of libraries that it downloads, and those libraries may have their own libraries, it has installed a lot of other libraries as well. You don't typically have to worry about these kinds of things. Someone asked what are those warnings. So those warnings are basically that, let me just show you. That means that when you are, it's incompatible with some things in your operating system, or sometimes it's because it doesn't have the idea, it doesn't have any idea how to use particular packages like fs events. You don't have to worry about that. Since these are skipping the optional dependencies, you don't have to worry about them at all. And also we have not defined any description or repository, so those are the warnings. You don't have to worry about them. Someone else has asked, do we need to be connected to the internet before running? Yes, you do need to be connected to the internet to install these things. All right, so let's take a look at what nodemon does. Console.log. Hello. This is a typical Node.js application. So if I want to run it, I will Node.js, press enter. Now, as you can see that it is working quite fine, right? But now let me just install Express, and then I'll show you why we install nodemon as well. Install Express, mongoose, and course. I'll tell you what course are. CORS, course, basically means that you are using cross origin request. It basically means any URL can access the data, can request access to my API. So you can just make it available to the world. That's why we use course. So does this application break in future version of Node.js if we don't update FS events dependency? Well, no, because it's an optional dependency. It has chosen not to install it. So that's fine. It won't break in the future version. You don't have to be worried about that. All right. Now that that's done, let me just show you how expressjs works. All right. Firstly, I have to import expressjs. And in Node.js, we use the require keyword, right? Create an application. An application is basically a server. Yeah, you can configure Express with that. Right now, I'm not bothering with that. And now I'm saying, okay, listen on port 8000, which means localhost slash localhost colon 8000 is the port. And when you get connected to the server, then just log to the console as we did earlier. Hello. So whenever our server successfully establishes connection with the localhost port 8000 on our system, now we're able to run the server. So if I just use the plain node index.js, as you can see, it runs and it types hello. Right now I've not defined any routes, so that's fine. It's not going to respond to anything. But if I want to make any changes to my file, so instead of hello, I want to print connected on port 8000, right? I click save. Sorry, 80,000, it's 8. I save it, go back to my terminal, and as you can see, it has printed the old hello. It's not restarted or it's not picked up the changes that I have made. To run it, I have to close it, run it again. Now you can see the new message is showing. Now this is fine, but when you're trying to build a larger application, this could really be a pain to start and stop the server. This is why we use nodemon. So let me just show you. Instead of node, I use nodemon index.js. I press enter. We'll wait for a few moments. In the meantime, I'll like to answer your questions. So someone has asked, can we use any port or is it fixed? So typically any port over 8000 is quite easy to use. A port over 2000 is quite easy to use, although I would recommend that you use port 8000, 8080 or some standard HTTP ports because they are not going to be blocked. Certain ports are blocked for certain other applications, so you might not be able to use all the ports. So now as you can see, it says nodemon has started. It's watching the file index.js and now the port is listening to its 8000. Suddenly, let's say I decide that, okay, the port is not going to be 8000, it's going to be 8001. Save it. Now earlier I would have had to restart the server. Here as you can see, it's picked up the changes, restarting due to the changes, and started the application on its own. That's why we use nodemon. And now finally what I'd like to show you is, if I close it, here the screen, I'd like to show you what the script stack does. So sometimes you have a lot of commands that you have to dispatch before starting the server, like setting up the cache, setting up the database, so on and so forth. Now, instead of typing those commands all on your own, Node.js makes it easy for you to do that. I'll just create a dev script. I'll show you what that means in a moment. And I will type nodemon index.js. Save it. Now I can just type npm run dev, press enter, and it will run the same command that we had run earlier, and it's going to do the same. So it works just fine. Why is course essential? So yeah, let me just explain. So let me just show you. Now if I were to create a route, I say, okay, when you get a get request to the base URL, which is localhost colon 8000 in our system, let me just change the message that is incorrectly displaying. What you have to do is you have to log to the console, or not log to the console, send a request and response. Let me just show you. You get a request object, you get a response object, and then you just send what. I click save. Let's see. So it has restarted our system. That's fine. And now I'll go to the localhost colon 8000. Press enter, and as you can see, it's showing working. So what happens is when you're trying to build an API, this is your server. Let me just show you. So it will have certain components. It will have a server, it will have a client, and it will have a database. So the server and the database are connected to each other, and the client is connected to the server. So what happens now is this. Client makes a request to the server. Client could be anything. It could be a web application using React.js or AngularJS. It could be an Android application, or it could be an application of another type. So those applications are deployed on other URLs. Your Android application can be connected to your local Wi-Fi system. So when it sends the request, it would have in its header the URL of that IP address. Similarly, and your web app could be deployed on Amazon Web Servers on some other server than your REST API server. And then when your client tries to make the request, it sees the URL is different from its own, and it will reject the request, saying that it's come from outside my domain. I am going to reject the request. To make it pass, to make it seem that there needs to be no rejection of the request, we use the course API. So to do that, it's basically as simple as app.use course, and I have to import it. So you can just import it here, cors, sorry, require course. Now it's going to use that. I have to use it. Yeah, now it's going to. So that's how you can configure your application to accept requests from other domains as well in Node.js. In other applications, you would have other scenarios that you can take a look at. Now, instead of typing all the code, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill the server. Now that you know how to set up your basic API, I will go back to Run API. I will open it up in Visual Studio Code by closing this first. So it's opening up. Here we have it. Yeah, there you go. Here we have it on our own system, and I have created all the files. I have created all the code that's required to create a web API. So can we create a cron job to read REST API or update API? So yes, you can create a cron job. Cron jobs, for those of you who are unaware, is a tool that's used in Linux to schedule certain tasks for certain periods of time. So if you want to run particular script every 10 minutes, you can use cron jobs for that. So you can use that as well, although it's not really necessary in most cases. So it's the same thing that we had earlier. As you can see, it has the same dev script. It has the same dependencies: node, mon, course, express, and mongoose. One thing that you can notice is that course is in express, course, and mongoose are in dependencies, and node, mon is in dev dependencies. This basically means that when you are trying to deploy the application, Course is not something that needs to be installed. So in production environment, you don't need to install nodemon, mainly because nodemon is something we're using for development. We need to restart the server when you make changes, only when you're developing the application. When it's in production, you're not going to be making changes like that. You have to restart the entire server. So that's why we have put it in development dependencies. Now, let's take a look at expressjs. Whenever you're building a REST API, make sure that you are able to separate the code easily. So as you can see, our index.js, which is the main file, is quite simple. All it's doing is it's requiring the application from the server module. I've divided into two modules, persistence and server. Persistence handles the database interaction. Server interacts with the web server. In the index.js, we tell it to listen on port 8000 and log the message on the console that it's listening on port 8000. Hopefully you can all see my screen. If you need me to change to other themes like the dark theme so that you can watch it or read it easily, you can ask in the chat box and I'll do that. All right, so this is the code that we have written so far. Now let's take a look at what is index.js is doing. This is where our entire server is getting configured. Since we are only using a to-dos application, it's not really important for us to break it down into smaller pieces, but in a bigger application, you would have to. Now what we're doing is we are creating an Express app. We are allowing it to be accessed by other platforms, and we are using express.json as well. This allows expressjs to parse JSON data. So as I already told you that it is unopinionated. Express doesn't know what kind of data you're expecting from the clients, whether the data is formatted in JSON, whether it's formatted in binary strings like form data or XURL encoded, or whether it's just data that's going to come from a file. We have no idea. So that's why we use express.json. We configure it, we configure course, and now this is where the database is being used. We have created functions that will interact with the database, which will find all to-dos, find a to-do by ID, add a to-do, update a to-do, and delete to-dos. So let me just open up the persistence. Here I have created an index.js. So in every module, there's an index.js file which will expose all the things necessary in your application. So we've got a question. Can this API be used for SQL servers or application based on SQL? Sure, if you want to use SQL instead of NoSQL, a good way of doing that would be create another persistence module, call it SQL underscore persistence, and make sure that it exposes all the same things that we are exposing. So when I import it on my side, I should get all these functions. And if I do, then you don't have to change your server at all. Just create a new package that handles the interaction with the SQL databases and just import it. That's the easiest way to go about it. All right. So here what we do is we create a function. In case you don't understand JavaScript, this is going to look really weird to you. We are creating we are importing the mongoose database API. Then we are assigning a promise to it. Promise is an advanced JavaScript feature which I won't be discussing right now, but we'll guide you through some of the resources through which you can learn this. So stick till the end of the presentation. And here we have we're connecting to mongoDB. On mongoDB we have localhost :27017, which is the default port. This is the URL that uses MongoDB on my system, and I want it to use the to-dos collection or to-dos documents. Here we have certain configuration, so you can configure it the way you want to. Use new URL parcel and use unified topology is basically how you configure it. Don't have to worry about it right now. But if you don't do it this way, then you get some warnings, and I didn't want to explain those right now, so don't worry. And here we have configured some error logging. So what we have said that if you get a problem when connecting, log it to the console, print it on the console so we can take a look at it and understand what actually went wrong. Otherwise it will just die silently. And once you get connected, print connected to the database. So we'll take a look at that also. And right now we're just exporting everything that we get from todo.repository, which is a file that's right here. So let's open that up. This is todo.repository. We go to the top, and the first thing it's doing is it's requiring a to-do from todo.model. If I open it, this is where the schema generation and all of the things that we have described mongoose doing happens. We require mongoose, we create a schema, we tell it what are the things that we're expecting to store, a description and a done field. Description needs to be string and it is required. Done is boolean and the default value is false. So it's not required the person gives us the done value. We'll just default it to false. So that's now taken care of by our database layer instead of our application layer. And now we create a model out of the schema and we return it. So now our repository will access this, and now we create the functions that we want to expose. So we create find all to dos, which with using mongoDB, like I said, you can use the documents and you can use the objects quite easily. So use the to do model and you say find me everything. Here you can, inside the brackets, you can define certain filter options like find me the record in which to dos are not completed. So the done field is false. But right now we don't want to do that. We want to find everything. So we do this. Also find to do by ID. We give the function an ID and it returns a to do. Add to do is quite simple. You get the data from the parameters that have been passed to it. You save it inside the to do. You create a new to do with the parameters and then you save it. The reason why I'm extracting these is because the parameters could have other data fields as well, and we don't want to save them inside our database. So we save it and we return the result. Similarly, if you want to update it, what we do is we get the data, we find the data that we want to update, we then update it, and then we return the updated collection. And similarly, to do it with the delete option, we do the same thing. As you can see, I've done this here in a single line. I can do this here in the single line as well, instead of breaking it down into getting the to-dos and then returning the to-dos, but you can do it if you want to. And finally, I expose the things that I want to expose. If there was a utility function here like log things to the console or something like that, I would not have exposed it to be used by the external APIs. So that's how we do that. Let me just, yeah. So everything looks fine. And now we have understood how repository works. So we go back to the server and see how this works. Let me just close all the other things so that you can easily understand what's going on. Now we set up a route for slash to dos. So when I go on slash to dos with a get request, I want you to find all the to dos and send it back to the user in the response. Now to interact with our API, we'll be using a program called Postman. There are other programs that can allow you to use the API, such as Insomnia and so on and so forth. But I use Postman because it's quite easy to use. I have created certain requests, so you don't have to. You just create a request like I have done here. It should be a get request. It should go to this URL. When I click send, it should fetch me any to do that I have created. And it says connection refused. That's because I have not started the web server here. So I can run the same command that I had run earlier, which is npm run dev. And since both of the programs have been configured the same way, it's going to use it the same way. Now do that. It's listening on port 8000, and now hopefully if I try it out, it'll work just fine. So you send it and it returns a to-do that I had created earlier to check whether or not the API is working. So it's working just fine. So let's take a look at what's happening here. Basically, it takes a get request, which as you can see, we have created a get request. This is the request that tells us these are the other kinds of requests, all other kinds of requests that are available. The ones we are interested in are on the top. So we use the get request, get the data. We call the find all to dos function, await the result because it's going to take some time to get the data from the database. And then when it gets it, sends it back to the user. Similarly, we find the data from a to dos by passing it an ID. Now, as you can see, there's a colon right in front of it. This means a dynamic parameter. That means that the user can specify the value for this. Let's check. So this is not the thing that I want to use. Get to do by ID. So since I have created a to do already, use its ID. You pass in the ID in the URL, send the request, and as you can see, it gives you the ID of that. Now I can change the ID to be anything. I see we have got a question. Do we need to have an ID, MongoDB ID, or can we replace it with any of the user ID? So you can create user-defined IDs, which could just be what is it? It could just be a serialized number. So the first record will get 1 as an ID, second record will get 2, so on and so forth. But it is recommended that you make it to have randomly generated string IDs, and MongoDB does it automatically for us. It's good from the security perspective. So you should do that here. So what we do is we get the ID and then we pass find to do by ID, the ID that we get from the URL. So it goes to the request, takes a look at the parameters that have been passed. In our case, we have defined only one named ID, and since since expressjs takes care of the parsing of the request and populating the request object, it takes a look at the parameters and creates an ID parameter there. So we just pass it and get the data back from the mongodb database. Now we take a look at the post method, which is used to create a to-do, which is what this helpful comment is showing us. To do that, all you have to do is go to the create to-do function. As you can see, it's post request that this label is showing, and also you can see here in the post request, since we're using JSON, I have to pass in some data. Let me just pass in some data. I'll call it to do one, which means the first to do, and it's not completed. I send the data. I return back the ID. If I want to check if it has been persisted, since we've gotten the response, it has been persisted. But if you want to check, you can take a look at all to-dos, and as you can see, our to-do that we had completed earlier is there, and this one is here as well. And we can take a look at the to-do created just now as well. And as you can see, it has been returned. Now we come to update. So you go here. To update, we can use the put method. Also, you can use the patch method as well. Both of them are almost the same. In put, you define, you say that entire entity has been updated. In patch, only a few fields of this is updated. So you can use patch here as well. It doesn't really matter. So what we do is we get the request ID and the body, and we send it to the users. So let me just open nodemon, postman. This is the ID. I'll just pass in the ID of the newly created to do. And what do we want to replace it with? So instead of it being to do /1, I can make it important to do, and I'll change the done to true. Send back. It'll respond with everything, and this is what has been updated. So now if I take a look at this, send the request, and as you can see, it has been created. Now as you can see, I have misspelled it. That was on purpose. Now I can just go important. It returns the thing that it was before I updated it. So it looks like this. It looked like this, but now it has been updated. So if I click on this, now as you can see, this is the earlier spelling mistake. And now if I take a look at all the to-dos, it has been updated and it's correctly spelled. Finally, we have the delete option. Again, the delete option is quite easy to understand. Let me just show you. You go to app.delete, which means look at the delete function. If any URL that comes to /to do/ with a random ID and it's a delete method, then perform this code. We delete the to-do, we get the deleted to-do, and we send it to the user. So now if I want to delete a to-do, all I have to do is I have to pass in the ID. So since the new ID is, let me just check. I think the ID is this. And if I want to delete it, I can just go and pass in the to-do, pass in the ID, send, and this is the to-do that has been deleted. Save it. And now if I try and get all the to-dos, as you can see, instead of 2, we only get 1. So that's our API. It's quite easy to build an API. It takes a little bit of time, but it's done. In case you have any questions, please do ask. Let me just take a look at the questions that I've been asked so far that I haven't addressed, and then we'll move on. All right. So someone has asked, I believe for REST API, we don't want to give session ID in in the request, but you have provided in the request. So this is not a session ID. This is the ID of the user, or ID of the, not the user, but the ID of the database that is inside our data. So this is really a judgment call that you can make in case you don't want to use databases, in case you don't want to display the ID, you can just leave it out. But then the user would have to know the ID, because that's how they are going to ask for a particular data. So if they want to get a particular tutu, they need to know what the particular ID of that tutu is. So that's why we use that. All right, someone has asked any prerequisite. Yes, you need to know the basic HTTP requests. You do need to know particular subsets of HTTP request response cycle. You need to know a little bit of HTTP and so on and so forth. But there's no something that you can't learn on your own. And we'll also guide you through some of the resources in just a moment. So we can protect the delete or put request using some yes, you can use some authentication, but the point of this session was to show you how you can create a basic API. In authentication, you would have to take a lot of time, so that would be a difficult thing. Okay, is this in this any format restricted access or Excel or PDF? Well, we are sending the data and receiving the data back using JSON data, so you don't have to worry about that. You can use PDF and all, but I would really recommend that you don't use PDFs. You can just explain the show the data in HTML page, which they can then print out in HTML themselves. So you don't have to do anything about that. Rust, can we use cloud as a server from REST API? So this application that you have created, you can deploy it on a cloud such as AWS or any other service, and that will run this API for you on the cloud server. So that's why you can use that in case you want to. All right. So the workflow step is this. Let me just close the API. Firstly, you create a folder in which you are getting down and understanding what the problem was, and then creating smaller modules in which we'll be using. So we needed a server and a persistence module. The reason why I called it persistence is because you could either use databases or you can use other things, such as you could use databases or you can use flat file system. You could use any other database as well. So inside you create the database code and expose it using the index.js. Only expose the things that are needed to be exposed. So they don't need to know how to connect to the database, so you don't expose that. After that, you create the server. Inside the server, you define the routes and you define the actions that need to be performed when a particular route is hit. Also, one thing I'd like to mention is that this is by no means a complete API. You need to take care of a lot of things like the validation of the data, and also probably things to do when user uh, user asks for some data that is not available in our database. And then finally we create our application, which we import the server, and then we start it, then start listening on port 8000. So that's how that works. What would be distributable for API? So for API, all you have to do is let me just open up my folder in which this is in. Leave this folder. This is the node modules folder. You can delete it as well, and share these files. Copy them on your server, store it inside a zip file, and then deploy it whatever you want to. Create a Docker container and then deploy it however you wish to do it. Just don't include the node modules folder. The reason being that when you deploy it on the server, what the server will do is, firstly it will take a look at package.json. Inside it will take a look at the dependencies that you have specified, codes, express, mongoose, and it will download it for your application itself, and then it will use it. So will other people as well. So that's how you would do that. All right. Hopefully this has been informative for you. Thank you so much for sticking around till now. All right, guys. So thank you so much for joining us for this session, and we'll be ending the session, and you'll get all the questions, all the PPTs, and all the code on your mail as soon as we can make it available to you. So thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.
Hello everyone, welcome to this session on creating a full stack application like Netflix. Right now, we're going to start off with Netflix system design, and then we're going to move on with
Netflix APIs. Okay, so let's start with the session, guys. For those of you who are not knowing what Netflix is, I'm pretty sure everyone knows about it, but still, if there's anyone who doesn't know about what Netflix is, let me give you a brief intro as to what Netflix is. Okay, so guys, Netflix is basically a premium video streaming platform, and it has around active 500 million users around the globe, right? And it offers a wide variety of videos to see, from series to movies to documentaries to even comedy genres, and all these are hosted on one platform, and with a simple click you can watch any video you want on that Netflix streaming platform. Okay, now having said that, there are a few things that you have to keep in mind. For example, when you talk about a video streaming platform like YouTube, now YouTube is something which is free for all, right? So even if, let's say, there's a downtown time on YouTube, it won't affect their user base much. But when we talk about a premium service like Netflix, where people are paying monthly for the content that they see, Netflix has to ensure a lot of things, before they can actually provide a service to the customer. Now, what are those things? For example, if, let's say, the video that you are seeing, it takes a lot of buffering time, right? Then I think for a lot of you, you would not be interested to see that platform, right? Now, when people subscribe to a Netflix streaming service, right, they come from all walks of life. Some people might not have a good internet connection, right? Some people might not have a laptop. Some people might have a very old phones. So, how is Netflix tackling all these problems is something that we're going to understand, because that is what their business model is. That is how they're earning their bread and butter, right? So, that's why they have put in place a lot of measures to basically address, or basically take into account, the different kind of people who are subscribed to their service. And we will be discussing that as we move along. Okay, so how does Netflix manages, low latency? Now, for those of you who are from non-tech background, you might not know what low latency is. So, guys, low latency is nothing but, when you click on the Netflix app, it should just not buffer. It should play a video. So, how does Netflix ensure that they give you the lowest response time possible? That is, it gives you the video right away. The only hurdle that you might have is your internet speed. How does Netflix ensure that their servers are all fully available to all their users, even if it's 100 million or a 200 million or even a 500 million user base which is watching at the same time? So let's understand that. So guys, Netflix makes use of something which is called as a content delivery network, right? So what is a content delivery network? So let me basically show you from the illustration that we have over here. Okay, so guys, this is your Netflix original server. Okay, now what do you mean by an original server? Now, as you all might know, that Netflix is basically a US company, right? So, when it's a US company, it makes sense that the company, when it must have launched, it must have, had servers which were there in the US region, right? Now, what do I mean by that? So let's say, when we, as a company, we are Intellipaat.com, right? Most of our users, they reside in the US and in India. Now we have users from other parts of the country as well, other part of the globe as well. But most of our users, they reside in India and in the US. Okay. Now, when we talk about the servers that we have as a company, all our servers are basically deployed in India, right? So, but that is something which was, causing us a problem. Why? Because uh, if you talk about the distance, so let's talk about it in very simple terms. So when you, let's say, are living in a country, let's say over here, right? And when you have to, basically access a server which is residing in the US, this is the distance that you will be covering. Similarly, let's say you are residing over here as a user, and this is the distance that you are covering for accessing the server which is for Netflix. Now, obviously, the content, if you are trying to access from this server, it will reach out to you faster than a user who is residing in a country which is as far as this particular circle over here. Okay, so how do you go ahead and give your content in the same response time possible, irrespective of the fact that the customers are living in different locations of the world? Now, one thing that you can do is you can deploy a server in each and every country, right? And then basically, route every user to that particular server, so that let's say if you are in US, you will be basically going to the US server. If you are in India, you will be going to the Indian server. If you are in a country like Africa, you'll be going to the African server, and it goes on. So it depends on where you are accessing the service, and based on that you're connected to the respective server. Now this sounds good, but it is a very expensive operation when you think about the kind of investment that you might have to make to create this kind of an architecture, right? Let's say, for example, you and me, we try tomorrow to open a startup, which is again a video streaming service, or which say, let's say, is an internet company, right? Which basically has its own product which users have to use. And if our aim is to provide our users with the best service possible, we would also want to have an architecture where all our servers are deployed in every country of the continent, and so as to give the lowest latency possible to every user, right? But let's say you don't have that kind of an investment, so what would you do? So that's why we have things like cloud. So we have cloud providers like AWS, we have cloud providers like Azure, which basically provide us with infrastructure. Okay, so now let me tell you how Netflix is solving this problem. So Netflix was again a startup in its early years, and what it did was, so let's say this is the place where they have their original server. So there is a service, in cloud, which is called a content delivery network. Now, what is a content delivery network? A content delivery network, basically what it does is it deploys, or it has servers in many parts of the world, right? So that is basically taken care of by your cloud provider. For example, let's talk about cloud providers like Amazon. Let's talk about cloud providers like Azure, like Google Cloud. So all these people, they are very big companies who can afford this kind of an infrastructure. Now, what they have done is they've made us, they've made available a service which is called, a content delivery network to the general public, and so that people like you and me can go ahead and deploy our content over there, and they will make it available to the rest of the world. Okay, so these servers which basically reside in countries, these servers are called edge servers, and it's not like your whole application will be deployed on these servers. These servers basically only serve static content. Okay, now I've used a lot of jargons over here. I've used jargons like low latency, I've used jargons like edge servers. I've used jargons like static content. So let me clear up then one by one. Okay. So when you talk about your original server, so there's a difference between something called as dynamic content. So you have something called as dynamic content. Dynamic content is nothing but a content which changes. Okay. Whenever there is a change, it's called dynamic content. And static content basically means no change. So when there is no change, it's called static, and dynamic basically means when there is a change. Now, what happens is that when you talk about a streaming service like Netflix, what is the content that you're dealing with? Okay, so I would want everyone's contribution over here. What is the kind of content that you're dealing with when you talk about a service like Netflix? Now, let me put down a question for you. Now, when the movies that you see on Netflix, right? Those movies are all same. They're not changing, right? They're all the same. Everyone in the world, if they want to see Avengers as a movie, everyone will see the same movie, right? So is it dynamic or is it static? All right. So let me make it more simple for you guys. There is something called as dynamic files. Now, what do you mean by dynamic files? Let's say, let's assume that you go to youtube.com, okay, and you search for a particular video. So when you're searching for a particular video, the video rankings they differ, right? For example, let's talk about the trending page of YouTube. So the trending page of YouTube changes according to views which are coming onto the channel, or which are coming on the video. So your trending page is dynamic. Why? Because every time it has to go back to the database to see how many views have come in, how many likes have come in, and accordingly its algorithm then says, okay, so this video should be trending number one, this video should be trending number two, so on and so forth, right? So dynamic content basically means which changes in real time, which changes when time passes by. That is what dynamic content means. So if you talk about the trending page of YouTube, that is dynamic. Why? Because every time you load the trending page of YouTube, it will always give you the latest videos that you have to see. Let me give you one more example. When you talk about news channels, right, or when you talk about news websites, so every day when you log into your news websites, the list of news they change, right? So you are always given fresh content. So that homepage of that news website is dynamic. But when you talk about the news itself, right, let's say the newspaper has published news today on its website, that news is not going to change. So that news now is static. I hope you guys understand the difference. So when you are dealing with a website, you have a web page which in which probably the content is not going to change. In that case, the web page will be static. And if the content is going to change based on the changes or based on the dynamics which are going around that content, in that case it will be a dynamic page. Let me open Netflix for you guys and let's try to answer it from there. So let's go to netflix.com. So this is netflix.com, guys. Now what happened here, this page got loaded automatically, right? So this page, it has new movies added to it time and again, and that's why this page is dynamic. But let's say I play a movie. Let's say I play a movie like, let's say, Founder, right? So when I'm playing this movie is now static. Why? Because the Founder movie, if you open it on your computer, right, it will be the same. If I'm opening it on my system, it is the same, right? And as you can see, this movie got opened in a separate web page, all right? But let's say so, and also notice the time that this video takes to load. Now a video is a lot much size in MBs, right? But still it does not take only 10 seconds for the movie to start. But when you talk about the netflix.com page, here you can see as I'm scrolling, it is still loading the page. Can you see? And when you compare the type of content which is coming on a video than what is coming over here on the web page, it's completely different in size, right? So this page is taking a lot of time to load, but when you compare it to your video, it's taking very less time to load. Although the size that you have of both the web pages is massively different, right? So when you're dealing with the home page of Netflix, that's dynamic, and when you're opening any video in Netflix, that is something which is static content. But for now, is everyone clear with respect to the content that we are dealing with on Netflix? That the content that we consume actually, it is static. Is everyone clear with that? Great. Okay. So now let's go ahead and understand how Netflix is managing its data. So let me just remove what I wrote earlier. So now since everybody is clear with what dynamic and static content is, so now what happens is Netflix has all their movies on the original server, and what they do is they make use of a content delivery network by their cloud provider. Now, as you might know, Netflix is hosted completely on AWS for all their needs except their CDN, which is basically hosted by a company called OpenConnect. Okay, so OpenConnect basically gives them all these servers, which are edge locations, where they can basically put their static content, right? And this process is called caching, right? So using caching, what they do is they put all their movies, they put all their static content on the edge servers. And when you as a user want to use that application or that or want to view that video, it gets to you in the shortest time possible because of this particular architecture. So this is called a content delivery network. And this is also something that we are going to deploy tomorrow when our application is ready. Okay. So this is an architecture that they follow for static content. Now let's move forward and let's ask a different type of questions. How does Netflix basically give you multiple video resolutions? Okay, so there is something called as video encoding and transcoding. Okay, now what that basically means is when let's say I am the Netflix company and I want to publish uh, the movie Avengers on my channel or on my streaming platform. So what will I do? So what Netflix does is it first approaches, the production company who made that movie, and they say, you know what, I want, that movie to be published on my platform. So what do I have to do? So basically, the production company will sell the rights to Netflix, using some deal, and when the deal is over, the production company hands over the content to Netflix. Okay, so let's say I'm getting the movie Avengers. So what you see in your mobile today, that Avengers movie, even if you're streaming it in 4K, the maximum size of that movie is going to be around 10 to 11 GB, right? But when you talk about the actual movie which is coming from the production company, it's in hundreds of GBs, because that is the kind of quality that they create the movie with. That is the kind of detail that each scene in that movie has, right? Now obviously if a movie is around hundreds of GBs, uh, you and I as a normal consumer, we will not watch it, because if I have to download one movie for 100 GB, probably that will end my entire internet plan, right? So that is something that I cannot afford to do. So that's where these streaming companies, they come in, and what they do is they transcode and they encode the video. Okay, and how do they do that? So first of all, let's understand what are the different operations which are involved, in uh, converting a video, and why do we actually do it. Okay, so when we are dealing with the video, first of all, what we have to make sure of is that every device which is out there, which is using my platform, that device should be able to use, or you should be able to play my video. Okay, so that means if someone is using Netflix on their tab, they should be able to use it. If someone is using Netflix on their laptop, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix on their TV, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix, let's say on any other device which might have a different screen resolution, everybody should be able to use it. Okay, so first thing is I have to make sure that the movie that I am basically converting, or the movie that I am having on my platform, it should have the desired screen resolution so that everybody on their own device can watch it. Now how do I deal with that? So what I do is every content that I have to stream, or all the kind of devices that I have to stream to, I will have a different copy of movie for all those devices. Okay. So if I'm dealing with an iPhone, I know what the resolution of an iPhone is. So iPhone for the iPhone, I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay. So let's say this is iPhone. If I am dealing with an iPad, then I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay. If I am dealing with a MacBook, again the resolution is different, right? So I will be dealing with a different resolution of movie. So on and so forth. There are so many devices out there which will have different screen resolutions. I will go ahead and have a video for each of these devices. This is the first thing that I do. Okay. Now comes the problem of having videos in different formats. For example, videos can be in 4K, Videos can be in 1080p. Somebody might want to view the movie in 4K. Somebody might want to see it in 1080. Then you have 720, right? Then you have 480p. Then you have 360. Then you have 240. Then you have 144, right? So all these are different resolutions that all these are different sizes of my video that everybody might want to watch. Now, the part over here which is interesting to know is these things, they switch between each other, right? Let's say if you're watching a movie in 1080 and you want to switch to 720p, you can do that by selecting the video quality option and changing that to a resolution that you want, right? And then the movie starts to play from there, but in that particular resolution. So how does that happen? So Netflix maintains a copy of each and every video resolution that you want to watch on your device. Same goes with YouTube, same goes with any other platform. There is no algorithm which can which will on the fly convert a video according to what the user wants, right? It will take a lot of time, and that's why we do not do it by algorithms. What we do is we maintain separate copies of each resolution that we want to stream to our users. And at the same time, we also maintain copy according to different devices. On an iPhone, the movie will be different in size because the screen size is different. On iPad, it will be different, and on a MacBook also, it will be different. So all these resolutions, the 4K resolution, they will be both. They will be for iPhone also, they will be for iPad also, and it will be for the MacBook also. Similarly, a 1080p video, it will be for the iPhone also, for the iPad also, for the MacBook also. So that's how you basically go ahead and create this kind of content first before you can make it available to the users. Okay, then what you do is you make it available on a central location where all your movies are stored. Okay, so somebody pointed out that Netflix was using S3 before and now they're using Open Connect. So now for all of us to understand, let me put it like this. So all of you might be aware of something called as Google Drive. Okay, so what I will do is, let's say if I have to upload a movie called Avengers, so I will create a folder on Google Drive. So I will have a Google Drive folder. Now in that Google Drive folder, what I will do is I will create a folder called Avengers. Now in this Avengers folder, what I will do is I will put in all the video files that I have encoded and transcoded, basically, which are basically in different resolutions, which are in different formats, and everything will be stored over here. Okay, and now based on what the user is asking, my Google Drive link will keep on changing. If I am asking, so link one, let's say it's for 4K video, right? Link one is for 4K video. Link two, let's say it's for 1080p video. So whenever you change your resolution on your device, right? Let's say this is your mobile device. So whenever you change the resolution over here, your link changes to the video that you were streaming from, right? And then suddenly you get that video streamed to uh, your device, and that's how you see that particular resolution on your phone. So this is how it works when it comes to the different resolutions that we deal with every day without even us knowing when our internet connection becomes slow. Okay, so before we move ahead, I want to tell you one more thing. Now, let's say this is the Google Drive that we're dealing with. So when you want to use a Google Drive in cloud, when you want to use an equivalent service of Google Drive in cloud with unlimited storage, so let's say what Netflix uses is something called as AWS S3. So all their movies they store on this Google Drive like service, and what they then do is they enable the content delivery network on this folder that they have created in AWS S3. Now, when they make the content delivery enabled on this AWS S3 folder, which is nothing but having your movie, all these resolutions that you basically converted and stored in this folder are then distributed among all the servers which are there across the world, and every server will now have all those resolutions stored in them. And now you as a user, when you will be sitting in a location trying to access that video, you will be connected to the nearest edge location where the quality of video that you want to see will be available and which will be streamed to your device. Okay, so guys, now let's go ahead and understand, because that is something which I've also planned for you guys to explain. How does video recommendation basically work? Okay, so let's try to understand that. So what is recommendation? Recommendation basically means, let's say uh, I am basically dealing with videos today, right? And I want to see uh, what how will Netflix identify what kind of movies I will like for next to see. And most of the times, what Netflix recommends me as videos, they're all correct, right? Probably that is the kind of movie that I want to watch. You would have seen a similar pattern even on a streaming platform like YouTube, where YouTube basically recommends you different kinds of videos that you might be interested to watch. Now, all of them you might not be interested to watch, but most of them is something that you are interested to see and you click on that, right? A similar thing you would have also seen when you play music videos on a streaming platform like YouTube. Sometimes the next song that is going to play after the video that you have played is something that is actually something that you want to listen to. So how is that managed, or how is that taken care of by a video streaming platform? Let's understand that. All right, now let's talk about how the Netflix recommendation basically works. Okay, so guys, when you deal with Netflix recommendation, again, how does Netflix know which kind of movies to recommend you? Let's try to understand that process. All right, guys. So there are, when you talk about recommendation, so this is basically called a recommendation engine. Okay, so what is a recommendation engine? A recommendation engine basically deals with two kind of things, or it can basically be created in two kind of ways. One is collaborative filtering and the other is content based filtering. What is the difference between the two? So collaborative filtering basically means, let's say you and I, we both are on Netflix. Okay, now I as a user, so you would have seen when you sign up on Netflix and when you're setting up your account, it asks you which movies would you be interested in. English movies, Hindi movies, Punjabi movies, or some other language movies. You select the movie that you want, the movie language that you want, and then you click on next. Then it'll ask you the different kind of genres that you will be interested in. For example, action movies, comedy movies, romantic movies. So all these you select, and what you're doing is in the backend, Netflix is trying to identify what is your kind of interest that you're dealing with. Okay, and based on that it is creating a user profile for you, right? So that is what Netflix is doing in the backend, and based on this user profile that you create, it basically recommends you stuff, right? And now it does it in two ways. So let's say there are two people, as you can see on the screen, who basically answered these questions when they were signing up on Netflix, and they basically selected the same kind of answers. Okay, now what happens is when let's say this lady, she logs into Netflix and she watches a movie, right? And she watches that movie in entirety. She watches the whole movie from starting to end. That basically means that that movie had engaged her, and people who are similar to her, people who opted for the same kind of choices as she did, this movie can be recommended to other people, right? Similarly, let's say this guy also logs in into Netflix after selecting the same things as she did, and he watched a movie which basically he also watched in entirety, right? Let's say she watched a movie called, let's take the example of Avengers again. She watched a movie called Avengers, which was packed with action, which had all the good heroes in it, right? She watched two or three scenes repetitively, which probably had Chris Hemsworth involved in it. And then that by that Netflix analyzes, okay, so at this particular point in time, you'd have the actor involved in the scene was Chris Hemsworth. So probably this user likes Chris Hemsworth. Okay, so next time for this particular lady, when Netflix is again going to recommend videos, it is going to recommend videos more of Chris Hemsworth, right? But on the other hand, let's talk about, she watched Avengers, right? Now this guy, he watched, let's say, a movie like Lagan on Netflix. So Lagan is a Hindi movie. Some of you might not know about it, but let's say he watched Lagan on his movie, as since his preferences were also about Hindi movies, and she also chose to watch Hindi movies. So this lady will also be recommended Lagan now. Why? Because she chose that she liked action movies, she liked romantic movies, she probably liked historical movies as well, and this guy also liked historical movies, right? So based on this, because these two people are similar, Netflix recommends both these people the similar movies that they each one of them is watching, right? And this is called collaborative filtering, where we as a community who is watching movies on Netflix, we are giving the data to Netflix so that Netflix can recommend to other people that this is a movie that you might be interested in watching, right? And now there are a lot of things which goes behind this. There's an age criteria as well. For example, I'm, let's say, 21 years old, right? So if I'm 21 years old and somebody else is also 21 years old who shares similar interests as me, chances of me liking a movie and the other person also liking a movie would be more, right? Let's say I have similar interests and somebody else who is 32 or 33 years old also has similar interests. But the chances of us watching the same movie or same content would be unlikely. Why? Because there's an age gap, and hence we have a different maturity level as well. Okay. So similarly, you have a second approach as well in recommendation engine, which is called content based filtering. Now, what is content based filtering? Content based filtering basically deals with content which is of similar kind, right? Let's say I don't want to go ahead and collect data from my users. I'm not doing that. In that case, what I can do is I can punch in data for each and every movie that I have published on my platform. So let's say I have a movie on action, which is going to have a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And I'm interested in that movie. The second movie that I also watch is also is also packed up with a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And it's also an action genre. So now what Netflix is going to recommend me is going to be of similar kind. The content is going to be of similar kind, right? And this is a very high level overview of how recommendation engine works. Obviously, there are a lot of other parameters also involved in it. Recommendation involves machine learning, right? And when I say machine learning, don't get scared with that word. Machine learning is nothing but going through a lot of data that I just told you about. For example, who watched which movie, what are the different kind of interests that they have, and based on looking at all these different kind of criteria, the system recommends you, a video. Now, if a human were to do that, it will take a lot of time to analyze for each user how many videos to recommend. But when you give this similar task to a system, it can concurrently give it to all the users who are watching the movie on the streaming platform, which is Netflix. And that is, in a gist, what machine learning is all about. It basically processes a lot of data at the same time, and then it crunches out data which the human told it to crunch out. Okay, so that is what machine learning is, and that is exactly how recommendation engine and in a Netflix platform also works around it. Okay.
All right, guys. So now we'll begin with the coding part. And before we begin, I'd like to ask everyone, I'd like to see if everyone's joined in. And I'd like to firstly begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be doing in this session, in coding session, what we'll be building, how we'll be building it, and what are the things that we'll be taking a look at. So let me first begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be trying to do. In case you have any questions, please do raise them. So I'd like to show you what I'll be doing. So I have created a small API based application. We'll be using the technologies of Node.js. And for the database, we'll be using mongoDB. So MongoDB and Node.js go hand in hand. Now, for those of you who are unaware of these technologies, who have never worked with MongoDB, Node.js, it's completely fine. The aim of this webinar is not to show you what exactly the code is, but to show you how you go about creating something like Netflix, how you create the back end, how you create the front end, how what do these terms mean, and how do you get about doing this. So I'd like to firstly begin by explaining to you how Netflix is built, or how things happen in Netflix code wise. So the first thing is Netflix is divided into two parts, or any full stack application is divided into two parts basically: the front end and the back end. So front end and back end are quite popular terms, and I'm quite sure that many of you know what these mean. But for those of you who are unaware, front end is basically the thing that you see, that you interact with. Your browser renders these things, the images, the buttons, the layout, video player, your click events, everything that is associated with what the user sees and how they interact with it. That's associated with front end. So all the animations, all the sliding, everything, it's all associated with the front end. So let me just show you. This is what the image looks like. Now Netflix has a really big department for front end, and they do a lot of stuff. They try to make their front end as responsive and as quick as possible. To do this, what they do is they divide their front end into small chunks or small pieces. So these pieces you can think of as small components. So libraries like React and Angular do the same thing. Someone has asked the question, Pallavi is asking, while coding what to install, as I have never used Node.js and all before. Another person has asked, where can you find the recording? Well, the recording will be sent to you via on your email. But for those of you who are wondering what to install and how to code, don't worry about most of it. For the things that we'll be using are Node.js and MongoDB, but you don't have to install them right away. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to show you how you go about coding these things, not what exactly the code is and what exactly are the features that we're building. We're trying to understand how to build Netflix from the ground up. So that's what I'll try to do here. So as you can see that it has several components of it, such as the search feature, your accounts, the TV shows, the slider, the background image, the play button, the information button. Everything is a component. And these components are basically things that are rendered on your screen, and they interact with your clicks and with your gestures, or however you interact with your websites. So someone has asked, if you have never worked in MongoDB, can you understand? Yeah. So don't worry about if you've never worked with Node.js or MongoDB, or if you've never written a single line of code. What For those of you who have, I'll be sure that you understand how it works. But for those of you who haven't, try and get as much as possible about the architecture and how things are done. I'll show you what the process of getting a design specification and then building your code from there is. That's what's important. Learning a programming language and then building stuff on top of it is something that you do need to know. But for this session, you don't need to be a master in these kinds of things. Even if you have not worked with Node.js, you can still get a lot out of the content. So just stick around and you'll be fine here. So as I was saying, that these are the components. Now this is the front end. For those of you who are unaware, front end is basically what you see. So as you've already seen the buttons and all that, but all of the data inside the front end is not encoded. So none of the things such as the movies list, things such as the name of the film and your account name, not everything is pre-encoded. So the thing that I'm trying to get across is, when you create another account, a new HTML page for your account is not generated. What they do basically is they create something called a template. Now, for those of you who have worked with other kind of programming languages, you basically know what a template is, but let me just show you. Let's say that I want you to create some program in which what you do is I give you my name and you return hello space and the name that I just gave to you. So this is what is known as a template. You have some static data combined or interpolated with some dynamic content. And what you want to do in the template is you want to define the dynamic static data and leave places or slots for dynamic content that you will get from some other place. You could get it from an external web service, you can get it from your own APIs, you can get it from a JSON file, you can get it from lots of multiple sources. So you can, or you may, basically you could also get it from the user. That's also possible. So there's a lot of things that you can do. So essentially, for instance, for the name thing, if I type hello space and I leave and I write it like this basically means, and don't worry about the syntax, what the time I'm trying to get across is that the hello, comma, and space, these are the things that are static. Now we talk about dynamic content. There's a variable with the name that the user has given me. They have given me their name, and I have stored it inside a memory location, and that memory location is given the identifier of name. So whenever I try to reference name, that is what will be referenced. So with that in mind, this is what it is. And now for the dynamic content in our Netflix application, what happens is we have the backend that serves us the data that we want to fill the template with. So what happens here is that the backend is associated with a database or a DB, as you might call it. What the DB does is that it stores everything that you might need to send back to the front end so that it can build the entire page or the entire user interface. So it could contain things that might not even be visible on the screen, such as the user's username and password. So username and password. Now the user will input these things from the front end. Our backend will take that, verify that the username and password exist and are both associated in our database. And if that does exist, then we tell our front end that yes, the user exists, authenticate him, and let him do the task that he wants to do. So other things that backend can do is the authorization, which is basically when the user tries to delete some content or make changes to the content that isn't there, or so for instance in Netflix you have multiple accounts, and from one account you can give access to other accounts and change those accounts. Those are called primary accounts. So whether or not one account is primary or secondary, the user has logged into it, that's called authorization part. Essentially the flow happens like this: the front end renders, or basically what happens is front end is loaded. After it loads, it sends a request to the backend to get the data that we want to fill our entire page with. So for our Netflix example, the data that we want to fill it with are these images, this last days of America's crime, the title of the movie, these things such as the notification, unread notification count, the account title, and the play button, and all of that. So we want to get all of this content from the web page. So basically, it's just text and some data. So we want the name of the file. We want to do these things. So here, what we do is we get the data from the backend. The backend goes ahead, queries the database, and returns the data that it wants to return. Now, an important part to understand is that we want to return it in a format that everyone can understand. So let's say that my front end is built in JavaScript, but backend could be built in any language. The reason why we separate these things is because separating them makes it easy for us to build the backend and front end separately. Even if the front end is not complete, we can still continue with building features in the backend and adding features and refining the features. So what happens here is that we use a format called JSON. Again, it is a programming term. Most of you might not be aware of it, but basically JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's a lightweight data interchange format. It looks something like this. So this is one row of data that we'll be exchanging. And the properties that I want to exchange, let's say the ID of the movie. So let's say the ID is 1. Name of the movie, you can name it anything. Let me just name it demo. And there could be multiple things that you might want to show to the user, such as the movie's ratings, the release date, the genre, which all of this will be taking a look at in a moment. But this is all there is. So this is the flow of the application. The reason why things are broken up like this is because we want our applications to be completely decoupled. We want our application to be built by two separate teams, and those teams would have communications, but it's not necessarily the case that if some feature in front end is having a particular bug, or we are not able to build that feature on time, the backend would not be stagnant. The backend team can still churn out the features that we need for other UI frameworks or other applications to work. Another good thing is that the front end could be multiple things. So it could be your website, could be an Android app. It could also be an iOS app. It could be a Fire TV app or Amazon OS or many other kinds of applications. So all they have to do is they have to send the request to our server. Our backend will pick up those requests. If those requests are valid, then we send back the response. So that's what this is. This is why we have front end and back end completely separated. Hopefully you guys understood this. If you have any questions, please raise them now, but make sure that the questions are about the differences between front end and back end. And any other question about coding, we'll be taking a look at the coding part. And if you have any questions about that, then raise them then. But if you have any questions, then do raise them. I'll be more than happy to answer. So with that, let me just show you what exactly we're trying to do. So whenever you're trying to build an application, the first thing that you should do is you should write something called a spec or specification. So these are the features that we'll be taking a look at. We'll be taking a look at if we have a library of movies and if the user asks for a particular term, let's say that they search for the keyword of dark, and we have lots of movies like Dark Knight Rises or The Dark Knight or many other Black Delilah or any other kind of movie that's associated with the word dark, and we want to send it back to the user. This is how we do it. Our application will be locally hosted, so you don't need to have a web server for your own purposes. You can create a local server, and which I'll show you how to do in a moment. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to create URLs that you can send requests to, get the response back, parse that request or make sense of that request, and then populate your front end with the data that is returned from the backend or from the response that you got by querying a URL. So this is the URL we have created /search. You might have seen this being used in multiple places, and we're basically passing this, which is a query string. A query string basically allows you to tack on a lot of information behind the scenes. So we're saying, okay, for the value of Q, I want dark. This is the thing that I want to query. Our backend will pick this up, look into our database, find out things that contain the word dark, and then we send back all the data that we get by querying the word keyword dark. We send it back to the user and they take a look at it. Similarly, we can list by genre. So if the user says, okay, show me all the movies that are belonging to the action genre. So we say, okay, send a request to this URL, and the data we want to send along is the genre that the user has requested us to give them. So the genre is action, and we give them all the movies. Here we can also show them that, okay, this is the URL. We want you to basically view the top 20 most viewed videos. So if you take a look at YouTube and you take a look at the most trending tab, this is how the feature is built. Netflix has something similar. So this is how that is built. And finally, the streaming part. So how do you get the URL to stream your data? Now, again, as it was explained earlier in the PPT, that we don't have the entire server set up and we have not deployed it to the cloud, we'll be hosting some of the URLs locally, and those small videos will be hosted locally, and I'll show you how to embed that video in a web page. So we'll take a look at that. Now with the specification that we get, which is this one, these are all the features that we want, and it contains, usually specifications are very verbose. They contain a lot of things such as what to do when the things go wrong, what is the shape of the response, and so on. But for our purposes, this is what the specification is, and this is what our database will look like. So I have a NoSQL database called mongoDB. Basically, this is the name of the table, if you are aware of SQL databases such as MySQL or other databases. And these are the fields that I want, an ID or the identifier from which we can uniquely identify a movie. So even if two movies have different names, we have assigned a unique number to it, so from which we can recognize, similar to the roll number that you're given when you enter a school or join a school or a college. The name, the release date, genre, rating, and view count. It's important to note that we have entered all of that data in the database, and I'll show you how we've done that. Don't worry about it. And the videos table will contain the ID of the movie that you want the location of the video file to, and the location, which contains the name of the video file. So if I have a movie such as Lord of the Rings, which was released in 2001, and it has an ID of 2, now I want to get the video URL of any movie that has the ID 2. Since we have IDs to be unique, so content ID will be 2, and the location will be name of the movie, which could be Lord of the Rings 1. I'll show you how that works in a moment. This is what the database looks like. The benefit of using a NoSQL database, and Netflix uses NoSQL databases as well, is that you don't have to create the schema, or you don't have to create the table yourself. You don't have to describe to the database management system that this is what the table should be, these are the rows, these are the columns, these are the constraints on the columns. You can just basically tell them, okay, this is what I expect the user to pass in. If they don't, then they then leave those fields blank. I don't care about that. Is the table structure defined in JSON? So in other kinds of NoSQL databases, there could be other formats, but here, since we're using MongoDB, it will be defined in JSON. So you are correct in assuming that. So what is the location? Is it the path of the system? Yeah, so the location would be the location of the video file that our video player will get that it wants to play. So for instance, we need to have a video file such as for an MP4 file that we need the location for, so that the video player could play those videos. So basically we'll be sending the entire URL to the video player, and that video player will take a look at that URL, embed it in the source, and it will show us. So in case it didn't make much sense, don't worry, we'll take a look at some code and it will show you. Okay, this is what the specification is. We have got the database. Now for those of you, I just like to show you, this is my MongoDB shell. Shell is basically how you interact with a database by passing commands. So let me just show you the databases. Now I have a Netflix database. This is the database that I have created so far. There are other databases that come with MongoDB by default. So I'll be using Netflix. And now we have switched to Netflix. Now I would like to take a look at the collections. Collections are basically the tables and we have media and the videos databases, similar to what we have here. This is the media, which is basically the information about the movie that we want to see, and videos is basically the path of the video associated to that. The reason why I have separated both of them is because these could be worked on by two teams. One team would be the one that is updating the information, and the other team is the one that is taking care of inserting the binary data or the video file on the Netflix servers and then replicating them and all of that. So that's how that works. This is what we have. And again, if you have MongoDB but you don't have all of this, I'll show you what to do. So now we'll be jumping into some code. But before we do, let me just show you one other thing, which is the command prompt. So this is the command prompt. This is where we type in the command, and the software that I'm using to build the backend, the language that I'm using is called Node. I have the 10.16.1 version, and this is not the latest version, but it works. So if you are trying to follow along and if you have MongoDB and Node.js, you can follow along quite easily. If you don't have that, don't worry, just take a look at the code. The video will be available to you later on. You can install these things very easily, and it's quite easy to do that. How to set up the MongoDB instance and Node.js. So basically you just go to their websites and download their setups. I won't be showing it entirely, but let me just show you. Type in Node.js, go to the download button and download the one that's for your user interface or for your operating system. Mine is Windows and I want the MSI. So I already have it. I won't be downloading it again. And for MongoDB, just type MongoDB, go to their download center or just click on here. It opens up in a few moments. Go to software, don't go to cloud, although MongoDB does provide you with the option of getting data from the cloud. You should go to the software tab, go to the community server. This is the one that we'll be using. Community servers are great for us to install. Enterprise servers are for business enterprises and they need advanced security mechanisms to work and you need to pay for them. But if you are a developer, you can use the community server. Get the information, select the operating system, select the package, which will be automatically selected to the latest package, and just download it. Now you install them like any other system that you install, and with that we get back to the code. Now what we will do is, firstly we will have to initialize a Node.js project. I have already done that, but the way to do it is you go npm, which stands for Node Package Manager. This is installed when you install Node.js, and it will be available in your command prompt. After you've typed npm, you type init init and dash dash y and press enter. So once you have done this, your the folder in which you want to create your project will have this file package.json. That's all you need for your application, for your folder to become a Node.js application. So this is what it looks like. The information that it will ask for is the name of the project, the version, description, main, and these are the things that I have added, and I'll show you what that means. It will ask for the name of the author. I have kept most of the applications as simply blank, and these are the dependencies which I'll show you what they mean. So with that in mind, now the thing that we need is we need to install certain packages. So to give you an example, a package is basically some code that someone has already written for us to use. So if you want to hash a user's password, you don't want to go through the entire mathematical concepts of writing the entire code to get the entire password and hash it. What you do is that you get the user's password and then you use some library code and hash it. That will hash it for you. So with that in mind, we use a certain libraries. First one is nodemon. What it does is that it takes a look at your server files and then it loads it again. So if you make any changes, if you try to make any changes and you save those changes and then you run them again, then your server will be loaded automatically. I'll show you what that means in a moment. This is installed in a dev dependency, which basically means that when I deploy my application, this is something that I don't need. This is only for development. For dependencies that I'm going to be needing even when the application is deployed, we use expressjs, which is an web application framework. It allows you to build a web server quite easily, and mongoose, which is a library that allows us to interact with the mongodb database. So we'll take a look at both of them. So would you share the code and mongodb content? Yeah, sure. So I'll share you the code and the mongodb content will work just as well. Now let's go with, I have created some default data, and that's what seeding means. So when you're building an application, one thing you need is you need a database that contains some default information so that you can get it from the database and then you can get it from there. Yeah, the recording will be available and the link will be sent to your email after the session ends. So what we'll be trying to do is we'll try to seed the databases. So let me just show you. I use the node command and I run this file, which is seed underscore media.js and seed underscore lib.js. So I'll just show you what that means. These are the two files. And again, the code looks very daunting. Don't worry about it. I'll just explain what code means, what this code is trying to accomplish, and you'll know. For someone who's asking how to get the package.json file, it's quite easy. Just open the command prompt in the folder that you want to use it. You want to create a package.json file or you want to create a node package, and type npm init and press enter, and you can fill out the information. Or if you don't want to fill out the information, then just pass in the flag y, which means enter all the default information and don't bother about it. So now that we have that, let me go back. So we are using mongoose and we are using the models and all that, and I'll show you what all of that means. But before that, if you want to install a package, after you have initialized the project, run npm install. And since I wanted to install nodemon, I use save dev because I want to save it as a development dependency. It should not be sent to the dev production package. I press enter, and since I already have it installed, it's going to be rather quick, but it will take a look at the metadata, which basically means, okay, this library needs some other libraries, so I'll have to download those libraries might need some other libraries. So all of this is done for you. Now it takes a look at it, and since we already have, we get the package itself. Now I want to install the mongoose and express package, so I type express and mongoose, and instead of save dev, I type nothing, and I would press enter, but it'll take some time, and we're running short on time, so I'll just not press enter. But you can if it's your new project. And what you do there after that is every library that you want to use is available on your project. So all you have to do then is just reference them like the one that I have done here. Basically, I'm saying, okay, give me access to the mongoose file and give me access to the media model. Let me just show you what model is. A model is basically a description of what your database should look like. So someone asked, why did we install Express and Mongoose? These are libraries that allow us to create our web servers and interact with the database. So don't worry about those kinds of things. Basically, what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, I want an ID column with the data to be number. So anything that I put into ID should be numeric. 1, 2, 5, 7 are all valid. A, B, C, D are invalid. Name is a string, release date should be date, and if I don't provide a value, insert the current date. Genre is a string, rating is number, view count is number. The reason why we are giving it a data type and explaining what kind of data we are expecting, it's mainly because this data is important. And if we don't give it the data type, then user can enter any kind of data. In the view count, if someone trips up and makes a mistake, they'll be entering A, B, C, D, and our database will just accept it. That will be a problem. So Node.js is the runtime or is the language that we'll be using. JavaScript is the language. Node.js is the runtime or is how you write JavaScript on the backend. And expressjs is the package. It allows us to write web servers more efficiently and more quickly. It follows best practices, so you don't have to worry about a lot of things like parsing the request, getting the headers, and all of that. With that, so we go back to our seeding file. We connect to the database by just saying if there is an error, then log it to the console. Otherwise, just connect to localhost colon 27017. This is the URL of my database server. If you have installed Node.js on your system, this is the default database, and this is the name of the database that I want. If it's not already there, then create it. If it's there, then use it. We send keep alive to be 1, which means that don't close the connection immediately. Use URL parser and use unified topology are some advanced features that you don't need to worry about. Just type this code and it'll run. This is the data that we'll be inserting. Movie names, you can take a look at them. We are inserting IDs and we are inserting the ratings as well. So we are inserting 6 movies, and then we use the seed movies function in which I basically, if the database already exists, then I delete it. How to get the link of database. So basically, once you have installed mongoDB, then all you need to do is use this link. This is the URL that mongoDB lives on your local system. If you're deploying it to cloud, then how to do it will be shown to you tomorrow session, but here it's now. So with that, we just drop, if we already have a table of media table in which we have inserted this information, then remove that. And if it doesn't exist, then don't worry about it. And then insert many function is used to insert all the data that we have just defined, and we'll be using that. So the reason why we are using all of these seed lib and seed media library is because we need some data in our database so that our API can send it to you. So basically, all I have to do now, let me just show you the seed lib library as well. It does the same thing we have, but instead of that, we will be saving the name of the files of name of the video files. Let me just open up my folder in the Netflix clone, which is the folder that I have. I have a folder called __ videos. I have a file that I have copied and I have given them names. So Dark, Lord of the Rings 1, 2, 3, Suits, and Dark Knight. These are the suppose these are the actual videos, but we don't want to spend the entire 10 GB of our disk space. So I have created a simple copied a simple Windows 7 default video, and then I have pasted it multiple times and changed the name. But you can imagine it to be something else. Now all I've done is I've saved it. I've said okay, the media with the ID of 1. So if you take a look at this, ID 1 is given to Dark Knight Rises or the Dark Knight. So media with the ID of 1, I want to get the video location of that. So I send the media ID and I get the Dark Knight. I know the location as well, so I'll just prepend it and I'll show it. How to run these files. I'll show you how to run these files. Don't worry about it when we get to it. So we get the movie data and we have associated a file name with the ID of the movies. So the fourth one is Lord of the Rings Return of the King, which is the third one. or the third Lord of the Rings. So we have Lord of the Rings 3.mp4. These are the name of the video files. You can imagine that these names could be something else because two movies with the same name could also be released. So that could be a problem. So with that, we create a seed movies function in which we just delete the video model or video collection if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, then we insert all the data and we close the connection. And we call the seed movies function here. So now if I want to seed the data, all I have to do is I have to run these files. And instead of typing this entire thing, the entire command, what I can do is I can just use the power of Nodejs and I can just run npm run. Run is a special command. When I type run and then I type seed colon, as you can see, it's media, and press enter, what it will do is it will take a look at the script tag, which is here, and it will try and find the thing that I just passed as the argument, which is seed colon media. So it takes a look at the script, seed media is this, and it replaces everything with this command. And we run this. Similarly, with seed media, I can type seed lib and it will run. And everything ran perfectly. We didn't run into any errors, which is good. Now, if I want to take a look at the data, I can just go db.media.find, and I want to get all the files. So I just type this. Now we can see the files or we can see the data, but it's not very pretty to look at. It's not very readable. So MongoDB gives us a function called pretty, and I have misspelled it. And as you can see, we have inserted all the movies that we wanted to insert. And if I want to take a look at the videos that I have inserted, as you can see, I had the videos collection or the videos table, videos, press enter, and media ID and location is inserted. So everything's working perfectly. Now I'll just show you the code and show you what we're doing. So this is what we have, and I type it npm run start, press enter, and what it will do is take a look at the script stack, take a look at the start one, and it says nodemon index.js. Now what happens? It runs. Now remember I told you the reason why we're using nodemon is because we want to reload our server. Whenever we make changes to our code, server is running in memory. So if I want to make changes to my code and then replace the already running instance of the server with the current changes that I've made, what I do, I go here. Let's say, for instance, I go to the, let me just close all of them, and I go to index.js. And what I do is, instead of listening for incoming request, I type listening at port 8000. And yeah, and just take a look at what happens when I save it. Okay, take a look at this section. I save it, and as soon as I save it, it restarts due to the changes, and it restarts the index.js file, which is the entry file. So this is why we're using nodemon, so that it reloads our server whenever we make changes, so that those changes will be reflected. Now let's take a look at what's happening. So this is the index file, which is the main file of our application. When we start it, what happens is it gets the web server that I have created. It starts the web server and listens on the port 8000. And if there is an environment variable that's already set, it takes a look at that. And when the server is established, everything is working, we console.log listening at port 8000. So this is what's happening here. Now let's go to the web server. I'll just close everything else. So firstly, we are saying that, okay, in the static folder and in the videos folder, whatever you see is all static content. Static content, you can take a look at it. It's basically just HTML files and video files. So if I show you the videos folder, it contains all the videos so that the user can access it without any problem. And the static folder contains an HTML file, which I'll show you in a moment, that contains our video player. So now what we do is we define certain routes. Routes are basically, if I would just show you, in our spec, we had defined certain URLs. So routes are this part. This is the route. This is the query parameter. The reason why we describe this is we want our application to respond to only certain requests. So if the request that is sent to a URL is not /search /content/video or /library, we don't want to send it to, we don't want to respond to it. We just say, okay, we don't know what that is. You have entered an incorrect URL, and we go ahead and do anything else that we can. Uh, the webinar will be going on for 15 to 20 more minutes. I'll explain you the code and then we'll be ending. So I'll try and do it very quickly. So this is what it looks like. Basically, what we're saying is when the request, you send the request to /search URL, what I want you to do is I want you to extract the query parameter named Q. Again, if I show you, this is the URL and Q is dark. This is the name or the keyword that the user is looking for in a movie. So whichever movie has the word dark in it is the one that we want to return. So we get it. We check whether or not it's available, whether or not user has typed in a query or whether or not the query has some data. If it does, then we want to return something. But if it doesn't have anything in it, basically the user has sent nothing for us to search for and we send the request back. We send the response as nothing to search. But if he has, then what we do is we call a function named search by term. We open that function and here it is. So here it is. And here what we're doing is we're taking a look at a repository. And in this repository, we're finding the data by name and the query that the user has sent. Query contains the name of the file. Here it will be dark that the user has sent. Now let me just show you what the repository is. The reason why I have broken things up into such level is because later on it's easier for you. When building Netflix, people break their application into small modules. These modules basically allow you to separate your internal logic from external concerns. So if tomorrow somebody comes up and says we want to use an SQL database instead of a mongoDB database, all you would have to do is you would have to create a new folder called SQL repository. Make sure that that repository has a function named find by name that takes in name and query and returns the data. And you can basically do it without any problems. So what happens is we go to our movies repository and we say find by, give it the parameter, give it the term, and it creates a regular expression, which basically means that even if the movie's name is dark beyond, it still contains the word dark, and this is the word dark, and we're passing in GNI, which means search the entire length of the data and find anywhere if it's dark. If it's named something like this is also something that you need to return. And I means that we want it to be case insensitive. So even though here D is capitalized and in a search term D is small, we still want you to give it back to the user. So yeah, the code will be given to you later on. You can contact our team to know more about it. So this is what we have. And let me take a look at the code. Since we have changed the files and saved it multiple times, you can see it's restarting again and again. Now to take a look at the data that we get, we can obviously go to our localhost /8000/search and Q is equals to, I'll pass in dark, press enter, and this is the data that we get. We get the ID, name, release date, genre, rating, and view count. This is the data that we were interested in. But if I don't pass in anything in Q, it gives nothing to search. Or if I forget to pass in the query parameter at all, it gives nothing to search. So this is the expected behavior, and this is what we get. Now let's take a look at the other routes. Here we are. In the content section, what we want is we want to search by genre. So any request that we get for /content and we have the genre as action, we want to return that. So what we do is we get the genre the same as before. We check whether or not the user has given us the information that we need. If not, we send nothing to match, and we send search by genre. We pass in the repository, we pass in the genre, and we let the function take care of the entire coding process. So again, if tomorrow they say that, okay, you have to use SQL, so I can create another file named SQL movie repository. I will write the code, import it, and then send it here. And that's all the changes that I would have to make. So With that, let's take a look at this. Now, if I go to the search by genre, here it is, search by genre. I open it up, it's inside this file, and it's doing the same thing, but here we're finding by genre instead of name. So we can reuse the code that we have already written instead of typing it again and again. We go back and we can type, instead of this, we can type content and genre is fantasy. Yeah. So we get all the movies with the genre as fantasy, as you can see. And if I don't want it to be fantasy, I want it to be action. Press enter, and this is the only movie that has the genre of action in our one. Is MongoDB comes with UI interface to view? Yeah, so MongoDB has many user interfaces that allow you to take a look at the data. We're not going to be taking a look at that because that's beyond the scope and we're running short on time. But you can basically take a look at that. One of that is called Mongo Compass. I think I already have it in my system, but you take a look at that at some later time. Okay, now since we get the data, I won't be showing you the entire code. This will be uploaded and you can take a look at that. But what I wanted to show you next was inside the web server, we have the videos library. So we find the top 10 viewed videos. Now, this is a really interesting one because we want to be able to pass in the limit, but if the user has not passed in the limit, we want to return the first top 5 videos. So what we do is we just find the limit the user has sent. If the user has not sent any limit, then just assign 5 as the default value. Now we check whether or not the limit that the user did pass was undefined or it was not a number. So if the user passed in limit as A, B, C, D or the name of the movie, we have to send incorrect request as the response. Otherwise, we find the top K viewed. Now this is interesting, so I'll show you this one. So find top viewed, we go there, and here we just go to the repository and find the top viewed. If you take a look at the repository, in the movie repository, what happens is I get the by and limit, and I want to get it by what I want to. So basically what I do is then I sort the entire movies that I have. Let's say I have 7 movies. Here it is dynamic. Yeah, so here it's dynamic because we are sending back the data that the user is asking for instead of sending some static content like the entire movies list. So we find all the movies, we sort them in descending order by the parameter that the user has passed in. Here we'll be passing in the view count, and then we limit it to what the user has instructed. It's either going to be 5 or what the user has instructed. And if we can't do it, if we run into an error, that we return null. Mainly if you're dealing with error corrections, then you can basically log it to the database. But here we're doing this. So now if I go back to our data, videos, and I press enter, so as you can see, we have the top 5 viewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are the top 5 values. But if I pass in the limit, and as you can see, they are sorted according to the view count. So the view count of 5,800 is the highest one, and we go down 4,200 is the fifth one from the top. But if I type in limit to be, let's say 2, so give me the top 2 viewed videos, and we have these 2. So it highly saves the bandwidth. If you only want a few chunks of the data, our database will do the work for them. And now finally we have the user's video file name. So if the user gives me the name, the media ID, I will give him back the link to the video that they can either download or play it in a video player. What happens now is, let's go here. I have the library section. I go here, press in library, and media ID is 1. The movie with the ID of 1 in our database is The Dark Knight. So I want the link to the video file for The Dark Knight. What I do is I send it here, and it sends with this URL. If I open it up here, it'll download the video for me, which I don't want, but it's already done this, so it's fine. But let me just show you what happens if I load the basic localhost. So this is what the dark night URL looks like. Let me just show you the code here. And this is, we're using the default HTML5 video player. This is the video player. I have defined the width and the height, and this is the URL that the API would have returned. So what we can do is we can create a front end from which we request the data and we get this data, and then we replace the current one that we have with the data that we get. This is the name of the file. If I play it, it will work just fine. Now again, Netflix has a much more complicated system in which they have to firstly take a look at the data that they have, then they have to convert it into multiple platforms depending on the platform that the user is using, user the encoder, and there are a lot of things that they need to take care of. So this is how that works. If you want to take a look at the file here, I'll just show you. The code is basically, it's a static HTML file. If I open it, here's what it looks like. This is the data that we have. So this is what we have here. And now the code is done. A few notes about the code that I'd like to show you. For those of you who will download the code, I have created a readme file. Let me just rename it because I misspelled readme to readme. It has the instructions to run the code. Basically, you install Nodejs and mongoDB, install all the required software, open the terminal in the folder that you want to run the code from. So this Netflix clone folder, wherever you have it, open your terminal or command prompt there. As you can see, I've opened it there. Then type in these commands, npm install. If it's the first time that you're running the software, then you type npm install. After that, you can run it however you want. And one thing you'll notice is that after you run this command, this folder named node modules will be automatically created for you. This will contain all the libraries that you wanted to use. Then we seed the databases by running seed media and seed library, and then we start our web API. And this is the API that we use. This is the API that Netflix, these are the kinds of API that Netflix builds. Right now, it might not be available on GitHub, but tomorrow it will be, by tomorrow it will be available. So don't worry about that. And we'll share the link for you. And if you want the link, you can contact our support team as well. With that, I'd like to just end on a note to make you understand what exactly are we doing here. So firstly, we get the spec sheet. We break down features into the technical components that we want to build. The things that we want to build are, these are the kind of things that we want to build. We want to build a web server. That web server's job is basically get the request, parse the request, and send back the response. Those responses are built via the use cases. They take in repositories, which are basically connections to database. And what we do is we tell them, okay, these are the databases that we have, and I want you to get data from the database like this. So our use cases, all they do is that they orchestrate our interaction. Here they just call a method and pass in the required field, and that's what we do. If our use case expands, so let's say that I want to introduce caching here as well. So I can pass in a cache manager. Misspelled the word cache there. And here cache.set, if it's not already set, then I can pass in the media ID or whatever. So I can do it that way there as well. Let me just change everything so that we're better. Yeah. So that's what this means. Basically, when you're building an application, especially when software developers at Netflix are building application, what they do is they break their application into smaller components, such as the web server, the database connection, the actions that we want to perform, static files, videos, database seeding, all of that. So I've created folders for all of them. Hopefully it gives you a good idea. And now we've come to the end of the session, but before we get by, I'd like to ask you a few questions so that you can answer them in the chat box. So here's the quiz for you to solidify your understanding. The first question is the Netflix homepage static or dynamic? Write your answers in the question box and I'll be able to see them and tell you. Whoever can answer, please do answer. So Kishore has said static, Sri Ganesh has said dynamic. Some people have said dynamic, some are saying static. So for those of you who want to know the correct answer, it is dynamic. The reason why is because it gets data that is updated by the API. So basically it shows you the skeleton of the page and the most viewed movies, the images, the information about those images, all of this is gotten from the API and it's just populated there. So it's a dynamic one. Those of you who answered the option B, dynamic, are correct. Second question is Netflix videos are of which of the following, static or dynamic? Those of you who know the answer, please type in the answer. So, okay, so the majority of people or all the people are saying static, and that's correct. It's very static, and that's why we're using it. Finally, which one is better for privacy? Which recommendation engine is better for privacy? Collaborative filtering or content-based filtering? For those of you who have forgotten, collaborative filtering is the one where we take a look at your viewing history as well as some other viewers' viewing history. And based on your and your viewer, another user's viewing history similarity, we recommend you things. On content-based, we take a look at the content and then we take a look at similar content in our library and then we recommend you those things. So for those of you who have answered, content-based filtering are correct because it does not require us to take a look at other person's it does not require the Netflix API to take a look at other person's viewing history. So content-based filtering is the correct one and collaborative filtering is the incorrect one. So this was a bit of a tricky question, but it's fine if you've not gotten the answer. It's totally fine.
Deploying a full stack application on AWS, and the application would mimic something like Netflix. Okay, so I welcome you all to this session. In today's class, our focus would be to basically see how an application can be deployed on an architecture or cloud like AWS. So we will not be getting into coding today. What we will be discussing is if we have an application at hand and if we have defined some features that we want, how to enable those features using a cloud infrastructure like AWS. So that is something that we would be going ahead with today. Okay, all right, guys. So let's get started now. So first things first, let's discuss what we are going to do today. So we are basically going to discuss the website architecture on cloud, which probably Netflix will have when they have, deployed their application. So let's get started. So let me just share my screen with you guys. Okay. So guys, what we will be doing today is something, on the lines of this. So what we are going to configure is we are going to have a URL, a URL like this, which every one of you will be able to go to, and you will be able to see the website that we will be deploying on the cloud. Okay. So for example, let's take the example of netflix.com. You will see when you go to netflix.com, you're automatically routed to the Netflix website, right? You do not know where that server is hosted. You do not know, about the nitty-gritties of how it is working. But all you know as a user is if I go to a particular URL, I can see the website on the browser. So similarly, we are also going to do, the same thing today. I told you the output, but I'm going to tell you what goes behind, making an architecture like that possible. What goes behind you going to a URL and then being able to access a server is something that we are going to discuss today. Okay. Now, if you talk about, the cloud architecture at a very high level overview, this is what we are going to accomplish today. So from the security point of view, all our web servers, all our databases that we are going to deploy today are going to exist in a network which cannot be accessed, by internet. So this network, this particular rectangle that you see over here, it will not be able to access by the internet. That is, you and me from our computer, we will not be able to access these servers. Okay. Then we are going to create a network which will be accessible by the internet, right? And that is where are going to have a component like load balancer, right? What does a load balancer do and everything, I'm going to explain you in a while, right? But this is the network architecture that we are going to deploy today. So we are going to have a part of a network which will not be accessed by the internet. We are going to have a part of the network which will be accessed by the internet, and then we are also going to have, a component which is going to be a URL with which we will be able to access our servers. Okay. Now there is a very important thing to understand over here, and that thing to understand is, how basically, uh, you know uh, why security is important when you are dealing with applications which exist on the internet, right? For example, you can have all the security in the world for your application. It could be password encrypted, right? It could have key pair which can be attached to it, but some way or the other there's always a hack to access some machines, right? So how we as cloud architects, how we as application architects can ensure that something like hacking, something like phishing, something like somebody else taking over your application does not happen when you are dealing with the application which is available to the whole wide world, right? People like you and me, probably we will not be able to understand when something is password encrypted. Like for example, your laptop, if it's password encrypted, people like you and me cannot go ahead and get inside the system. But there are security researchers which exist out there. There are people who are technically so sound that they can actually hack into your system even if you have a password attached to it. Now when you think about it as an architecture's as an architect's mind, the first thing that you might want to solve is not giving access to your system to anybody on the internet. Okay, now what does that mean? So let's say, if somebody is able to crack the password of a server, what if I don't give the access of the server to that person itself in the first place? So in that case, he will not have access to the server itself, and he will not be able to crack the password also. Okay. Now, how do you stop someone from accessing a particular computer or a server, right? What if you cut the internet connection to your computer? If someone is trying to hack your computer and that person does not have physical access to your computer, right? How will he hack it? If you cut the internet connection off of your server, how will someone go ahead and hack it? So that is my point over here. So to solve that, or to basically be relevant to what I just said, what we are going to do is all our applications, all the websites, servers that we are going to have, all the databases that we are going to have, we are basically going to deploy it in a network which is not going to have internet access. Okay. So now the next question that you might ask is, then how will we access a network which does not have internet access from outside, right? For example, if you go to netflix.com, you're able to see that website, right? Why are you able to see that website? Because you have, or that website, or the server which is having that website has internet access, correct? So how will we ensure that we do not have access to our servers, but at the same time, if somebody wants content from our servers, we are also able to deliver that on the internet? Is something that we are going to solve using this cloud architecture. Okay. So we are going to have a component which is going to be called as an AWS Elastic Load Balancer. Okay, which is going to be in a network which can be accessed from the internet, and then we are going to have a URL which is going to point to this load balancer, which we are going to have deployed in a network which can be accessed by the internet. Okay, now you might have multiple questions right now. So before we move on to the next slide, I would like to address those questions. But if it is about how will we do it, I will be telling you in a while. But if anything is not clear with respect to what I've just told you, please let me know and I'll be answering all your queries. Any questions? Any questions, guys? So Ehsan is saying, so we have to get to both network and also to the server. So no, Ehsan, what I meant was that our website is going to exist on these orange icons that you see. These are nothing but servers that we are going to deploy today. Right? And these servers will be deployed in a network which is not going to have internet access. Okay, I will show you how that is possible using cloud. But these will be basically part of a network which will not have internet access, so that people from the outside are not able to access them, right? And at the same time, when we go to this URL, we would want to access these servers. And this URL will obviously be on the internet, right? So it might sound a little confusing because you guys do not have background on cloud right now, but it will be more clear as we move along. Okay, so everyone has an idea about what we have to accomplish today. So Devashish is saying customers use website by NAT gateway. No, Devashish, that is wrong conceptually what you are saying. In order to use the server, which is second rectangle, Asan is saying, yes. So this second rectangle is basically going to be a network which will not have internet access. So Ganesh is saying difference between cloud and server. So Ganesh, cloud is nothing but the company which has infrastructure on it, which has their own infrastructure, right? When I say infrastructure, they have millions of servers on their side. Now, what you can do is on cloud, you can deploy a server, right? So on cloud, when I say, so let's say AWS has millions of servers with them. Now you tell AWS that I want one server. So that server, you are basically using it on AWS cloud, right? So cloud is nothing but the company who owns millions of servers, right? And you as a customer, what you do is you go to their website and you request for one or two or hundred servers out of those million servers to use. Okay, so that should be the difference between cloud and server. Venkata Raghunathan has a question: how safe are our projects in AWS? So it depends on Venkat how well you deploy your architecture. If you have a sound knowledge of what you're doing, then I don't think it should be a problem of how safe your projects are on AWS. Vignesh is saying, in general, how many VMs are required on real-time scenario to host a service or website like Netflix? Well, it doesn't depend on the number, Vignesh. For example, let's say you have a 16 GB machine, let's assume, and I have an 8 GB machine, and I'm talking about RAM. So the kind of applications or the kind of concurrent applications that you can run on your machines is obviously more than what I can run on your machine since you have a 16 GB machine, right? So how many VMs are required? It all depends on what is the kind of configuration that they're running on each servers of theirs. Okay. And it also depends on the kind of traffic, which is coming on to their server. So let's say their application that they run, for each customer, their application needs around 16 to 20 MB of RAM. So in that case, you can do the maths that let's say if they have an 8 GB machine, right, and they have let's say around 100,000 users concurrent at every time who are watching the Netflix platform, what are the kind of servers that they would need? Okay. Hari Krishna is saying if there's no network connection, then how we are going to access them? Exactly, Hari Krishna, you are bang on. So there is a way to do that, and I will be explaining it to you how you can do it. Nagaraju is saying not accessible server we are keeping in DMZ cloud or on-prem. So Nagaraju, everything is going to be on cloud. Nothing is going to be on our system or on premise, right? So that is something that we are going to go ahead with today. So Amit is saying when you say not accessible by network, it can still be accessed by LAN. Yes, Amit, it can be accessed within the network, but it will not be able to access from outside the network. That is something that we are going to discuss. So Ayush is saying, can I use this link from any device? Which link, Ayush? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Ashish is saying, do you mean all the servers in the second are in DMZ or inside firewalls? Ashish, everything is going to be on the cloud, right? Everything is going to be inside firewall. So everything that you deploy on cloud has a firewall attached to it, right? But we are not going to control it via firewalls. We are basically going to convert it via, networks. So we're going to understand that how. So Ganesh is saying if they don't have internet connection, how they're going to work. So Ganesh, I'm going to show you in a little while. Uh, okay, so Vijay is saying server down means Vijay server down basically means that server is not working. That means that is what server down means. So Raju is saying thanks for the introduction. Can we start the lesson? It's 8 p.m. already. So Raju, as soon as the questions stop coming, I will be going to start the class. But it's important to clear everyone's doubt, right? I cannot just go ahead. Devashish is saying which databases big companies like Netflix use. So Devashish, let's hold on to these kind of questions. If there is anything that you want to understand from what I've just told you, please go ahead and ask. If not, we can just take these questions at the end of the session as well. Okay, so Anaga is saying if you want to access these servers from second rectangle, uh, then how can we access? So Anaga, I'll be telling you that in a minute. Ujjwal is saying how can we auto scale? I'll be showing you Ujjwal that also in this session. Uh, Ujjwal is saying auto scale on CPU metrics or how we can use business or other metrics. So Ujjwal, it usually is the CPU metrics, but let's hold that question because not everybody will be able to connect to what you're saying. Okay, guys. So if there are no more questions, let's go ahead and start. So what I'll be doing is, first of all, let me go ahead and show you how a network like this is possible, where you do not have internet connection in one part of the network and you have internet connection in the other part of the network. Okay. So first of all, guys, for people who are completely new to cloud, let me give you a brief intro as to what you have to do. So first of all, you have to go to a website called aws.amazon.com. Okay. Now, what is this website? This website is basically a cloud provider. Okay. This AWS is a company which gives you the service of cloud. Okay. Now, what is cloud? Cloud is nothing but it's a company which rents out uh, systems. For example, right now you are watching this session probably on a laptop or a desktop or a mobile. Okay, so let's assume you're watching it on a laptop or desktop. Now that desktop or that laptop is owned by you, right? So now let's say tomorrow you want to launch a website. Now, your system configuration has around 16 GB of RAM, let's assume, and you have around i5 or i7 CPU. So the kind of website that you're launching will be used by a lot of people, obviously. Now, when people use that website, obviously, since it's hosted on your laptop CPU percentage will go up because your laptop now has to process a lot of requests. And soon your laptop will completely be used. It'll have 100% CPU usage, it'll have 100% RAM usage, right? And then you will have to buy another laptop so that you can distribute the traffic which is coming onto your laptops for hosting your website. Okay, but if you have to buy another laptop, that basically means you will have to invest around 60 to 70,000 rupees again, right? And then only you can divide the traffic among the two laptops that you will own. Now the problem over here is, let's say money is not a problem for you. Problem over here is that it will take a day or a two for your laptop to come. Second of all, you will have to manage everything, that you will have to have a 24/7 internet connection working at wherever you're working from, right? You will have to have 24/7 electricity so that your laptop is always charged, it's always working, your internet is also working if electricity is required to the modem, right? So all these things you will have to ensure. And while you're managing all these things, you are actually not able to work on your application itself, right? So that is exactly why a cloud provider was introduced, or a cloud provider as a business was introduced. Now what a cloud provider does is, it says that if you don't have money to buy a server, or if you don't have money to buy a system, what you can do is, I have millions of systems with me. You can ask me for the configuration that you want, and I will give it to you. You don't have to buy it from me, you just have to pay me the rent for using it, right? And that is what the cloud platforms are. So cloud platforms, they give us systems to rent from, right? And you can rent them on a per hour basis, right? And the per hour basis price is as low as 3 or 4 rupees per hour. Okay, so that is how cheap servers are for you when you take it from cloud. Apart from that, cloud also gives you the guarantee of having 24 by 7 uptime, which basically means they will take care of their electricity needs, they will take care of your internet needs, they will take care of ensuring that the hardware is not getting any kind of fault. For example, let's say your laptop, from which you're hosting the website, right? Tomorrow some short circuit happens in your laptop, and suddenly your website is now down. So these kind of problems will not come if you're using cloud servers, because they guarantee that they will ensure that their hardware is up and running 24/7. So that is why companies use cloud. That is why companies are using cloud platforms for deploying their applications. Why? Because they do not want the headache of buying hardware, maintaining it, ensuring the infrastructure around it, right? So that is what cloud is. Now, having said that, what we are going to do today is, again, we are not going to use my laptop to host a website. I'm going to use a rented server from AWS where I'm going to deploy my website. And we are going to deploy an architecture like this using the cloud resources, using resources which will be given to us on rent. Nothing is going to be owned by us. Okay. Now, you would have a question over here. All right. So if you are saying that they will charge me on a per hour basis, so if I want to practice this on my system, will I be charged? If I want to go to AWS and I want to deploy, let's say some servers, will I be charged? So not at all. So whatever we will be doing today is not going to cost you at all. So AWS as a cloud platform, it gives you a very good deal for all its new customers. What it says is, when you first sign up on AWS, you get access to a free usage that AWS grants you. So AWS says, if you're launching a server which has 1 GB RAM and 1 core of CPU, then I'm not going to charge you for it. You can launch it for free, right? And we are today going to try and be under that free tier and deploy our application, so that everyone who is there in this session can plan it, can actually run their application, can try it out, whatever you are trying in this session, and understand how cloud usually work without even getting charged for a single rupee. Okay. So this is an introduction to what cloud is, guys. So any questions that you have with respect to what is cloud, you can ask me right now. If not, let's go ahead and then I'll show you how you can use cloud to deploy servers. Any questions? All right. If there are no questions, let's move ahead. So first of all, you'll have to sign up on AWS. I'm going to skip that step. I'm pretty sure everyone knows how to sign up or create an account on a website. Do that. And when you do that, you can then sign up or you can just sign into your AWS management console. Okay, so let me just quickly log in. And when you have signed up on the cloud, this is how your dashboard is going to look like. This is how your dashboard is going to look like. These are all the different kind of services that AWS offers, and we are going to make use of some today to do what we have to do. All right, great. So now that we are on this management console, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a service. So when you want to deploy any kind of server, if you want a machine from AWS, the kind of service that you have to make use of is called Elastic Cloud Compute, right? So the short form of this is EC2. So you will have to make use of a service called EC2. So EC2, you can choose, you can go to all services under compute, you will find the EC2 service. Just click over there. And this is the management console that you will get. Okay. Now my job is to deploy a server. I will do that. But first I need the network that we were talking about, since the past 15-20 minutes. We need the network ready first where we will be deploying our servers. Okay. So the EC2 service is for deploying your servers. Now for getting a network or deploying a network on cloud, there's again a service, and that service is called VPC, which is called Virtual Private Cloud. So we are going to type in VPC, and you will get isolated cloud resources kind of a service over here. Just click over it, and here you can deploy the kind of network that you want. Okay. So now let me, brief you about what we are going to do. So first of all, whenever you talk about networks, guys, networks, uh, the word network is can be a very big architecture, but networks have subparts to it as well, which are basically called subnets. So if I have let's say your office network, so you guys must be working in offices, you might be in colleges. So your office will have one network. Then in that one network, you will have, let's say, a network for the HR department. You will have a network separate for the developer department. Then you will have a separate network for, let's say, your leadership team. So everyone will have different access to the different part of the network, and every network will have its own access. Okay. So first of all, let's deploy the big network. Let's deploy a network for our whole application, right? And our whole application, I'm not restricting it to say that this whole network will have internet access or not. This is the overall network that we are deploying right now. And inside this network, then we are going to create subparts where we are going to, uh, uh, define the functions that each subpart can have. For example, some parts will have internet access, some parts will not have internet access. So that is something that we are going to do now. Okay. So first, let's go ahead and create a network. For example, let's create a network for your office. So let's call this network as Netflix. Okay. This is where all my resources are going to be. So I'm going to name it as Netflix, and let me give, an address. So everything that you deploy on a network has, an IP address. For example, right now, if you're accessing the internet, your computer has an IP address. Why? Because you are connected to a network which is called internet. Similarly, if you are connected to your office network, you also need to have a separate IP address which will make you recognize on that network. Okay. So now what we're going to specify in this IPv4 CIDR block is the range of IP addresses that I'm going to have. That is, let's say if your computer connects to my network, what is the kind of IP address which will be assigned to you? So let's say I specify over here that anyone who's trying to connect to this network will have an IP address which will look something like, let's say this. So this is the range that I'm specifying over here. So here in this range, so your IP address will always begin with 10.1 and then this number will change according to what your network configuration is. So this is the range that I'm specifying over here, and this range is where my application is going to be deployed in. Okay, so let's click on create, and what you have now done is you have created an office network, or you've created a network for your application. Okay, now inside this network I'm going to create subparts. Okay, because some resources I want to give internet access, and some resources I do not want to give internet access. So let's see how we can go ahead and specify that. Okay, so I have created a network called Netflix. Now inside this network, let's create some subparts. So for creating the subparts to a network, what you do is you create subnets. Okay, so I'm going to click on subnets. So let's create some subnets for my Netflix network. So I'll click on create subnet. Let's say what I'm creating right now is for a network which is going to have internet access. So let's call all the networks which will have internet access as public, and all the networks which will not have internet access as private. Okay, so let's call this network as public. And when you're deploying servers in AWS, you can deploy it in many data centers. Okay, so right now what we are dealing with is the Oregon region. So Oregon is basically a place in the US where AWS has many data centers. And how many data centers are there? Uh, there are almost 4 data centers that you can choose from. So let's create, a public subnet in 2A data center. Okay, and let's call this public subnet as 2A. And this subnet will be deployed obviously inside my main network, which is Netflix. So let me select that, right? And it is going to be deployed in the 2A data center. And let me specify the IP address range, which is going to lie obviously between this particular IP range that I specified earlier. This will be the IP range where I will have, my resources will be assigned the IP address from. Okay, so let me specify it as 10.1.1.0/24. So these numbers that you see /16, they basically denote a range. 20, if I specify something called as /24, that's a smaller part of a range which is /16. Right? For example, if I specify, so just assume it like this, if I specify /16, there are going to be around 65,000 IP addresses that I can give using this range. Okay. Now, when I specify something as small as /24, I will have an IP range of around 256 to 256 servers. Okay, so this is what this number means. So more on this you can actually understand later, because if I try to explain you how IP addresses, how ranges work, it will take a little more time. But and it's easy to understand. You can just Google it out and you will understand it. But for your understanding, I'm telling you that this range is a part of this particular IP range. Okay, and this range we are assigning to our public 2A subnetwork. Okay, so let's create it. And mind you guys, I'm not defining the features of this network yet. I'm just defining that I'm creating these inside my main network. Okay, so I've just created public 2A, which is basically a part of my Netflix network, and it is deployed in the 2A data center. Right, similarly, let me create one more subnetwork. Let me call it as public 2B. This is going to be a part of the 2B data center. It is going to also have internet access. It is going to be a part of my Netflix. What do you say? It will going to be a part of the Netflix network, right? And the range is going to be 10.1.2.0/24. Okay, let's go ahead and create it. Okay, so now what we have done is we have created two subparts in the data center 2A and in the data center 2B. Now let's go ahead and create private subnets which are not going to have internet access. So let's create them. So let's call this as private 2A. It's going to be part of my Netflix main network. It's going to be a part of the 2A availability zone. And this is going to basically have this IP range. Okay. Now, similarly, let me create a private 2B as well. /24, and let me go ahead and create it. Okay. So, okay, there's a small change over here that I'll have to do. So once you have deployed it, guys, you can verify if it has been deployed in the correct data center or not. For example, private 2A has been deployed in 2A data center. That is great. But when we talk about public 2B, it has again been deployed in 2A data center itself. So what I can do is I can delete it quickly and I can create public 2B once more. Okay, so let me create public 2B, and VPC is going to be my Netflix network. It's going to be part of my 2B network, and this is going to be 10.1.2.0/24. Okay, so now I have private 2A, I have private 2B, I have public 2A, I have public 2B deployed, and these should be now in the respective data centers. If I've named it 2A, it's in 2A. If I've named it 2B, it's in 2B. If it's in 2B, it's in 2B. And 2A is also there in the 2A data center. Great. So I have my network deployed. Now let me go ahead and define their functions. So what I've decided is my public uh, subnets will have internet access and the private will not have internet access. Okay. So what I'm going to do is first I need internet connection to my network. So how can I give internet connection to my network to these public subnets? Let me go ahead and tell you. So for example, if you need a Wi-Fi at your home, or if you need internet at your home, what do? You contact an internet service provider. They basically bring a modem to your home, and then that modem you connect to your Wi-Fi router, and by connecting to your Wi-Fi you're able to use your internet, right? Similarly, if I want to give internet to my network, what I'll have to do is first I will have to go ahead and request for something called as a internet gateway. So let me create an internet gateway. Let me call it as Netflix network internet gateway. Let me create it. Okay, so it has been created, and now you'll see it in a list. So I have created the internet gateway. Now I will attach it to my Netflix network. So here you can see, you can find something called as attached to VPC. Let's click over here. Let's select the VPC that we want to connect to, which is Netflix. Let's select it, and let's click on attach internet gateway. Okay, so my internet gateway is now attached to my network. Okay, but still the resources that are going to be in my network, they will not be able to access it. The reason for that is whenever you deploy a resource in a cloud, it is not directly deployed in the main network that you created. It is always deployed in a sub part of the network, which is basically nothing but the subnets that you created. So the subnets that you have deployed, you have to configure them to connect to this internet gateway. Okay, now internet gateway is part of your network, but your subnets are not knowing about that internet network. So uh, in a simpler way, if I were to tell you, you can You have Wi-Fi at your home, but you are not connected to your Wi-Fi. So your laptop does not know if it can connect to that Wi-Fi or not. Okay. So what I'll be doing now is I will go ahead to something called as route tables. So route tables basically specify which IP addresses can connect to a particular resource in the network and which IP addresses cannot. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you guys how the route table is basically going to be configured. So right now, there is one route table which is automatically created for your Netflix network. Let's call this route table as the internet route table. So whichever subnets or whichever part of the network are going to be connected to this route table will have internet access. And let's create a route table which is called non-internet route table, right? And let's also deploy it in the Netflix network only. So this route table that I have created over here is going to have all the resources which do not have internet access. Okay. So to this non-internet route table, let's go ahead and attach the subnets which will not have internet. And to this internet route table, let's attach the subnets which are going to have internet. Okay. So first let's attach subnets to the internet route table. We'll click on subnet associations. And here, as you can see, there are no subnets attached to it as of now. We'll click on edit subnet associations and we will attach all the public subnets where we need internet to this route table. Okay. So now the route table have been attached. Sorry, the subnets have been attached to this route table. And now what you will do is you will specify a route to the internet gateway in this route table. And then what will happen is all the subnets which are connected to this route table will be able to see that internet gateway. Or in other words, whichever laptop is at your home will be able to connect to that Wi-Fi. Okay. So let's click on edit routes. Let's click on add a route. And here, let's say everyone in this network should be able to connect. So when you have to say everyone, you give a destination or IP address like this. Okay. So all the IP addresses which are there in this subnet should be able to connect to my internet gateway, which is this, right? And let's click on save routes. So now what have we done? Let's revise. So we connected two subnets to this route table, which basically I named them to be public subnets. And these public subnets, I have given a property to them that they can connect to the internet by using an internet gateway. Okay. Is everything clear till over here, guys? Any questions that you have? Okay. So Samiran is saying, are you using the free tier account? Yes, Samiran. So this is not a free tier account, Samiran, but all these settings that I'm doing right now, they're all going to be, a part of, what do you say? It is going to be a part of the free tier. So you don't have to worry about it. Whatever I'm doing, you can also do, and you will not be charged whatever you have to do. So Ehsan is saying, even if you are located in a different region in the world, is it still 10.1 IP address? So Ehsan, the network that I've deployed, it's basically deployed in the Oregon region. So this is the region that I'm working on right now. I'm working in the Oregon region. So in Oregon region, the network that I've created, no matter which data center that you connect to, if you are a part of my network, you'll always have 10.1 IP address. Uh, so Nagraj is saying public 2B is not assigned availability zone, so I did that. So Raju is saying clear explanation. Okay, great, Raju. Hari Krishna is saying, did the internet rule table got created the moment we had created an internet gateway? No. So Hari Krishna, whenever you create, a network, automatically a default route table is created for you, right? But you can go ahead and create more route tables which can be attached to your network as well. Okay. Ujjwal is saying, how can we connect the public and private subnets? Good, very good question, Ujjwal. I'll tell you in a little while. So Hari Krishna is saying how to know that which CIDA ranges we can use. So you can follow the same formula which I told you, Krishnan. When you specify a subnet, an IP range with which is ending with /16, that means you are specifying a range of 65,000 IP addresses. Okay, but when you increase the number, so let's say if you give /24, that means now you have reduced your IP address range. So what I've done is I created an IP range which said 10.1.0.0, where 0 and 0 can be anything, right? And then what I did was, while I was creating the subnets, I replaced the third value in the IP address. So I specified 10.1, and instead of 0, I specified a digit. So that digit is now going to be fixed, and only the zeros can be changed, right? So with that, I specified what ranges are going to be a part of the other subnet that I've deployed. So you can, if this is confusing for you, you can use the same ranges that as I've did, and it should be not a problem for you. Uh, okay. Ujjwal is asking how can we communicate between the two subnets. Ujjwal, like I said, I'll be explaining in a little while. Shri Ganesh is saying how to put data in subnet. Uh, Ganesh, please be with me. I will be explaining in a little while. Ashish is saying, can we limit the number of IP addresses that can connect to public networks? Yes, Ashish, you can do that. So right now what I've done is I've specified 0.0.0/0, which means each and every IP address can connect to the internet. If you want only specific resources to be able to connect to the internet, what you can do is once you have deployed your resources, you will get their IP addresses. Just specify that IP address over here, and only that IP address will then be able to connect to the internet gateway. I hope that answers your question. So Hari Krishna is saying, are these CIDR ranges region specific? So whenever you deploy a network, Hari Krishnan, in AWS cloud, it is always specific to that particular region. So right now I have deployed it in the Oregon region, right? So all these data centers in Oregon region can basically, have resources which are going to be a part of the network that I have created. But let's say I go ahead and I choose, let's say, the Mumbai region, right? So Mumbai region will not be able to deploy a resource in this network. I hope that answers your question. Okay, any other questions, guys? Can we move forward? Any other questions? Okay, if there are no questions, let's move ahead. I hope everyone is on the same page, guys. Anywhere, if you feel something is not clear, let me know. All right. So now that we have one network which is going to have internet with us, and the other network which is not going to have internet with us. Why this does not have any internet? Because I've not specified any connection to the internet gateway, and I will also show it to you in a little while. Now, a very good question which Ujjwal asked me was, let's say I have some resources, in the public subnet, okay, and I have some resources in the private subnet. So how can they communicate with each other? And if yes, how? So let me answer that question for you, Ujjwal. So when you create route tables, automatically, the route table that you have created, it has a rule in it which says all the IP address ranges of that network, they should be able to connect to the local resources which are there as part of that uh, route table, right? What that means is the internet route table, it has two subnets, right? It has public to A and public to B. So when I say that these IP addresses, if anyone is requesting anything from these IP address ranges, right, they should be able to connect to all the resources which are part of the subnets which are connected to this route table. In other words, anyone in this network through this rule, what I'm defining is anyone in this Netflix network, if they have been assigned an IP address, they can interact with the resource which has been deployed in the public subnet. Okay. Similarly, if you have a look at my non-internet route table, here also I have defined that anyone who is a part of the Netflix network can connect to all the local resources which are going to be there in my private subnet. Okay, so this is what I have specified from my router. Does that answer your question, Ujjwal? Is it clear to Ujjwal and to everyone that all the resources that I'm going to deploy in the Netflix network, they will be able to communicate with each other because they are part of the same network. If I were to give you an example of this, let's say inside your home network, your laptop is connected to your Wi-Fi, right? And your mobile is also connected to your Wi-Fi. So if you want your mobile and your laptop can communicate with each other even if your Wi-Fi router is not connected to the internet. Okay, if you remove the internet line from your Wi-Fi router, and you will not be able to use the internet, that is for sure. But what will now happen is if you two devices are connected to the same Wi-Fi router, you will be able to talk to each other. So let's say on your system, you create a shared folder and you try to access that shared folder from some other laptop which is connected to the same Wi-Fi. You will be able to interact with each other. Okay. Similarly, all the resources which are a part of this network, the Netflix network, they will be able to interact with each other. So Hare Krishna's mean this means we can access public subnet from private subnet. So Hare Krishna, yes, the resources which are there in the public subnet, I can talk to them. I can do a two-way communication with them, right? But if I want to connect to the internet, I will not be able to do it from the private subnet. Okay. So Ujjwal is saying once repeat. Okay, Ujjwal. So I'm saying that in my route table, I have specified, or this rule is automatically specified, which says anyone who is connected to this IP range, they can talk to all the resources which are there, deployed in the subnets which are associated to your route table. For example, this is the non-internet route table, and this will have the private subnets or private networks connected to it. So anyone from this IP range, where is this IP range? This IP range is nothing but your Netflix network IP range. Anyone from this IP range can connect to your resources which are a part of your private subnets and can talk to them. But only the resources which have these IP address will be able to talk. No other resource. Is this clear? Okay, guys, is this clear to everyone? Right? Are we all clear with what we have done as of now? So we have created a network. We have created some subparts of the network. Those subparts, some parts have internet access, some parts do not have internet access. But irrespective of the fact whether they have internet access or not, they all will be able to talk to each other. Is this clear with everyone? Okay, Hari says yes, he's clear. Thanks, Hari, for the kind words. Others, are we all clear with whatever I've just explained? Please be a little responsive on chat, guys. Otherwise, I will not understand if you guys are actually able to follow me or not. Is everyone clear? Ganesh says he's clear. Thanks, Ganesh. Ashish, yes. Uh, Aradhna, yes. Thank you, Aradhna. Nagaraju says local network. Do we need to create any firewall rules? Yes, Nagaraju. So there are some firewall rules that we can create, but we have not got to them as of now. Just let me know if whatever I've explained to you is clear. Praveen says yes. Okay, so thank you all for the confirmation. I can see a lot of you have said yes. Thank you all. Now, what I'll be doing is, so I think I've not connected the subnets to my non-internet route table. Let me go ahead and connect. So I'll just click on actions. Sorry, I'll go to subnet associations of my non-internet. and let me connect the private subnets to it. So private 2A and private 2B. Let me connect. Okay. So now I have the two route tables configured and I have my network configured in the fashion that I've just explained to you guys. And now one final setting that we will have to do is we will go to subnets. Now the resources which can talk to each other on the internet or which will basically have internet access, they will need a public IP address as well. If they don't have a public IP, be outside from the Netflix network will not be able to talk to them. Okay, so how do we configure our resources which are being deployed in the public subnet to have a public IP address? This is a small setting that you have to do. So you will be clicking on your public subnet. You will be going to actions. You will have to go to modify auto assign IP settings. Click on enable auto assign public IP for address and click on save. So now all the resources which are going to be deployed in public 2A are going to have a public IP address. Public IP address is basically an address which can be reached out from the internet. Okay. All the 10.1 IP address ranges that I specified earlier are basically going to be a part of the local network, that is the Netflix network. But when we talk about the internet is also a network, right? So internet also has its own IP addresses which are given to people when they want to connect to each other, right? So for example, if I am connected to the internet, if I go ahead and see what is my IP address, this is the IP address that I have, right? And this IP address is basically given to me by my internet service provider. So similarly, if I want to deploy a resource on AWS which is connected to the internet and to which I want to connect to, it should have this public IP address. Okay. So that is what we have configured, that all the resources in my public 2A will have a public IP address. And even in public 2B, I will specify that they can have a public IP address. Okay, great. So now all the resources that I'm going to deploy in public 2A and public 2B will have an IP address. And now we can simply go ahead and go to my service EC2, which we talked about earlier, which is going to rent me servers. I will go to that service. And let me deploy some servers now. So what I'll do is I'll click on running instances. And let's click on launch instance. Okay. So the moment you click on launch instance, now let's see what are the kind of options that we see on the screen. So now when you want to rent a server from cloud, the first thing that you need to decide is what is the kind of operating system that you want to run on that server. Okay. So let's say I want to run a Linux server. So let me select Ubuntu. I want to run the Ubuntu operating system on my server. Okay, so I'll select it. And now it will ask me what is the kind of processor, what is the kind of RAM do you want for your server. So here's a list that you can select for. Now, if you want your server to be a part of uh, free tier, you can see this green highlighted text over here which says free tier eligible. Select that. It will give you one core CPU and it will give you 1 GB of RAM. Okay, let's go ahead and click on next. Next thing it will ask you is what network do you want to deploy this resource in. So I want to deploy it in my Netflix network, right? And since this is going to be a public uh, instance that I'm deploying, because first what I want to do is I want to configure my server that I'm deploying on AWS, and later I'll shift it to a private network where we will not be able to access it from the internet. Okay, so I am going to deploy it in the public subnet as of now. And what I'm going to do is rest, I'm going to leave everything at default. I'm going to click on next. Now it will ask me what is the kind of space or what is the hard drive space that I want for my server. So when you deploy a Linux server, it has minimal requirements. So a Linux server with 8 GB of RAM will work. 8 GB of storage space will work. So I'll just click on next again. Uh, and now this is the place where people were referring to, will it have any firewalls? So when you talk about firewalls, you basically are referring to security groups in AWS. Okay, so my instance will basically, or my servers will be governed by a firewall, which is called security group. And I can create a firewall or I can choose an existing firewall as well. So when you create a new network, what happens is automatically there's a firewall which is created, which is basically called the default firewall. So it's called the default VPC security group. Okay. If you select that firewall, what are the kind of things that you can configure over here? Let's see. So first of all, what you can configure is the kind of traffic which is allowed in this firewall. Okay. So right now it says all traffic is allowed. Good. What protocol is allowed? All protocols are allowed. Okay, so we'll have to restrict this firewall in a little while. We'll do that. What port range is allowed? Any port from any traffic is allowed. Okay, and who can connect to this firewall? Only the people who are part of this security group can connect. So this we will have to change, since I want to connect to the server to configure it. So I will have to put my IP address over here in the source. We'll do that in a little while. But for now, this is the firewall that you all were referring to, right? And this is something that we are choosing as default over here. You can create it as well. If you create it, you will again get the same options, but you will have to configure them. Okay, so let's click on review and launch. And now you can just review all the settings that you have done. If everything looks good, you can just click on launch. Now, AWS as a security option, it does not give you a simple password based authentication to your server. What it gives you is a file which you can use to connect to your server. Okay, so that file is basically called a private key file, which you will have to download from over here, right? So I have a file that I already created. It's called Mac Oregon. So I'm going to select that. I already have it on my system. If you don't have it, you're creating it for the first time, you will have to choose create a new key pair. Let me create it since we are doing it over here. Let's specify as Netflix demo. This is the file that I will be using to authenticate to my servers. Once you specify the name, just click on download key pair. This will be downloaded to your system, and then later you can use it to connect to your server. Okay. Now I click on launch instances. And with this, my server has now just been launched. Okay. And I've launched it inside a public subnet. Okay. Now, before I move to the next screen, if there are any questions, I'll be very, obliged to answer them. So let me just check. Balu is saying EC2 is one way of launching VMs. Are there any other way we can launch a Linux instance using AWS services? So Balu, AWS is basically one service which gives you servers. It gives you general purpose servers to launch. But the other services that are there in AWS, they are very specific to the kind of server that they will give you. For example, we are going to make use of a database server today, right, later in this session. So if you want to create a database server, you can create it with EC2 as well, right? You can launch a Linux instance. On that, you can install your server and on your database, right? And then it becomes a database server. But what AWS also gives you the flexibility is that, let's say you do not want to do all this hard work. What you want is a database server itself. So AWS has specialized services in its management console, which basically gives you a server which is pre-configured. And that is about each and every service which is there in AWS, right? So the different kind of methods that you can launch servers, this is the most common method which is used. But let's say you do not want to configure your server yourself. You want AWS to configure it. Then there are different services in AWS which you can choose. which will give you specialized servers. It could be a database server, it could be a web server as well, it could be a serverless architecture as well. So everything is given to you, but it will be pre-configured by AWS. So those are the different kind of ways that you can launch servers. Hope that answers your question. Uh, Altaf is saying, are these steps what we have done will be charged? No, Altaf, these will not be, charging you if you do this, whatever I've done so far. Okay, so Hari Krishnan is saying the default security group we selected, was it specific to the VPC we created or is it default for all VPCs? So it is specific for the network that we created. That was Netflix, right? It is not common to all VPCs. Okay. So Nagaraju is saying the free tier you have created, how many days it's free? It's free for 1 year, Nagaraju. But let me give you a limit as well as to how this free tier operates. So every month you have 24 into 30. That is, you have 720 hours in a month, right? So what AWS tells you is you can run a server for 720 hours in a month for free. That means if you launch one server, if you run it for 30 days and you don't never stop it, you will not be charged for anything. But the game changes when you launch two servers. So if you launch two servers, then the number of hours for those servers are counted independently. So 1 hour of those two servers accounts to 2 hours of AWS counting with the 750 hours limit. In other words, if you launch one server in AWS, you can run it for 30 days. If you don't stop it, it will not charge you. If you run two servers in AWS, you can run it straight for 15 days without getting charged. Why 15 days? Because now for your 1 hour, there are two servers which are running, right? And those two servers have the different pricing which is running on them per hour, right? So I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So if AWS tells you that you can run 750 hours worth of servers in a month, 720 hours worth of servers in a month, right? But it depends on how many servers you run. So if you run three servers, then that 15 days time will reduce to 7 days. So it's always a good idea to stop the servers once you're done with them. So if you stop a server, right, in that case you will not be charged. Right now the servers are running, so there's also an option to stop them. So the moment you're done with them, just stop it and you will not be charged. So that is how you can be under the free tier. Okay, so Ashish is saying we are able to connect to EC2 via key pair only or other options available. Ashish, by default, you can connect only via key pair, which we downloaded. There's no other option available. Okay, are there any other questions, guys? Any other question that I can answer for you? Cool. If there are no more questions, let's move ahead. Okay, so now I've just launched a server, right? And this server is now a part of my public subnet, which means this has internet access. So let's see what all things we have available for this server. So let's call this as Ubuntu server. Okay, so this has a public IP address. Great, I can use this IP address to connect to this server, right? It has the private IP. Private IP is basically the IP which is given inside the network. So as you can see, the range is 10.1, which is exactly what we specified, right? It is a part of the 2A data center, which is good. The firewall attached to it is default. So we will have to change the default rules for this firewall. And others you can verify whatever you configured, exactly those configuration you can see for your server over here. Okay. Now what I'll be doing is I will be selecting the security group, which is the default security group. And let me change the settings over here. So first of all, I'll be changing the inbound rules. So the inbound rules of my firewall right now are these. So let me change this. So I click on edit inbound rules. And now, first of all, let me tell the server that only I can connect to it. So I will specify my IP. And as you can see, this is my IP address that has been specified. So only my system will be able to connect to this server. And right now you can see this is the public IP that has been attached to my firewall. Okay. So any kind of traffic from my IP address will be allowed to this server. Okay. So this is the setting that I'm specifying right now. I'll click on save rules and this setting is done. Now this will be changed later when we will be deploying our full stack application. But for now, this is the IP range that I have specified. Okay. Now I'll go back to my dashboard, go back to my server. I'll select the server that I want to connect to. So this is the Ubuntu server. So you will notice I have some other servers, EC2 demo, which have been created over here. So this account is used by a lot of people. So you don't have to worry about the other servers which are being launched. Just select the server that you want to use. So in my case, it's Ubuntu. Now I'll be connecting to it. Okay. So this is the IP address that I'll be connecting from. Let's copy it. And now to connect to it, I will make use of my terminal. Okay. Now here is something that will be different, that can be different on your system. What is different on mine? So I am using a Mac operating system. So I have something called as a terminal, right? So this is a bash terminal that I'm going to use to connect to my server. Okay. Now, when you might be on a Linux, sorry, you might be on a Windows system. So in that case, if you want to connect to your server, you will have to basically make use of a software called Putty. Okay. So there's a software called Putty, which will basically make you to connect to your server, right? So what we basically make use of is the SSH protocol to connect to a Linux server. So this tool, the Putty tool, will help you connect to your server using the SSH protocol. So just click on the first link that you see. You can see it says you can download Putty over here. Just click over it. And here you can download, the Putty version. So you have to download the 64-bit version. In case your processor is 64-bit, if you have 32-bit architecture, then you will be selecting the 32-bit version. Okay. Once you download it, there is one more software that you have to download, and that is called PuttyGen. Okay. Download this as well on your system. Now, once you have PuttyGen and Putty downloaded, what you have to do is, you remember the key pair file that you got? This is the PEM file. This is the key pair that you got, and this is only for Windows system that I'm telling you right now, guys. So this PEM file is not compatible with your Putty software. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to convert this PEM file into PPK, and that can be done using this PuttyGen software that you will be downloading. Okay. So how you can use the PuttyGen software? Let me show you some screenshots. So this is how your software is going to look like. You don't have to enter any values in key comment key phrase. So what I'll do is, okay. So this is how your PuttyGen will look like when you open it for the first time. So what you have to do is you have to click on load. Okay, it will open a dialog box. Select the PEM file that you downloaded. Click on OK and then click on save private key. Okay, what this will do is it will save a PPK format file on your system, and that is basically the file which you will be using now to connect to your server, right? So PEM files are compatible with Linux systems, but PEM files are not compatible with Windows systems when you're using the Putty software. So you have to convert it to PPK. Okay. So with that done, once you have the PPK file, next you will be opening your uh, Putty software. So your Putty software will look something like this. Okay, this is the UI that you will get. So the IP address of your server will go over here in hostname. So this is my Ubuntu server. This IP address will go over here in this dialog box, the hostname. Okay. So once you put the IP address over here, next what you have to do is you have to click on SSH, right? And once you open SSH, you will find something called as auth under it. Click on auth, and then you will get a browse window over here. Okay. So if you click on SSH, you will click on auth, you will get a browse button over here. Click on this browse button, select the PPK file that you downloaded earlier, and then all you have to do is click on open. That's it. So once you click on open, you and I will be on the same user interface as what I'm going to show you as of now. Okay. So this is the only difference that is going to be there while I am doing this demo and while you will be doing this demo. So first step, you have to convert PEM to PPK using the Puttigen software. Put the PPK file over here in browse section of SSH auth, and then put the IP address over here by going to session, click on session, put the IP address over here, and finally click on open, right? So now a terminal will open just like this, and then I'll tell you what has to be done from there. Okay, so now what I'll be doing is, let me pass in the command. So this is the command that you will be using when you're on Linux. Okay, so people who are there on Linux, first you have to go to the folder uh, which will basically have your PEM file, then pass in this command. So ssh-i basically means the server that you want to connect to. Sorry, the PEM file that you want to connect to. This is the PEM file that I'll be using to connect. And then now people on Putty, you will see a dialog box which will ask you for login as. It'll ask you for username. So if you have launched a Linux machine which has Ubuntu operating system, the username would be Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu at the rate. Now, when you just have to specify Ubuntu, hit enter, you will be logged in. People on Linux, you have to specify username at the rate of IP address of your server, and then hit enter. Okay, so it will ask you whether you trust the server. This will also be the same for people who are going to work on Windows. You have to type on yes, hit enter, and Windows people will be able to connect then and there to the server. People on Linux will find this kind of a warning which will say unprotected private key file. Okay, so you will have to pass in a command sudo chmod 500, which are basically going to change the permissions of your file, right? And then just change it with 500, and this should do the trick. Now pass in the same command, and there you go. I have connected to my Ubuntu server on AWS. So people who will be doing it on Windows, you will also see the screen as you are seeing right now on my screen, right? And this is how you connect to a server which is deployed on AWS. Okay, so let me see if we have any questions. So Raju is saying, is it enough if we stop or it has to be terminated? So Raju, if you are working under the free tier, it is enough if you stop the server. You will not be charged. But people who are not under the free tier, you will be charged for the storage. So the hard disk that is there with your server, it is not deleted if you stop the server. So you will be charged for the hard disk. But people in the free tier, your hard disk space also has some limits, which will be basically available under the free tier. So if you're choosing the 8 GB option, I think if you stop even 2 or 3 servers and don't use them, you will not be charged anything. Okay. So Ganesh is saying, why are you using Ubuntu instead of Windows? So Ganesh, when you are working in production systems, right? When you are basically, even if we let's talk about, the session today, which is about deploying an application like Netflix. So all of them, they use Linux systems only when they are deploying applications, and the reason for that is Linux basically takes up a very few amount of resources for the whole operating system that it has to run. And when you compare it to Windows, Windows takes up a lot of resources to run. Okay, because Windows also has a lot of features. So to minimize the cost of the resources that you're using, every company prefers to launch their applications on Linux operating system. And that is exactly what we are also going to do. Surendra is saying, how can we connect to AWS server through local window or Linux command line? So this is exactly what I have done, Surendra, right now. So I have connected my local machine. This is my MacBook. So I have connected my MacBook to the AWS server using the terminal, right? So this terminal, what I have commands I have passed is going to be the same for any Linux operating system that you use out there. For Windows, I've told you you can use putty to connect to your server. So I hope that answers your question. So Ashish is saying, can we create different users that allow to connect to EC2? Yes, Ashish. So if you are sound with Linux, now that you're connected to this server, you can do anything with this server. It's now yours. If you want to create more users, you can go ahead and do that. You can do anything with this server now. It's up to you. Okay. Nagaraju is saying PEM file is a secure key or cloud server. Uh, yes, Nagaraju. So the cloud server has given us a PEM file, which is basically a private key. So I don't need any password. If I have this file, only then I will be able to connect to my servers. If I don't have this file, I will not be able to connect to my servers. So it's basically a replacement for having a password, because password generally gets leaked, right? If you are typing in a password, somebody might see what you're typing on the keyboard and they might get to know what your password is. So instead of that, if you have a file through which you're connecting, and given the fact that you are not going to share this file with anyone, nobody else would be able to connect to your server. Okay, so that's why it's a little more secure when you compare it with having a password. Okay, so Mupai is saying security group inbound rules. Can you show once? Yes, Mupai, I'll show you in a little while. Okay, so let me show you the security group rules. Mupai, 1 second. So these are my rules, Mupai. So I have enabled every kind of connection from my MacBook to the server that I've just connected to. Okay, great. Now that we have connected to our server, what I'll do is I will basically make it a web server, and then once our website is ready, we will deploy it in my private subnet, which is not going to have any internet access. Okay. So when you want to create a web server, first thing that you have to do is anything that you want to install on a Linux machine, first you update that machine. Okay. So I'll just type in sudo apt get update. It'll take like a minute to update the machine, or even less than a minute. So it took 10 seconds to update the machine. Now what I'll be doing is, so this is the command that I passed to update the machine, sudo apt get update. Next thing that I'll be doing is I will be installing a web server. So sudo apt get install Apache 2. So this is a web server which is now getting installed. Okay, so I just choose yes. Okay, so web server is now being installed. And after this, we'll do a very cool exercise, guys. So you will be able to see that if I go to the IP address of my server now, so I'll just type the IP address over here in the browser. You can see I can able to access this page in my browser. Okay, but let me do one thing. Let me give this IP address to you guys, and then you can tell me whether you are able to access them or not. So I'll just put this IP address in the chat. Let me know if you are able to access this IP address. Can everybody go to that IP address and tell me whether they're able to access it or not? So Raj says he's not able to access. Okay, Raj. Others? Harikrishnan cannot access. Okay. Okay. Can you guys tell me why you are not able to access it? Can anybody tell me? Okay. So Deepthi has given me a right answer. Others? Nagaraju also has given me the right answer. Raj also has given me the right answer. Okay, I think everybody is on the same page. So yes, guys, because in this firewall that is in the security group, I just specified that only my IP address can connect to it. Okay. Now, if I change that, let's see what happens. So I'll just go to the default security group, which is this. I'll change the inbound settings, and okay, I think I'm not in the right security group. 1 second. So let me change these inbound settings. And now let me allow anyone to connect. Now, can you guys confirm if you're able to access your machine or not? I mean, this web page or not in your browser? Okay, Hari can access, great. Nagaraju can access, Altaf can access, great. All right, awesome. So since everyone is able to access now, you can now understand how this firewall basically works. Okay. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is, guys, I'm gonna basically go ahead and define a web page over here. So let me show you how we are going to go ahead and define our web pages. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, uh, this is the architecture that we are going to deploy now. So I will have a separate web page for streaming servers. 1 second. So I will have a separate web page for my video page, and I will have a separate web page for my home page. Now let me show you why we are going to do like this. So let me go ahead and open the website called netflix.com and just see what is the behavior. So if I go to netflix.com, I automatically go ahead and get routed to netflix.com/browse. Okay. And if I select the account that I want to use, it's still the URL over here. It's netflix.com/browse. So netflix.com/browse is taking me to the homepage of Netflix. I hope everybody is clear here. Okay. Now what happens if I play a video? Okay. So let me play this series over here. So now what you can see is the URL changed to netflix.com/watch, and then you have some numbers over here, which are probably would be the numbers for your video. Okay, so you have connected to netflix.com/watch. 1 second. You have connected to netflix.com/watch in order to get to this page where it is playing this video. Okay, now let me show you what happens when you play some other video. So I'll again click on back. Let me play some other video. So let me play, let's say, this Space Force. Can you still see? It's still netflix.com/watch, and then you have these numbers which are after this URL. So these numbers basically are referring to the video which is playing on this page, but this page is same all the time. The page is always netflix.com/watch, which is basically referring you to this video player. And then to this video player, what you're doing is you're providing this number, which is basically now going to play the video that you are launching over here. Let's see if we remove the track ID, what happens. Okay, so this is the number which is associated to the video that you are playing, right? And this is the page that you're going to. You're always going to netflix.com/watch. So if you go to netflix.com/watch, you open uh, the video player, and to that video player you tell, okay, so this is the video that I want to play, and that is what is being played over here. So let's see if I just type in watch, what happens. Okay, you can see they have routed me to something else because they do not want me to, just access the web, the video player. So when I go to netflix.com/watch, they basically reroute me to some other URL. But you now understand the working of Netflix. What they do is, if you go to netflix.com/browse, they are routing you to the home page. And if you go to netflix.com/watch, and some video ID if you specify, it will take you to that video which is being played. Okay, so now let's see how we can mimic this architecture on our system. So what I'm going to do is, if I go to netflix.com/home, I will be taken to the home page. And if I go to netflix.com/stream, or let's make it watch. So if netflix.com/watch, if I go to, it will take me to the video player. Okay, so this is something that we are going to configure now, and this we are going to do using the AWS infrastructure. Okay, so before we move on, guys, let me see if we have any questions. Okay, so Ujjwal is saying streaming and web page, can we assign SSL certificate to ELB? Well, Ujjwal, you can do that, but SSL certificates will only improve the security. So my point is to basically show you how this particular mechanism is done on AWS. So I'll be showing you that. So he's saying I'm talking about production. So yes, on production you can do that. In production you can, all you have to do is on your server you should have an SSL certificate which is going to enable HTTPS connections, right? But since if you might already know that SSL certificates are, you have to buy SSL certificates. You cannot just get them like that. So we are not going to make use of SSL certificates today, but we are going to mimic the mechanism that I just showed you. So Devashish is saying, do we need to attach load balancer to Route 53? Yes, Devashish, we are going to do that. Actually, I've not reached that step yet. I'm just still talking about, the URL based routing that we are going to accomplish in some time. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Is everyone clear as to what we have to do? Is everyone crystal clear as to what we will be doing right now? Any questions? Anaga says yes. Thank you, Anaga. Others? Radna says yes. Thank you, Radna. Others? No queries. Thanks, Hari Krishnan. Okay, thank you. All right. So if everybody is clear, let me go ahead and show you how this architecture is basically going to work. So first of all, let's create a home page. Let's create a page that we will be routed to if you go to /home. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, this is my web server where I'm able to go and see this page. Let's change this page to look like a home page. So what I'll do is, so once you have an Apache 2 server which is running, you can go ahead in this path /var/www/html. and this will have a page called index.html. Okay, so this index.html page, if you change this, your HTML will change over here. Okay, so for now, let me first delete this index.html page. And now let's create a new index.html page which says, let's say, welcome to home page. So I will create an HTML page, which will, this is a very simple HTML code that I'm writing over here, which will says, welcome to the home page. Okay, so this is what I've created. And if I refresh over here, you can see it says welcome to the homepage. And even you guys, if you refresh, you will be able to see this particular web page which says welcome to the homepage. Okay, so Surendra is saying how to minimize streaming. Surendra, I didn't get your question. If you can rephrase your question, I think I can, understand what you're trying to ask. Okay, otherwise, guys, now if you go to the IP address that I gave you earlier, you should see this page, welcome to the home page. Now, our web page, our web server, our home page is now ready. And now what I'll be doing is, I'll be deploying this inside a private subnet. So let's see how we can do that. So for doing this, I will first go to my dashboard. And this is the server that I created. So let me create a copy of this server first. And then that copy, I will deploy it in the private subnet that we created earlier. So I'll just select the server that I created, click on actions. Then you have something called as image. So let's create an image. Image is nothing but it creates a copy of your server which can be deployed multiple times in. So we'll create an image. Let's call this image name as homepage, home, Netflix hyphen home. Let's specify this. Right? Let's click on create image. And now my image is getting created. Okay. And that image will basically have this web server already deployed. Great. So now that it is happening, I think it will take a minute or two to create that image. And you can see that image in the under the image section in AMI. So if you go to AMIs, you can see that a Netflix home image is being created and it is in the pending state as of now. So I think if we refresh it a couple of times, you can see it will change to available. So let's wait. So while this is happening, let me explain you how the other things are going to work out. So as you must have noticed, right? So if you want to have a home page which is going to be separate, and if you want to have a watch page which is going to be separate, you will be dealing with two servers, right? And if you're dealing with two servers, you obviously will have two IP addresses, right? But as you can see from the behavior of the Netflix website, the URL always remains the same, right? Only the web page is changing. So how do we accomplish that? So we can accomplish it by having a common medium in the middle, which can connect to both my watch page and my home page. Okay, so this resource, which is the elastic load balancer that we're going to deploy in a minute, is going to have a URL which is always going to be the same. And this load balancer we can configure to understand if the URL is slash watch or slash stream, it is always going to route my request to the streaming servers. Whereas if my request is slash home, or let's say just slash, or just no URL at all, in that case it will be routing my request to the home page. So this is possible using the elastic load balancer, right? And this is something that we are going to go ahead and deploy now. Now I think we are ready to now understand how our architecture is going to be deployed. So now what I'm going to do is all my servers, they are going to be a part of my private subnet where I do not have internet access, right? But as we have known from the previous from our previous understanding, we know that everything within our Netflix network will be able to interact with each other. Okay. So in my Netflix network, I have a public subnet, I have a private subnet. So private subnet does not have internet access. Public subnet has internet access. So in my public subnet, I'm going to deploy my load balancer, right? In my private subnet, I'm going to deploy all my servers, right? And these servers can only be accessed by the load balancer and nothing else. Okay, nobody else will be able to connect to these servers directly. Only through my load balancer, they will be able to access my servers. And this is a very good architectural practice when we talk about having security for our servers. Why? Because you can control which protocols can you interact with in your load balancer. For example, let's say a hacker wants to go ahead and make use of servers. They want to pass some commands as I did on this terminal. Okay, so if you want your load balancer to restrict that, your load balancer will only allow HTTP traffic. What is HTTP traffic? HTTP traffic is the traffic that you get from your web browser. So only the web browser's traffic will be enabled through your load balancer. If somebody is trying to pass some command, if somebody is trying to connect through some other protocol, it will not be allowed. Okay. And even in that case, your load balancer will only allow some URLs. So only if you type in /home, you will be allowed. If you are typing something else, you will not be routed to my server. That again is a very good security aspect, that if your URL is pointing to netflix.com/home, only then you will be reaching my home server to access that content. You cannot access my content and from any other medium from that particular server. Okay, so this is how you can restrict hackers or restrict attackers from accessing your server, and it's a very good architectural practice to have your architectures deployed like this. Okay, so let me see if you have any questions with respect to whatever I've just explained. So Ehsan is saying, why did you have to create an AMI? So Ehsan, if I did not create an AMI, I will have to go inside, the server which will be there in the private subnet to configure it to have, the required softwares installed and the other software configurations. But I cannot do that obviously because no internet access is given to the resources which are there in the private subnet. So what I'm doing is I'm creating an image which has every bit of the software installed in it, and then I will just deploy that image inside the private subnet. In that case, I do not have to connect to it directly. Okay, so that is why I'm doing it. So Ujjwal is saying, how do we manage the private subnet server? So Ujjwal, we don't have to manage them, right? Because the reason being, we have created an image and we'll be directly deploying it over there now. So we don't have to manage them from our system. But one thing that we can do is something called as a bastion host. So a bastion host is might sound a very big name, but all a bastion host is that it is a proxy server. What is a proxy server? If I want to connect to instances in the private subnet, can somebody tell me how can I access it? Can somebody tell me if I have to connect to a server from my local system to this server which is there in this network, how can I connect to it? Given I have access to my AWS management console, given I can deploy as many resources that I want, is there a way that I can connect to this server for passing a command. Can anybody tell me how we can do that? Okay, so Ganesh is saying which condition the elastic load balancer will allow access to private server. I will show you in a little while, Ganesh. Prasad is saying, are we not using S3 for storing the video or media files? So Prasad, we can do that, but right now we are focusing more on the architecture. So we're not getting into implementation details. So I hope that answers your question. Ujjwal is saying, is Bastion host the best solution for connecting to your private servers, Ujjwal? Yes. So Devashish is saying, what we put in private subnet exactly, and what is the another port you were telling that restrict to access? So in a private subnet, whatever you see in this rectangle, Devashish, we'll be deploying that. So we will be deploying, the servers which will our home page and our streaming page inside our private subnet, right? Our home page and our streaming page will then be able to access it uh, through the load balancer which will be deployed in the public subnet. So this is the architecture that I explained you. Altaf is saying, I have him having the below issue. If you can suggest, it will be great. Otherwise, please proceed. So it says no. So Altaf is getting an error. Not supported authentication methods available. So Altaf, you have not selected the PPK file in the SSH option of your auth. So select that, then put in the IP address, and then click on open. That should resolve your doubt. Okay. Ujjwal is saying Git or AWS CLI. Okay. So Hari is saying, please repeat the question. I'll do that, Hari. Nagaraju is saying using proxy to connect. Okay. Nagaraju, you're right. Proxy to connect. But how will we do that architecture? How will we create that architecture of connecting it, to the servers that they're deployed in a private subnet? Is something that I'm trying to ask. Mopa is saying allowing a route in the route table, we can connect to the private server. There is an easy way, Mopa, also. So just think on the lines of how your load balancer is accessing your private servers. Just think on those lines, and you will be able to crack the answer. Ramesh is saying NAT gateway, no Ramesh, not NAT gateway. Okay, so can anybody guess it? Okay, so Parveen is saying first connect public network server, from that server connect to private network. Okay, so Parveen has given me the right answer. So what I'll have to do, guys, is this rectangle over here is my public subnet, right? So what I'll do is I'll deploy a server over here, which will have internet access. I will connect to this server from my system using SSH. Now, once I'm inside this server obviously can access every resource which is a part of the Netflix network, right? So using this server, I will then SSH into the private servers that I have in the private subnet. Is everyone clear with what I have just told you? Any doubts in what I've told you? I will deploy a EC2 server over here in the public subnet. That subnet will have, that EC2 server will have access to all the servers which are there in the network, right? Even if it's private or public. So then what I will do is once I'm inside this server which is there in the public subnet, I will SSH to the server which is there in the private subnet. Does that make sense? Is everyone clear? So Altaf says yes. Okay. Hari says yes. Ganesh says no. Okay, Ganesh. So you can tell me what is not clear. I'll be happy to answer. Surendra says yes. Raj says yes. Anaga, Ramesh. Thank you for the confirmation, guys. So Ganesh, let me repeat it for you. So this rectangle over here is my public subnet. Is this clear? Ujjwal and Amit are also saying repeat. I'm gonna repeat it, guys, for you. So this rectangle is my public subnet. Is this clear to you? Okay. Okay, great. So Devashish is saying, but why we need to do this? Public will be exposed to hacker. So Devashish, we are going to do this just to configure. So somebody asked a question. If I have to configure my servers, if I have to do some maintenance on my private servers, how will I do it? So I will deploy a temporary server in the public network. I will connect to it, and through that I will connect to my private server. So this is just for maintenance, right? And only for that reason I will be deploying that server, nothing else. So Nagaraju says someone hacked Netflix public server, they may get access to the other server. You're right, Nagaraju. But like I said, it is only temporary. When I have to do some maintenance on my private servers, I'll be doing this. Other than that, I'll not be doing it. Okay. All right. So, okay, let me get back to what I was explaining. So this is my public subnet. Everyone understands this. And this rectangle is my private subnet. Okay. So this rectangle has internet access. This rectangle does not have internet access. This is the rectangle where my private servers are going to be deployed. And this is the rectangle where I'm going to have a public server deployed, which in this case, I have also deployed a Ubuntu server. So I've deployed it inside a public subnet. Okay. Now, do you guys agree that whatever I'm going to deploy in this rectangle or this subnet is going to have access to resources which will be deployed in this rectangle, which is the private subnet? Does everyone agree with that? Okay, Nagaraju says yes, Hari says yes. Ganesh, do you agree with that? Ujjwal, Amit? Okay, everyone has said yes. Amit, I'm waiting for you. Okay, Amit says not sure. So, Amit, as I said earlier, we are inside one network, and the Netflix network that we created, right? That is the big network that we created. Inside that big network, we created small networks which were public and private. Public had internet access, private did not have internet access. Okay, so all these resources which are a part of the big network, which is Netflix, all the resources can talk to each other. Is that correct or not? Do you agree with that, Amit, or not? Okay, Amit says yes. All right. So now because they can talk to each other, now imagine this rectangle is my private subnet. Okay, and this rectangle is my public subnet. And what is the difference that I told you between the two is the public subnet has internet access. The private subnet, it does not have internet access. Okay. So if I connect to a server which is there in my public subnet, right? Because I'll be able to connect to it. Why? Because it has internet access. If I connect to a server in the public subnet, I can then connect my private server through this public server, right? If I connect to this Ubuntu server on my terminal like this, and then in this server which is there in the public subnet, if I enter the SSH command again, and I enter the IP address this time, the private IP address of the private server which is deployed in the private subnet, will I be not be able to connect to it? Okay, so Amit says yes. So Amit, that is exactly what I'm trying to tell. If I have a private machine which is deployed in this private subnet, if I have to connect it from my machine, what I'll be doing is I'll be launching a machine in the public subnet, and through that, I will be connecting to it. Okay, it will be more clear to you when I do it in the terminal. So Devashish is saying, do you mean to say in real-time scenario, we do not have any public machine? They use only private machines? Yes, Devashish. So every big MNC, right, which are dealing with uh, a product which is accessed by millions of people, every day, right? And if they are following the right security best practices, none of their servers will be exposed on the internet. It will always be inside a private subnet. So that is what I am trying to tell you. Okay. All right. So coming back, now we have our homepage image ready, right? Now let's create an image for our streaming server as well. So what I'll do is, again, let's create one more image from this server itself. Let's again go back to this directory. Let's change the index.html, and this time let's say welcome to the streaming page. Save it. Okay, and now if you go to this IP address, you will see it will now say welcome to the streaming page. Okay, and now let's create an image out of this as well. So again, we'll go to EC2. So in our Ubuntu image, we'll go to image, we'll go to create image, and let's call this image name as Netflix stream. Okay, so now the image will be created for that as well. Now what I'll do is I will go ahead and launch my home page in my private subnet. Let's see how we can do that. So I click on launch instance, and I will choose my AMIs over here. I'll not choose any operating system now. I'll just choose my AMIs. And now I will choose the Netflix home image, which I created earlier. Let's select it. I want to launch it in the free tier server. Everything is going to be the same that we did earlier. Just that now I will be selecting a private subnet which I'll be deploying it in. So I'll be choosing the private 2A network. Let's deploy it over here. And this is our home page that we're deploying. Security group, we will select again the default security group. And we're going to restrict it. Don't worry about that. We're going to restrict that security group. And let's choose the same key pair that we used earlier, Netflix demo. Acknowledge that we have it and click on launch instances. So this is now getting launched in US West 2A. It's going to be launched in the 2A data center. This is basically now called Netflix-home. This is the home server that you have launched, home page that you have launched, and it will take a little while. And as you can see, it is now running. Now, if you have a look at the settings of this server, you will see that it will not have a public IP address, right? Why? Because we deployed it inside a private network, right? But it will have a private IP address. But this private IP address can only be reached out within the network. It cannot be reached out from outside of the network. Remember this, okay? So this is the IP address that we will be connecting through from our public instance, which is nothing but this instance that we connected to earlier. All right. Okay. So we have launched our home page. Now let's go back. Let's see if our streaming page is ready. So even streaming page is now ready. Let's launch this as well. So I'll just select the streaming image, click on action, click on launch. This is another way of launching it, right? This is the server that I want to launch. I want to launch it under the free tier. It will be deployed in the Netflix network. And this time I'm going to deploy it in private 2B data center. Okay. Everything else going to be the same. Security group, I'll select the default one. Click on review and launch it. select the same key pair that I selected earlier, acknowledge that I have it, click on launch instances, and with this, my streaming page has also been launched. Okay, great. So now I have two servers which are now deployed inside private subnets, and as you can see, I do not have a public IP address over here. Okay, and hence I will not be able to access them from the internet. These are not having any internet access, and I will prove it to you in a little while. Okay, so I have the home page which is now running. I have the stream page which is now running. I have, let's name it as proxy server. So I have a proxy server which is running in the public subnet, which has internet. Now what I'll do is, using this proxy server, I will be connecting to this home page and the stream page server. So let's see how we can do that. So first we need to copy the PEM file that we have on this proxy server. So let's copy it. So the way you can copy it is, use a command called scp, which is called secure copy. So first you will have to authenticate yourself using, the proxy server's PEM file. Then you will have to specify the file that you want to copy. So the file name is again this PEM file I want to copy, right? Where do I want to copy it? I want to copy it on the proxy server, which is this IP address, and I want to copy it in this particular file location, which is /home/ubuntu. Hit enter. Since I specified sudo, it is asking me for my computer's password. Specified that. And now the file has been copied successfully. So now if I SSH into my server again, you can see that the file has been copied, netflix-demo.pem. It has been copied onto my proxy server or my public server that I launched earlier. Okay. Now people on Windows, if you want to do the same, what you can do is follow a simpler method. You can download a software called FileZilla. Okay. So FileZilla helps you to copy files from your local system to your specified server, right? So you can use this software to connect to your server and copy files. How you can use it, I will request you to just follow a small tutorial on YouTube and you will understand how to use this tool. It's very simple. Okay, so let me see if I have some questions. So Nagaraju says static PAT need to configure this for private servers. Uh, Static private address, is that what you mean by PAT? Nagaraju, can you explain me what PAT means? But I don't need to configure any static addresses for my private servers, Nagaraju, because my private servers, the private IP that they get, they're already static. They are never unassigned from those servers if, let's say, I'm not using them. If let's say I'm not detaching them manually. Even if I stop the server, if I restart the server, it will always going to be the same. Okay. Kirti saying any feedback link, sir. So Kirti, I did not understand. You mean the feedback for this session? For the feedback for this session will be available once this webinar is ended. You can use it to give feedback. Raju saying you created AMI from public. Will it bring the enable auto IP feature to private instance? No, Raj, it will not bring it because that feature is basically enabled on AWS. On AWS configuration. It is not enabled on the server's configuration. So as you might understand, a public IP address is an external resource to the server, right? So your server will not get the public IP address. Don't worry about that. So Harikishan is saying, is this similar in Windows as well? So Harikishan, like I said, you can use the FileZilla software for copying the files. Devashish is saying we can use FileZilla to copy. Yes, Devashish. Nagaraj is saying port address translations. So port address translations will not be required, Nagaraju, when you want to connect, and it will be more clear to you as we progress in doing this hands-on. Anaga is saying, can you please repeat the step in short once again? So Anaga, what I've done is I use the scp command. If I can show you. Okay, so I use this scp command to copy the PEM file from my system to the remote system that I have on AWS. So this is what I've done. And once I did that, I can see that uh, it's now available to me, and now I can use this file to connect to my private servers. This is what I've done. Ashish is saying, sorry to ask, what does AMI mean? AMI basically means, Ashish, Amazon Machine Image. So Amazon Machine Image basically means the machine that you launched. If you want to create a copy of it, you create an AMI for it. That is what AMI is. So Mupai is saying Ubuntu server is not able to connect to .ppk file in North Virginia region. So Mupa, what is the exact error you are getting? If you can tell me that, I can help you further. So if you are using a Linux instance, I do not understand what you mean by I tried with a Linux instance instead. So if you did not launch Ubuntu, in that case, your username will be ec2-user. It will not be Ubuntu. So Altaf is saying, how can we install software in private subnet instances? So Altaf, that's why we created the image. So our image already had the softwares installed, right? So we do not have to install it in the private instances again. Okay, that's why we created the image and then we launched it inside the private subnet. Okay, great. So now that I have the PEM file on my server, guys, the next thing that I will be doing is I'll be connecting to my private server. Now, where is my private server? My private server is this. Let's connect to a Netflix home server. Okay. So Netflix home server, this is the IP address, the private IP address for my Netflix home server. Let's try to connect to it. So I will be typing in ssh-i and then the PEM file, the username, and then the private IP address. So as you can see, earlier my IP was 10.1.1216. Now it has changed to 10.1.3.193. And that is the IP address of my Netflix home server. As you can see, the private IP address of my Netflix home server is 10.1.3.193. So this basically means I have successfully connected to my private instance. Now, for some of you who still have a doubt whether, if I pass this on my local machine, what will happen? So right now I'm inside the AWS server, right? But let's say, this is the terminal for my local machine. If I pass the same command over here, okay, first let me go to the folder which has the pen file. Okay, so if I pass in the same command over here, you will be able to see it will not recognize what this address is. Can you see it's not connecting? It's not doing anything. Why? Because it does not know what this IP address means. Why? Because my local machine is not a part of the Netflix network, which is there on AWS, right? But this machine is, and that's why when I passed this command, it was able to connect to this Netflix home server. Now, what I'll do is I'll just check if the web server is running. Yes, so it is active, it is running. That means if I curl, so this is something that I'm just doing for my checking, guys. If you don't understand, it's fine. Okay, so that means my Apache server is working on Netflix home, which is great. So let me just exit. So I have exited. And now I'm back to my public server. You can see the IP address changed. And now let me log into my Netflix streaming server as well. So I'll just change this IP address to my stream server. So my Netflix stream server has the IP address as 4.167. Let's specify that. So as you can see, I have connected to my Netflix stream server now. And if you check if the web server is running over here, yes, it is running over here as well. Great. So both my servers are running fine, and I've just showed you how to if some maintenance is required, how to do maintenance on your uh, private machines. Right now, what I can do is once maintenance is done, I can just delete this proxy server, and then I'll not be giving any access to my uh, private machines. One thing that I forgot to show you was, uh, let's say this is my public machine that I've launched on right now, right? This is my proxy machine that I've connected to, right? This has internet connection. How do we know that? First of all, we are able to access it from my local machine. At the same time, if I type in curl google.com, you can see that there is a response that I get, right? But if I, let's say, go to my private machine, right? And if I do a curl google.com over here, you can see that I'm not getting any response over here. Why? Because this machine does not have internet access. Okay, and this proves that. Great. Let me exit. And now that our web servers are ready, they are ready inside, a private subnet. Let's configure our load balancers to connect to this machine. Okay. Meanwhile, let me see if we have any questions. So Shri Ganesh is saying how long this session will continue. So Shri Ganesh, it will take 15 more minutes and then we will be done. Asan is saying I'm confused about proxy servers. Did we create this server? So Asan, this proxy server is nothing but the same server that I deployed in the public subnet where I created the image, right? So I'm not creating one more server. I'm just using this as a proxy server now because that is also a part of the same network, which is the public subnet, right? So essentially, what you just need is a machine in a public subnet that you can connect to, and through that you can connect to your private machines. So there's nothing to be confused about. But if you still are, let me know. I can explain you further. Okay. So Devashish is saying how people connect to private network if you don't have public machine. Devashish, there is no way that you can connect to a private machine, and that is why it is a good architectural practice to do it. Any other questions, guys? Should we proceed? Okay, great. So now what I'll do is, so Devashish is saying only we use website page. Uh, so Devashish, nobody else will be able to use this website page also. It will be through the load balancer that people will be accessing it. So let me go ahead and show you how that architecture is, and then we can discuss if anything is not clear. Okay, so now what I'll do is, let's create a load balancer. So I'll just scroll on my EC2 console, and I will be able to see something called as load balancers over here. Let's click over it. So let's click on create a load balancer, and I will be creating an application load balancer. So application load balancer basically works on the application layer, and it basically helps us to do path-based routing, that which is something that we are trying to accomplish, which is if I go to netflix.com/stream, I should be going to my stream server. If I go to /home, I should be going to my home server. So we'll be creating an application load balancer. Let's name it as Netflix-demo. This is going to be an internet facing load balancer. right? And the protocol that we are going to use is HTTP protocol. Okay, so here, as you can see, this is very important. So the only protocol that this load balancer is going to allow is HTTP protocol, nothing else. All right. Which VPC will this load balancer be a part of? It will be a part of the Netflix VPC, and this has to connect to 2A and 2B servers, private servers. So if they have to connect to private servers in 2A and 2B, this load balancer has to be deployed in public 2A and public 2B. Only then it will be part of the network, and then it will be able to connect to your machines. Okay, so what is the configuration that we did here? So you have configured your load balancer to connect to your private machines only using the HTTP protocol, nothing else. Okay, let's configure the firewall for this. So firewall, we'll be using the default firewall only, will not be making any changes. Let's specify routing now. So for routing, you will have to specify which servers to connect to, right? So right now, let's go ahead and specify a target group. Let's name it as public hyphen server. And now let's go ahead and specify the public server IP address. So the way I can do that is by specifying the the servers that I'll be able to connect to, right? So what I'll do is target group is nothing but the set of servers that you can connect to, right? So let's specify the name of this to be, let's say this is the home page server, right? Let's click on next. And now what I can do is I can select the home page that I want to connect to. So this is the home page that I want to connect to. And let's click on next again. So this is the target group that I've just created for my home server. I'll be creating one more target group. Don't worry about that. So let me first create it and then I'll explain you what I've just done. So let's create this load balancer now. Okay, so load balancer is now created. Next thing that we will be doing is we will be creating one more target group. So we have created one target group for homepage server. Let's create one for streaming server. Okay, this streaming server will also be a part of the Netflix VPC. And now let's go ahead and click on create. Okay, so now my target group has been created. So I have a homepage server and now I have a streaming server as well that I would want to connect to. And in this, so homepage server should have the homepage server connected to it. So it is not connected. Let's connect the homepage server over here, which is Netflix home server. Let's register it to this target group, save it. And similarly, in my streaming server target group, let's connect our stream server, register it, and click on save. Okay, so both of these now have the targets attached to them. And now what we can do is now we will be specifying the rules for our load balancer. So let's go back to our load balancer. And now what I can do is so now I have to specify this routing rule, which is if I go to slash stream, then it should connect to the target group of my streaming server. And if I go to slash home, it should connect to the servers of my home server, the server of my home page. Okay, so let's see how we can configure that. Okay, so you will have to go to listener and then you will have to specify rules. So let's go ahead and edit these rules over here. Okay, so right now what is happening is anything which is going to this server, it will be routed to the home page server. Okay, so let's add a route over here. Let's click on insert rule and add a condition. So we'll be adding a condition for a path, and the path will be if it goes to slash stream, or let's say slash watch, right? It should then forward this request to the streaming server. All right. So if the path is slash watch, the request will be forwarded to the streaming server. Okay. If uh, if there is no path specified, it will be routed to my homepage server. If there is, let me specify one more thing. If so, let me first save it, right? And let us add one more rule. So if the path is slash home, in that case, it should forward the request to my homepage server. And now let's click on save. Okay, so now I have configured my load balancer to forward the request to my homepage server when this path is specified. So let's check if this is working or not. Okay, so I'll just go back. This is my load balancer that I created, right? So this is the URL that is there for my load balancer. Let's copy it. Let's paste it on my browser. So as you can see, I'm being routed to my home page. Now I will right now get an error if I go to slash watch. It says the requested URL was not found in this server. And the reason for that is that whenever you want to go to a particular path, what you'll have to do is you will have to specify a folder in your server. Okay, I will clear it to you in a little while. So let me first make it work and then I'll answer all your queries. Give me 1 second. So if I go to slash stream server, which is this IP address, I have to go inside this server. I have to create a directory called watch. And inside this directory, I will have to copy the index.html. Okay. And now you can see if I go to my load balancer slash watch. 1 second. Okay, so this is my streaming server. All right. And inside my streaming server, if I go to watch, I have my index.html. And let me verify my settings of load balancer. So if I go to listeners and if I go to the rules, so if slash home is there, it'll go to homepage server. If slash watch is there, it'll go to streaming server. And let me verify streaming server's IP address. Okay, streaming server target is Netflix stream and it is healthy. Okay. So now if somebody is going to my streaming server and the path is slash watch, it says it's 100%. Okay. We'll verify that in a moment, guys. Let's see what the problem is over here. So I think if we go to rules and try to edit these rules. Okay, let's try and see if this works for us. So if I'm going to slash watch, yes. So the star was missing over here. So now if I'm going to my load balancer slash watch, I'm going to the streaming page. And similarly, what I'll also have to do is, let me exit and let me go to my home server as well. Okay. So here as well, I will have to add a home directory. Let me quickly do that. Okay. And now if I go to my load balancer, let's say I'm going to slash home, you can see I'm being routed to the welcome to the home page. And if I'm just going to the URL, then also I'm being routed to welcome to the home page. Okay. Now I know that you guys will have a lot of questions. Let me pick it one by one and then I'll be answering it. Okay, Kishore says a lot of kind words. Thank you, Kishore. Ashish is saying, how do we deploy applications to private networks in future? So, Ashish, for deploying application to private networks, it's going to be the same way that I showed you. We created a private subnet, right? And in that private subnet, we deployed some resources, right? So this is how you do it. Now, if you want to configure them, you will have to have a proxy server that you'll be deploying in a public subnet, which will then be able to talk to your private subnet. But that will be the way. Okay, so Sri Ganesh is saying, what is the function of load balancer? Sri Ganesh, load balancer basically is one single endpoint through which you can interact with a lot of servers. So that is what the function of load balancer is. Murthy is saying, any plans to show registered users versus new user accessing websites through ELB? Um, Murthy, that will not actually, be any difference, because if you create users, that will be actually on the application. It has nothing to do with the load balancer. Nagaraju says group level strictness is off. In rules, what is it? So stickiness basically means, Nagaraju, when let's say you are connected to a server and you're uploading something over there, right? So if you have uploaded something to that server, it will not be replicated across the other servers. So when you enable stickiness for the session that you are connected to, your request will always be routed to the same server through which the load balancer has given you the first access. Because what happens is right now just have two servers. We don't have any replicas of it. On production architectures, we have a lot of replicas of each server. So which replica to connect to, your load balancer randomly picks up one and connect you to it, whichever is available. But if you have something that you are uploading and you're in the process of uploading it, the problem is that you have to be on the same server while that process is happening. And that is what stickiness basically attends to. So Devashi is saying why we put star in slash words. So Devashi, star basically means that anything after this URL, uh, whatever is anything, whatever thing what you want to add after slash watch, right? It does not matter. You should still be routed to the same server. For example, if I type in slash watch, right, and then I can type in anything over here. So if this file exists on the server, I will still be on the uh, watch server, not on the home server. So this is what star means. That means I can have anything after this URL, and still my request will be forwarded to that target group which has the watch servers, no other target group. That's what star basically means. Uh, so Raju is saying won't be using Route 53. We will be using Raj. Okay, so Kishore is saying wanted to connect with you. Uh, Okay, so Kishore, let's talk after this session. Surendra is saying, awesome and big session. Please share me recording on this email. Yes, Surendra, it will be shared to you. Uh, Nagaraju is saying, many thanks for the sessions yesterday and today. You're welcome, Nagaraju. Okay, Murthy is saying, proxy server, private subnet for UI application, private subnet for RDS will be typical config, right? It will be the same config, Murthy. Now that you know which how the networks are basically configured, you can launch any resource and then you can just have to specify that that resource has to launch in a private subnet, right? And then since with databases, the scene is that only your application will be connecting to the database. Nobody else, nobody from the outside also will be connecting to your database. So in that case, you don't have to configure anything else, right? Since your database will be going to be a part of the Netflix network, right? So your database can automatically be connected to your application servers which you have deployed in the private subnet. Okay. Altaf is saying Netflix architecture good and easy to understand. Do we have any other cloud architecture repository where we can try to implement and simulate? Altaf, not as of now, but you can just subscribe to the Intellipaat YouTube channel. So if we have something coming up, we can actually, we are actually going to publish it over there, and you will be the you'll be the right audience to get notified in that case. Ashish is saying, thanks. For example, if you have multiple servers, say 100, do we need manual SSH to all with proxy? No, Ashish. So that is why you deal with images. So I created an image, and through that image, now I can create 100 servers. So I don't have to configure every one of them. Now, let's say there is one common change that I have to do in all the servers. So what I'll do is I'll create an image, and then I'll replace all those 100 servers with the new servers that I'll be deploying. So that is how you do it. Devashi is saying, is companies like Netflix use Windows or Linux? Which OS they use for hosting their website? So Devashish, they use Linux for hosting it most of the times. It'll never be Windows. It'll either be Linux or some custom operating system that they have made. It'll never be Windows. So Sharath is saying, please share the recording. Sharath will be shared to you. Don't worry. Raj is saying, Hemant, do you also teach AWS Solutions Architect course in Intellipaat? Yes, Raj, I do. So you can just check with Intellipaat in case you're interested. Okay, guys. So now what we'll be doing is, now we will be connecting a custom URL to our load balancer. And I understand we have already, taken a lot of time for this session. We'll just take 5 to 10 more minutes, guys, and then we'll be done. Okay. So first things first, what you need is a URL first. So what you need to do is just go to your Freenom website. So there's a website called Freenom. It basically gives you free URLs. Okay. Otherwise, if you have to buy a URL, it's a proprietary resource. You'll have to pay for the URLs that you want. But with Freenom, you can get a free URL at your will. Okay. So just sign up on Freenom. So I already have signed up. So let me just connect to it. Let me sign in quickly. Okay, I'm connected. Let's go to my domains. So right now I have some domains, but I'll be showing you once you sign up, how you can create your own domain. So what I'll be doing is, as you can see, these are some domains that I have. I'll be creating a new domain just like you guys would be doing when you sign up. So I'll just go to register a new domain, go to services, go to register a new domain. And in register a new domain, just specify the name of the domain that you want. So in my case, I want Netflix-demo. Let's check the availability. So as you can see, these are all domains which are free and I can get them. So let's get this domain, check it out, continue. And just agree to the conditions and click on complete order. So with this, your order has been confirmed and you can now go ahead to my domains. You have the Netflix demo domain registered to you. You can just click on manage domain. And here you will have to go to click on management tools, and then click on name servers. Okay, and what you have to type in is custom name servers. So these are some name servers that you have to fill in. Now, how can you fill these name servers? Again, go back to your AWS management console, click on services, type in route 53. Now, once you're inside route 53, you will have to choose a hosted zone. Let's click on create hosted zone, and over here just type in the domain name that you created. So it's netflix demo.tk. Give the same name over here, click on create, and this will create a hosted zone for you. Now, as you can see, these are name servers that you will have to enter over there in Freenom. Okay, so just select this, copy these name servers one by one. Go to the second name server, again copy it from here. Third name server, again copy it from here. Fourth name server, again copy it from here. Okay, so that's all the changes that you have to do on Freenom. You can close it now. Now in Route 53, you just have to do one small change. Click on create record set, right? And now what you'll be doing is you'll be pointing. So what have you done so far? You have mentioned these name servers in your Freenom website, right? So now your domain will be pointing to these name servers, which are basically the Route 53 service that you have. Now this Route 53, you will have to point to your load balancer. So how will you do that? You will find this section called alias, click on yes. And here you have to select your Netflix demo load balancer. Okay, click on create. So entry is made over here. Similarly, one more entry you have to create with the similar settings, just that in name you will have to enter www as well. Click on alias yes, select the load balancer, click on create. Okay, so with this, now your Route 53 is ready. And now what you can do is just go to a browser, type in netflix-demo.tk, hit enter, and it will now route you to the home page directly. And now if you go to the URL slash watch, it is now pointing you to the streaming page. And this is exactly what is happening on your Netflix website as well. So let me quickly show it to you. Okay, so if we go to netflix.com/browse, it'll take you to the home page. If you type in netflix.tk/home, it'll take you to the home page. If you type in netflix.com/watch and then the video title, it will take you to the video player, which will play the video file for you. And similarly, if here you go to netflix.com/watch, you will be taken to the streaming page. And guys, this is how you mimic the architecture for Netflix on AWS. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can let me know. I'll be happy to answer. If not, let's conclude today's session. So Devshi is saying, what are the security group port like RDP, ICMP, etc.? Please little elaborate on this. So in security group, if you specify RDP, Devashish, RDP basically has a port of 3000 something, right? So RDP is always available on a specific port. So if you select RDP, that port is opened in the firewall, and through that you will be able to connect to your machine. Similarly, if you select ICMP, ICMP has a separate port which is designated to it. So if you allow ICMP connections, then that port is enabled in the firewall. So Raj is saying we have to create two records, one with www and the other one as Nothing. You just don't have to enter anything. One you have to enter nothing, and in the other you have to enter www. Okay, Binoy says thank you, good session. You're welcome, Binoy. Raj says also how will the movie stored in the database? Will this be connected to the architecture? So now the application that you have for your streaming player, right? That you will have to deploy in this server. That's it. From the architecture point of view, what we have done is we have showed you how cloud architecture will be deployed for Netflix. And now here you just have to replace the streaming page with your video player, right? And then it will start to work like that. Now, what you're asking is how will the movies be stored? It will not be stored inside the database. Your database will just have the data about the movie. For example, the title, the rating of the movie, the description of the movie, etc. Right? And what you'll have later, what you'll have, the movie itself will basically be stored in a service like S3 or Google Drive, not in Google Drive, but I'm just giving you an example. Just like you have Google Drive, you have something called as S3 in AWS. So that is where you will be storing your movies. So Altaf is saying, general question, what are the responsibilities of cloud architect? So Altaf, a cloud architect is basically responsible for system design. So system design is something that I explained to you yesterday as to how to solve technical problems, and then converting that system design into an architecture on cloud. That is the responsibility of a cloud architect. Ashish is saying thank you very much, very informative. You're welcome, Ashish. Devashi is saying the videos in Netflix will be in S3. So yes, Devashish, the videos in Netflix basically they are using S3 for storing it, and then what they have done is they are basically making use of something called as a content delivery network by the company called OpenConnect. So with that, what they do is they cached all the movies on the edge servers, the one that which we discussed yesterday, right? So that is how the whole architecture is going to be now. Hari is saying, thank you for the awesome session and your patience in answering all our questions. No worry, Hari, that is my job. Thank you for attending today's session. Raj is saying, will you then point S3 to ELB? No, Raj. So S3 will directly, the S3 link will be pointed to uh, by your video player. Okay, so your video player will be pointing to the S3 and will be streaming the video from there. So your ELB is just to route you to the client of Netflix, which is either the video player or the homepage. That's it. Altaf says thanks a lot. Great, Altaf. You're welcome. Praveen says thank you. Thank you, Praveen. Anjali says I would like to connect with you too, sir. Great, Anjali. Let's talk. Raj says CloudFront is similar to OpenConnect. Yes, Raj, it's exactly the same. It's just that the companies are different. CloudFront is offered by AWS, and OpenConnect is a company itself which offers the CDN service. Sai Sarita says thank you. A lot of information. You're welcome, Sarita. Altaf says thank you. So Devshi is saying deep knowledge of Linux is necessary for AWS. Not deep knowledge, Devshi, but as you practice on AWS, you automatically will get to know about the Linux servers. It also depends on your company. So some companies they do not deploy applications on cloud; they just use servers. So if your company is into Windows servers, so in that case you do not need Linux knowledge. So it depends on the company that you're applying for. Raghavendra says, "Can you repeat your name, Raghavendra? My name is Hemant." Uh, Mike says, "How do we set up user authentication via website or AWS?" So user authentication, Mike, is handled on the application level. You do not handle it from AWS perspective, but yes, the tools required, for example, a database, for example, the firewall, etc., that is given to you by AWS. But everything is from the user authentication point of view. When you talk about an application like Netflix, then it is managed via code. Moti is saying it's a very good session. Do you have any resources to go through various AWS architecture for various services? Yes, Murthy. So there are just search for AWS white papers, and there what you have to look for is design patterns, right? So 6 are my patterns, design patterns. These are something which will have a lot of AWS architectures for you to go through. So you can just go through them. So Raj is saying thanks a lot, Hemant. Very informative session. You're welcome, Raj. Raj says, I would too would like to connect. All right, guys. Radhakrishnan says, thank you. A lot of information. Welcome, Radhakrishnan. Ujjwal says, thanks. Okay. Hassan says, thank you for introducing me to a new topic. Would like to connect with you afterwards. Please provide your contact information as I'm very new to IT world. Sure, Hassan, will do that. Raghavendra says, thank you, Hemant. Great. Visual, nice session. Okay, a lot of kind words, guys. Thank you. Murthy says, like current Netflix use case using other services, Lambda, CloudWatch, API, etc. Yes. So Murthy, we can do a lot of more these sessions where we can expand on the other features as well. What we have just scraped is, just a tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of things that you can actually go ahead and configure, but that will require a lot more time. So whatever was possible in the time that we had, guys, we accomplished this today. Ashish says, how do we monitor running applications and access logs? So Ashish, again, there's a service in AWS. It's called CloudWatch. So what you'll have to do is you will have to enable via code, how to write logs and all. And then, you can use CloudWatch to monitor these logs. Okay. Another says, thanks. If this is another second, then please tell me about exam on same and certification. Okay, so another there is an exam called AWS Solutions Architect exam. So the exam code is SAC02. So in order to become a cloud architect or for you to apply for cloud architect jobs, it's better if you have certifications and you can give that exam, and that will help you, in your resume and building, and also for applying for jobs as architects. Okay, so Ujjwal has given his website. Great, Ujjwal. I'll visit that. And your email we already have, Ujjwal. Great. Altaf is saying, personal question. I'm currently working as a senior developer. I would like to become a cloud architect. What's the best approach to kickstart? So, Altaf, what you can do is there is something called as an AWS developer certification. So, if you are working as a developer, it'll be great if you first start off by understanding the SDKs of AWS, right? There are a lot of SDKs which help you interact with the AWS services, right? Start off by learning that, get yourself certified as an AWS developer, right? And then later you can become a cloud. You can give us an exam for cloud architect as well. I think that will be the right path. And with that, you can actually, appear as a very or apply for very senior architect roles as well, because usually the people who are at the top of the jobs for architects, they basically are people who were developers themselves before, right? Or people who became architects later become developers and then became senior architects or CTOs of some companies. So my recommendation to you would be get certified in the AWS developer certification, and then later what you can do is you can go ahead and apply for the AWS architect certification as well. Okay, Asan is saying I would definitely recommend yours. Okay, all right, great, Asan, lovely, good to hear that. Murthy says, do they give detailed steps how to do it? Murthy, they will tell you the architecture. They will not give you the step-by-step way to implement it, but yes, after today's session, I think you will be able to understand a bit or two about how that architecture is basically formed, right? If you want more information, you just can Google about each and every service which is being used in that architecture, and I think that should help. Ujjwal says, provide me your number. I run a consulting firm. Sure, Ujjwal. Ujjwal, actually, I'll not be able to provide my personal number to you. But what I can do is I can give you guys my professional email ID, right? You can reach out to me over that. So let me type it over here. So it is hemant@intellipaat.com. You can reach me over here over the email, and I'd be happy to answer all your queries. The reason I cannot give you my number, Ujjwal, is because we are connecting through the Intellipaat channel today, right? And I am not allowed to do that. But this is my Intellipaat ID. You can connect me over this, and I'd be happy to answer all your queries. So Altaf says, how can I get real-time experience? So Altaf, once you get certified in AWS developer certification, you will have to apply for AWS developer jobs. And with that, what you get is not only get to experience the developer world of AWS, where you learn about services that you can interact with code. You also get to wear multiple hats. If you apply to for a startup, they usually have only 2 or 3 cloud guys who do everything from development to architectures, to even administration. So that is how you will learn, right? You will learn by doing. And the first step for you, because you're a developer, the first step, the right step for you to basically be certified in AWS developer certification first. Devashish is saying, if we study AWS course and I get an Azure opportunity, do I need to study differently? Not necessarily, Devashish. So basically, all the cloud providers are the same, right? If you talk about Azure, if you understand AWS through and through, and if you use Azure for, let's say, 3 or 4 days, you will be able to relate everything which you have learned in AWS to, the Azure cloud platform. It's just that the service names will be different, but rest, the working, the architecture, everything is going to be the same. So what architecture we implemented today can easily be implemented in Azure as well, right? So it's just about knowing how cloud works. The platform does not matter actually. So Ashish says, any plan in future for demo on AWS, Docker, Kubernetes? Sure, Ashish, why not? And we actually have a lot of videos like that on our Intellipaat YouTube channel as well. So you can just check that out. And we will be coming up with more sessions, which will be published to our YouTube platforms. And if in case we are coming up with this webinar also, it'll be informed on YouTube as well. Okay, so with that, guys, I thank you all for joining today. People who were asking me about my personal details, you can actually go out on this email address, guys. If you have any queries, you can mail over here. I'm very active usually during the weekdays, so I'll be helping you, answer your queries. So with that said, guys, if there are no more questions, let's go ahead and end this session. So I thank you all for joining in today. Uh, let's do a small quiz if people are interested. So which load balancer did we deploy today? Can you choose among the two and let me know? Let's see how much you have learned. So which load balancer did we deploy today? Okay, a lot of people are saying A. Kishore says B. Paveen says B. Raj says ALB. All right. So guys, the answer is we deployed an application load balancer, right? Application load balancer is a type of elastic load balancer, but application load balancer basically helps you to do path-based routing. So that is what we deployed today. Okay, next question. Which service did we use for DNS routing? Okay. Okay, Ganesh says A. All right. Others are saying Route 53. Venkata Ranganand is saying EC2. Okay. Raghavendra is saying A. Okay. Tamilmani is saying EC2. No, guys. So DNS routing basically means, connecting your domain to your load balancer. So we used Route 53 to get those name servers, remember? And then we included those name servers on the Freenom website. So we used Route 53 for DNS routing. Okay. Next question. Which service among these is the database service, RDS or EC2? Okay, Binoy says RDS. All right. Okay, everyone has the right answer for this. Great, guys.
So coming to the first question on this Node.js interview or questions preparation set, the first question that you can of course expect is, what is Node.js? You really don't have to expand a lot upon this, because if you're at a Node.js interview, it's pretty clear that you would already know this as well. But then do state that it is a very popular scripting language, and of course it is meant for server-side scripting and primary scripting requirements. And then instead of highlighting on what it does and what it's known for and all of that, what you could do is you can tell certain benefits which make it stand out. One of these benefits is that it supports non-blocking input output operations, which is again very important for any JavaScript based framework. And of course you can talk a lot about how you've gone to use Node.js in this point as well. A little more about that non-blocking IO in the next set of questions. Coming to question number two, there's a good chance that you'll be asked the basic difference between Node Node.js and JavaScript. You need to understand that JavaScript is entirely a programming language and it's working, while Node.js is an aspect of using JavaScript as a scripting language, by making use of an interpreter. And then when you talk about the engines of whatever is used to run these particular frameworks of JavaScript, well, JavaScript in general, can be used with V8, SpiderMonkey, JS Core, and a lot of other runtime engines as well. But with Node.js, it can run on the V8 engine, which is basically supported in Google Chrome in general. So make sure you mention the engine as well. Coming to usage again, JavaScript is mainly used for client-side operations and everything that has to do with client-side performance issues, client-side development, client-side debugging, and everything is client-side there. With Node.js is completely server-side. Here we make sure that we perform non-blocking activities. Again, a little more about non-blocking activities is that whenever there is a JavaScript operation being executed, if it's a blocking operation, it means that the JavaScript has to hold itself. So it has to block itself from execution until all of the other non-JavaScript activities take place. That is blocking, and non-blocking is exactly the opposite of that, where there really isn't any wait for the JavaScript operations to run, and it can continuously run without having any stoppage as well. So this is again what gives Node.js its supreme status. Now, coming to question number 3. Question number 3 involves them asking you if you can explain the working of Node.js. Here's a question where you can actually briefly talk about Node.js as well. So you can begin with explaining the virtual aspect of Node.js, how it runs in a virtual environment, and how JavaScript is used as the primary scripting language in the case of Node.js as well. The environment it runs on, as we just discussed, it's the V8 environment. It supports non-blocking IO and even the single-threaded event loop as well. We're going to talk about event loops in another detailed question. But for now, you can of course mention 1 or 2 features, explain on it if the interviewer is trying to find out more from you as well. So with this, we can come to question number 4. Where is Node.js used? Well, as you might already think of, as soon as you ask this question, there's a lot of applications in your head, because at the end of the day, Node.js is used almost everywhere. It has a lot of domains, but instead of just explaining and talking about these domains in general, a better answer would be wherein you can tell where Node.js has been put to use and where it's been rewarded the most, right? So in that case, it's used amazingly well in terms of distributed computing, in terms of designing responsive web applications, providing client-server solutions, and of course, whenever there is a requirement of developing a network-based application as well. So these 4 criteria, these 4 domains is where Node.js is absolutely shining today, and you can add this to make sure that you have some value to your answer instead of just plainly stating out domains as well. So with that, we can come to the question which states, what is the difference between Node.js and Angular? So you might have heard of Angular, and of course you would know Node.js. So to give you a very quick comparison between Node.js and Angular, first understand where what needs to be used. In terms of Node.js, it is used well where there's a requirement of scalability, and Angular is best fit whenever you have to develop any sort of real-time application. So this is the major difference between the usage in terms of Node.js and Angular. Now, when you are working with Node.js, Node.js will give you the complete authority and the ability to write queries and work with the database in general as well. Now, when you're working with Angular, it will give you the ability to basically simplify an application, which will help you click itself into the MVC architecture, the model view controller architecture, and then work with it from there. And with Node.js, you would already know this, but it is used mainly to develop small or medium-sized applications and, not really big projects. Of course, if people are ambitious enough, they can take up big projects and finish it, but it's mostly used for this. Now, with Angular, that's not the case. Angular, since I've mentioned that it's already used for real-time applications, you can build amazingly complex project in a very simple way using Angular for this as well. Now, if the talk is about frameworks, if the talk is about the support for many frameworks out there, Node.js has many frameworks such as Sails, it has Partial, it has expressjs, and much more in general, right? Now, Angular is literally this all-in-one web application framework which can basically do everything that Node.js can do in terms of how it's split as multiple frameworks as well. And one important point that you can add is understand so what programming language is actually used to develop Node.js and Angular, right? Angular is completely developed and written in TypeScript, while Node.js is completely written in C++ and of course, as you've guessed, in JavaScript. So with this, we come to question number 6. Question number 6 states, why is Node.js single-threaded? Now, Node.js is completely based on a single-threaded model to make sure that there is support for asynchronous processing. So whenever you talk about asynchronous processing, you have to understand that there is one major goal when people look out for asynchronous processing is that there's requirement for efficiency, there's requirement for concurrent execution, and there's requirement for scaling your application in a rapid manner. So when this is the criteria and you know that your end goal is with respect to efficiency under extreme amounts of load or even provide high performance in general, that's when single threading comes into the picture. And when there is talk about single threading, there is talk about asynchronous processing. So this is the primary reason of why Node.js is single threaded as well. With this, we can come to question number 7, which states, what are the different API functions that are supported by Node.js? Well, you can elaborate on this answer, but then it is advantageous if you provide a concise answer on this. And it's pretty simple. API functions, there are two types of API functions whenever you talk about Node.js, that is the synchronous APIs and the asynchronous APIs. So synchronous APIs are used for all of these non-blocking functions. We discussed what non-blocking is earlier in the couple of questions, where the JavaScript entity does not have to wait for the non-JavaScript entity to complete. And asynchronous API is used for blocking. So synchronous is used for non-blocking functions, asynchronous APIs are used for blocking functions. So this is an important thing that you will have to remember and tell to the interviewer as well. And with that, we can come to question number 8. Question number 8, you can again be asked to express a little bit more about the synchronous and asynchronous functions that you've been talking about. So here is a complete answer on that. So synchronous functions are the basis and the foundations of input-output operations. So with synchronous, as the name suggests, it is pretty responsive, it is pretty rapid in giving you a response wherever you have a requirement of moving the data in between the server or making sure that your data is as fast as your data pipeline requires as well. So when that is the case, your synchronous functions will perform amazingly well. But there's one important thing to know is that if there is no response, so this is a request response cycle, and if there's no responses to the synchronous functions, what will basically happen is the API will then throw an error and saying that there's no active responses, and it wouldn't understand if the function is working anymore or not. So that's one important thing that you could mention as well. Coming to asynchronous functions again works on the basis of not being synchronous. So there is no waiting here, there is no understandability, there's no talking, so there are no modules talking to each other, because whenever there are HTTP requests in general, when they're pushed, there's literally no wait for any sort of responses to be achieved. So if the responses of the previous requests are there and if it's being continuous, well, then it's going to function as usual. But if there's no responses, then there is no sort of exception raised or an error thrown at the user here as well. So this is one very important separation between synchronous and asynchronous functions that you can say. And with this, we come to question number 9. So question number 9 states, what is the meaning of control flow statements? Control flow statements are something which is pretty common, and whenever you think about a control flow function, it's basically a code snippet where there are multiple asynchronous function calls made, because control flow is used to change how the program is accessed, how the data moves around, and of course in what order things need to be done. So this is a requirement and a primary function of what these asynchronous functions are based upon. So with that, they are used to give the order in which functions can be executed and to control what has to be executed when. So this is the primary meaning and the usage of control flow function in Node.js as well. And then coming to question number 10, this is a very popular question. Why is Node.js so popular these days? So there's a very good chance you might be asked this, because when you think of it, JavaScript has been a gold standard for web application development or website designing, right? So it's been like this for the last couple of decades. And so whenever web programming sort of, started flourishing, JavaScript was right there. So since then, it has been pretty good in terms of traction, in terms of usability and much more. So, you can of course state some points such as, writing JavaScript on the server directly itself is advantageous. You get full access to the the HTTP stacks. You can perform input output operations on all of the files. You have access to TCP and many other protocols which will basically help you in terms of server-side scripting, and it will give you direct database access so that you can work with your data without having to work on the pipeline, making sure your pipeline talks to the server and all of that as well. So there are multiple advantages and multiple features that Node.js provides, through which you can sort of explain on why Node.js became so popular these days. And then coming to question number 11. So question number 11 states, what is an event loop in Node.js, right? So this question is pretty much asked in all of the Node.js interviews, and it has a very simple answer. You can explain on the answer to show your proficiency on the subject, but to come to the answer, you have to understand that whenever you're running any sort of applications, Node.js applications, there are entities called as callbacks which need handling, because data is moving to and fro, and these callbacks have to be handled thoroughly. So to do this, in the case of Node.js, there's something called as event loop. And since we already know that Node.js supports the non-blocking send operation, non-blocking IO operations, what this means is that this is a very good advantage to have in terms of usability in Node.js as well. So to begin with explaining about how the event loop works, basically there is a callback whenever any sort of event begins in Node.js, alright. So this callback is of course always there. So whenever there is a callback and at the beginning of the event, there's an entity called as a listener, and this listener will go on to check and will execute all of the code after the function has been basically called. So this is the case. It means that your pipeline is constantly running without having to wait for the output of the first piece of code. So this is exactly what non-blocking send is and how non-blocking works with event loop as well. So without having to wait for a previous output, it will continuously go on executing. And of course, once all of the code gets completely executed, the outputs are all available and the callback function is again executed. So this works in a loop. So your event begins, your listener is present there, and your outputs are there, your functions are executing, and the callback function is executed. So callbacks again call to work for the event loops, and this works in a continuous loop. Hence the name is given as event loop basically. So you can go on to explain it this way in a pretty simple way, and that should be more than enough for this answer. With this, we come to question number 12. Question number 12 states, what are the asynchronous tasks that should occur in any sort of event loops that you're handling? Well, so coming to the tasks which can be done in an asynchronous fashion whenever you're working with Node.js, there's three main tasks. So one is blocking all of the send requests. Second thing is that ensuring that so you can handle high computation requirements asynchronously, and the other important task is that all the real-time input output operations can be done efficiently in the event loop as well. So whenever you're asked about asynchronous tasks in the event loop, do make sure to talk about these three tasks. With this, we can come to question number 13. Question number 13 states, what is the order of execution in control flow statements? So whenever there is talk about execution and the order of execution in Node.js, and especially in control flow statements, there is a certain order in which you have to specify, because that is how it works. Now, to start with, it is of course data execution and queue processing in the first stage. There's data collection and data storage in the second step. There's concurrency handling and concurrency limiting methodologies in the third step, and of course execution actually takes place in the last step, where the next piece of code is hunted for, and this goes on in the control flow statements as well. So whenever there is talk about how one can process a function call, just make sure that you state these four important points here. And with that, we can come to question number 14. Question number 14 states, what are the important input arguments there are for an asynchronous queue? So again, there's no important input arguments and unimportant input arguments. There's only two main arguments whenever you talk about an asynchronous queue, and that's basically the concurrency value and the task function. So if you're asked for the input arguments, so make sure you mention concurrency value and task function. Now, with this, we can come to question number 15. Are there any disadvantages of using Node.js? Since it's a single threaded platform, it will pose a little bit of disadvantage in terms of direct comparison between a multi-threaded platform. As in a multi-threaded platform, it can run effectively, it can provide better responsiveness, it can execute tasks quickly, and it can handle intense CPU computation as well. So this is not the case with Node.js. So this is one big disadvantage. And the second disadvantage is that relational databases are still being used with Node.js. And with the onset of NoSQL and with the onset of all non-relational databases and how quickly they have paced up in today's world, using relational databases feels a little obsolete as well. Of course, this is not a disadvantage in total, but then it is definitely worth mentioning it for the interviewer as well. So make sure you talk about these 2 points. One, Node.js being single-threaded platform. Number two, it's that it's still using relational databases. And with this, we can come to the 16th question, which states, what is the primary reason to use the event-based model in Node.js? So we have talked about the event-based model, but we do not know why the event-based model is used, right? So the primary reason why the event-based model is considered in Node.js and it was architected into Node.js is to make sure that it can avoid and it can handle all of the problems that occurs whenever you're using blocking operations. In an input-output channel, whenever you're using a blocking operation, so there are certain entities which have to execute first, and the JavaScript or the framework code has to sit and wait until it completes it. This can cause a rupture in the data timeline or the occurrences of data in any sort of order, or even in terms of processing as well. So to handle all of these and to overcome these set of problems, these specific set of problems, event-based model was considered in the development of Node.js. Now, with this, we can come to question number 17. Question number 17 states, how can you import any external libraries you want into Node.js? And, importing external libraries into Node.js is a breeze. It's pretty simple. All you have to do is use the command var http equal to require and eventually put the http from where you want to pick up the library as well. So this makes it very, very easy to import any sort of external libraries. And as soon as you run the command that you see on your screen right now, it will make sure that the complete HTTP library is loaded and it can be exported with the required object as well. So this one command, this one tiny piece of command can do a lot, and that is the important advantage of working with Node.js as well. A little of something can do a lot. And with this, we can come to question number 18. So question number 18 states, what is meant by event-driven programming in Node.js, right? So whenever there is talk about event-driven programming in terms of Node.js, you have to understand that it is basically a technique in which there is a workflow execution of a program. So the simple way to answer this question is to understand that event-driven programming is a simple technique that mainly overheads and overlooks the workflow execution of a program. So because whenever you think about execution of a program in Node.js, there's a lot of things which comes into play, be it external programs, any other sources, occurrence of events, and many other stoppages as well, right? So this event-driven programming is sort of this technique which will help you work with this efficiently as well. And whenever there is talk about event-driven programming, there is two main things that you will have to talk about. One is event handling, on how the event is handled, and the second thing is this architecture relies on event selection as well. So these two entities form to be very important aspects of the event-driven programming in the case of Node.js. Now, so the next question that has a higher probability of being asked but the interviewer might not stress much on is the difference between Ajax and Node.js. And the differences here are night and day. Ajax is a client-side programming technology. Node.js is a server-side scripting language. Ajax can execute directly on the browser and you really don't have to have any other environments to run. And Node.js will require a server to execute and operate on as well. So you can state these two primary differences, and since it's very wide apart, this should be more than sufficient to convince the interviewer as well. Now, with this, we can come to the 20th question. The 20th question states, what is the framework that is used in Node.js today? So the simple answer to this question is that you have to understand Node.js has multiple frameworks, right? It has Meteor, it has Derby, Adonis, Sails, Happy.js, and Express.js, which is of course very popular as well. And whenever you think about these frameworks and when you state these frameworks, it's always an advantage to talk one or two lines about what these frameworks are meant for. And they ask about Express.js, which is mostly the case. case, you can of course say that expressjs is the most used framework out there because it provides very good flexibility. It is based on minimalism, and it is based on making use of good scalability in place as well. So good scalability, flexibility and minimalism are huge advantages in the case of web development, and expressjs has the ability to provide all of these, so it's good to mention these. So moving on to the 21st question, it states, what are the security implementations that are present and in place in Node.js? So whenever you asked about the security implementation, you can mention two important things. It is the error handling protocols that are very efficient at working, and of course all of the authentication pipelines which makes sure that the data is secure and safe. So you can mention these 2 points when asked about security implementations. Now, the next question is, what is the meaning of a test pyramid in Node.js? So whenever there is talk about test pyramid, the test pyramid is not an entity as such, but it is a methodology. So it is basically a method that is used to show the presence of a lot of test cases in general, whatever test cases have been executed, and it goes in an order from top down. It starts from unit testing, and of course after unit testing you have the integration testing and combined testing from top to bottom order as well. So these three, and how many cases in each of these testing methodologies have been done is what is used to denote test. So what is used to denote by using test pyramids as well. And this sort of a pyramid is maintained to ensure there are lots of cases which can be provided. There's lots of test cases which are executed, and this of course is extremely important whenever there is any sort of end-to-end development or end-to-end designing going on a project. Testing becomes as important as development, and to keep a general track of that, test pyramids are amazing to use. And with this, we can check out the 23rd question. The question states, what is libuv? Or it can be also stated as libuv. So whenever there is talk about the libuv, so you have to understand that it is a library. It is in fact a very widely used library, so which was developed in-house by Node.js developers, and it was developed wherein it can be used with Luid, Julia and many other systems very easily as well. So the integration for these was amazing. And you can explain a little bit about the features as well, because it supports very good file system event handling methodologies. It provides full support for child forking and handling the child methods as well. There's asynchronous TCP socketing, there's UDP socketing, and of course asynchronous file handling and the support for its corresponding operations as well. So these are some of the very important features which give libuv all its power. So it would be of course advantageous for you to mention these. With this, we can come to question number 24. So we already checked out in the early set of questions that Node.js uses the V8 engine, and of course through Google Chrome, right? So why does Google use the V8 engine? What makes V8 engine special? So one simple answer to this question is that V8 engine has the capability of converting JavaScript into low-level language very easily and in a rapid manner. This is one of the major reasons of why it's even considered. Because whenever you're talking about Node.js server-side scripting, performance is something that will take the center stage, right? So whenever performance is in concern, so you have to do all that you can to make sure none of the real-time abilities are hindered whenever you're working with an application. And the V8 engine is powerful enough to provide all the capabilities for this. So this is why Google makes use of the V8 engine whenever it comes to the execution of Node.js. And this brings us to the halfway point, which is question number 25. What is the difference between spawn and fork methods in Node.js? So whenever you talk about the spawn function in Node.js, you have to understand that spawn is basically used to create a new process and later launch it using the command line. And its basic functioning is that it will create a node module on the processor itself, and later Node.js will come into the picture where it will invoke the method, run the child processes, finish all the child processes off, and return whatever data is required. The syntax is pretty straightforward for both spawn and fork. As you can see on your screen, there's a slight difference between the command arguments and the module path arguments. So just before that, we can come into the fork method. Fork method is used, and it is considered as a very important aspect of execution whenever there is an already existing spawn method. So this is where the slight catch lies, because so spawning will create a new process, and forking is basically used to make sure that there's more than one active worker node which is handling all the tasks that's required, right? So forking is this instance or a sub module So forking can be considered as this instance of a module which is already existing, and this module which is already existing, which is basically created from spawn as well. And the syntax for the spawn methods and the fork methods can be seen on your screen right now. And with that, we come to question number 26. It states, what is the use of a middleware in Node.js? You might be wondering what a middleware is. A middleware is basically a simple function that at the end of the day can handle any sort of incoming request you throw at it, and it can also handle outbound response objects very easily as well. So knowing that it can handle requests and responses very easily, where is it used for in the case of Node.js? Well, so in Node.js, it can work very efficiently whenever there is any sort of execution of code. This is very important. Whenever there is any requirement to call the next middleware as well, this middleware will be required. It has to complete the request response cycles and perform the iterative operations in them as well. There's a request, there's processing, there's a response, and much more. And after this is done, it'll of course have to update all the request and the response objects to go with it as well. So these four primary tasks are very important in the case of usage of middleware. So make sure you mention these. And with this, the next question you can be asked is, so what are global objects in Node.js? Global objects, as the name suggests, are basically objects which can be accessible across any module of your choice, or in fact any module that is ever present inside the Node.js application. So what happens is, if the objects are not global, you will have to include each of these objects in every single module of your Node.js program, right? So when that's the case, it really adds a lot of redundancy. It will really make it unstable and efficient as well. When that is the case, global objects are used to make sure that you will not have to include all these objects in every single module. So this makes sure that it is efficient. It can handle all the strings, functions, and objects, and these can get access to any sort of object across the entirety of the application. That is why global objects are advantageous to use as well. So with this, we can come to the 28th question, which says, why is assert used in Node.js? So whenever the talk is about assert, as the name suggests, assertion is whenever you explicitly write a piece of test code to make sure that something is working for sure or not. It's a very important testing methodology that is used, and here is a snippet on your screen that will give you a clear picture of the usage of assert. So whenever you're asserting something, you literally state that this is the case. If it is not the case, give me an error. So here we are adding 3 and 5 in this particular simple example, and the result is 8. But since you're asserting it, it means that you're stating that it has to be 8, and you're trying to verify it at the same time. So this is where assertion plays a very important picture, used to verify all the working of the piece of code to see if the result is actually 8. Now here, instead of 3 and 5, I could have given 2 and 3, and if the result is equal to 8, and if I go on to assert that, I'm going to get an error because the result is not 8, right? So 3 plus 2 will give me 5. 5 is not equal to 8, and that message will not be printed. So assertion is basically used as a methodology to test the use cases. With this, we can come to question number 29, which states, what are stubs in Node.js? So stubs is this funny name given to the functions which are basically used to access and analyze all of these individual component behaviors in Node.js. So there's a lot of components that need handling, and there's a lot of components which you will not handle directly. And stubs are these functions which will do just that for you. So whenever you're running any sort of test cases, for example, so stubs as functions basically can provide all the details and whatever is going on in the backend of whatever you're testing in, or in fact even the function through which you're executing it as well. So it'll give you all the details of the backend, and it'll make sure that your testing becomes that much easier. So this is about stubs. Coming to question number 30, it says, how is a test pyramid implemented using the HTML API in Node.js? So we already spoke about test pyramids, and we already know what they are. But then implementing them is done by basically defining the HTML API. And of course, if you just state this, the interviewer is going to ask you on how it's done. And you can mention 3 main important things. So it's basically done by using a higher number of unit test cases. It is done by using a smaller number of integration test methods, and it's done by taking a fewer number of endpoint test cases in the case of HTTP as well. So higher unit testing cases, lower number of integration testing cases, and even lower HTTP endpoint test cases as well. So this is how the test pyramid can be implemented whenever you're working with the HTML API. So coming to question number 31. Question number 31 states, why is a buffer class used in Node.js? So you have to understand that buffer class is used basically in the same way as you would use any other class to store data, because this is the primary way on how you can implement things like arrays or lists if you've used other programming languages, and this is how you can do that here in Node.js, because whenever you talk about classes, the classes here in Node.js will refer to one memory location which has not been used or which is not actively present in the V8's heap structure as well. So to solve this discrepancy, the buffer class is global, which means that it can basically be used across all of the modules of the applications, and it will make sure that your data is stored and can be accessed in a seamless fashion as well. So that's why buffer classes have been very popular in use in Node.js. Coming to question number 32, it says, why is expressjs used? Expressjs, as we've already discussed, is extremely popular because of its ability to be very lightweight, very flexible, and providing a lot of features in the case of mobile development, right? And we already know that it's a framework which is built using Node.js. This is one important thing that comes into discussion, is that it uses something called as a management point, and a management point is this entity which will basically control all the data flow between the servers and your server side applications. So this gives expressjs a little bit of an edge when it comes to efficiency and its ability to be flexible in general. So these 3 points are very important things to be considered on answering why expressjs is used today. With this, we can come to question number 33, which states, what is the use of the connect module in Node.js? Well, as the name suggests, it's pretty simple. The connect module is used to provide communication between the HTTP module and connect it with Node.js, right? So there's one more point you can state, is that it will give you very good integration in terms of working with expressjs and whenever you use any sort of middleware modules, as we previously discussed as well. So 2 things, it will make the connection between the HTTP module and the Node.js aspect of it, and second thing, it will give you very good integration whenever expressjs is used with middleware modules as well. So these 2 points are pretty important when it comes to the usage of connect modules in Node.js. With this, we can come to question number 34. Question number 34 states, what are streams in Node.js? Streams, as the name suggests, are basically set of data entities. So it's as simple as that. So whenever there are data entities that are considered in Node.js, again, think of strings and array objects in other programming languages as well. So streams are basically used to perform read-write operations, continuous read-write operations across a data channel. So if there is a criteria where the channel is actually not available, then what basically will happen is that the data cannot, of course, be pushed all to the memory at once, right? So if it cannot be pushed all together at once, then we make use of streams, where we can cut the pieces of data into sizes and sets and eventually push this in a continuous structured manner. So that's all about streams in Node.js, and you can of course use this to answer that. And with this, we come to question number 35. Question number 35 states, what are the types of streams that are available in Node.js? So there are mainly 4 types of streams that are available in Node.js. One is the readable stream, one is the writable stream, and there's something called as duplex streams as well. Duplex streams is where it can have the ability to both read and write. And the fourth one is the transform. And the fourth one is the transform stream, where basically it is duplex in terms of read and write, but it can also handle modifying data in a duplex fashion. So both ways, read operations and write operations can be simultaneously performed while modifying data. So these 4 are the very important types of streams available in Node.js. So with this, we can come to question number 36. It states, what is the use of REPL or REPL in Node.js? REPL, or REPL as we call it for short, stands for read, eval, print and loop, right? So this is something very basic. It will give the users with an environment where they can actually go on to test JavaScript code and see if it's working in Node.js. And to start REPL, it's very simple. All you have to do is type the command called node, and that's it. After this, you can type any sort of JavaScript command you want directly into the command line, and this will give you a confidence, or this is a start where you can understand if node is working fine and if everything is running fine in your virtual environment as well. So that's all there is about the usage of REPL, and this is a good feature to have, and beginners can of course make a lot of use of this as well. Now, it's just not the beginners who will make use of it. Even if you're an advanced user or an intermediate user who has to understand and check if your virtual environment is functioning fine and if Node is working well in that. So, a REPL will give you a lot of ease of use there as well. So, this is the primary use of this. Now, coming to question number 37, it states, what is meant by tracing in Node.js? So what is tracing? Tracing is a very simple methodology that can handle and pick up all of these tracing information that gets generated by the engine. In this case, it's the V8 engine, and of course there are other entities through which data is collected as well. One being the node core and the second one being the user space code. So what happens later after collecting all of these is that it gets dumped into one single log file where they can be useful. In fact, if you have to check to validate to see if anything's wrong, or if you have to check the integrity of the information being passed to see if the information has been altered in any way or changed in a way which is authorized or unauthorized. And so having a log file will give you a structured way of doing this. So to do that, tracing is a method which is very popularly used in Node.js. So with this, we come to question number 38, which states, where is package.json used in Node.js? So whenever there is talk about package.json, the file is basically one important file which contains information of all the items present in the project. So it's a metadata file. So metadata is basically a file that contains information about other files. So there's a lot of information that can be stored in the package.json file, and one of the main things is that this entire file can be used as a project identifier as well. It can be deployed as a means where you're trying to handle any sort of project dependencies and build dependencies, and so this can be used as a bridge in between that, and it'll work well there because it's giving you all the information, all the metadata about every single item that is present in the active project that you're using for development as well. So that's where package.json is used effectively. With this, we come to question number 39, which states, what is the difference between read file and create read stream in Node.js? Read file, as the name suggests, is used to read all the contents of a file in an asynchronous manner. Make sure you specifically mention the asynchronous manner. So what basically happens is that every single content that comes will be read into memory, and this is done before the user can access it. So after it's read into memory, then it moves into the user space where the users can handle it effectively. Now coming to create read stream is basically used to cut and chop the field into tiny chunks and make sure that it reads the data in these tiny bite-sized pieces. The default chunk size is set at 64 kilobytes, and of course this can be changed as per your requirement. Whatever chunk size is required, it can be changed. So basically create read stream will break down your data into smaller chunks for usage. So this is the basic difference between read file and create read stream. With this, we come to question number 40. Question number 40 states, what is the use of the crypto module in Node.js? Well, as the name suggests, you might already be wondering that it has to do something with cryptographic functionalities, right? Well, the answer is yes. So it will give the users a lot of operations and flexibility whenever there is a requirement for operations such as ciphering something, deciphering something, signing, and even hashing functions as well. So the crypto module, as the name suggests, pretty much deals with giving users easy to use cryptographic functions too. Coming to the 41st question in this Node.js interview question set, it states, what is a passport in Node.js? Because as the name suggests, passport is basically used for authentication in the case of Node.js, and it will fit into any sort of expressjs web application as well. Now, when the application gets created, it will require, so each of these applications will require unique authentication mechanisms, right? So to provide that in a simple manner without complicating things, passport is like one single module which is given, and so it is used to provide strategies and provide access orders to the applications based on whatever requirement is there. And what this does in a huge way is that it avoids all sort of discrepancies that might occur in terms of access methodologies or authentication whenever you're working with a lot of data in Node.js. So moving on, question number 42. Question number 42 states, how to get information about a file in Node.js. So it is pretty simple to get all the information you require about a file in Node.js by making use of the fsstat function. The syntax is fsstat with the arguments of path and callback, where path is nothing but the string to the path of the name of which you require the information of the file about, and callback is the callback function which will basically denote the presence of stats in an object for the fs.stat function there. So path and callback form to be the arguments, and this simple function, this highly readable function as well, can provide very good amount of information that's required about any sort of file in Node.js. With this, we come to question number 43. Question number 43 states, how does the DNS lookup function work in Node.js? The DNS lookup function in its simple working will make use of web addresses for its parameter, as the name suggests. Now with that, you have to understand that it will return IPv4 records or IPv6 records, whatever is being used actively. With this, there is multiple other parameters that will go on to be used as well, because if none of the input parameters are considered and provided explicitly, well, both IPv4 and IPv6 are considered in default as well. So the syntax can be seen on your screen: DNS.lookup, where address options and callback are given, and of course, as the name suggests, the third parameter is a simple callback function, with the first two being address and options. So remember, one important thing is that if no input has been provided here in terms of parameters, in general, by default, both IPv4 and IPv6 are considered. Now with this, we can move on to the next question, which states, what is the use of the event emitter in Node.js? So one thing you have to understand whenever you answer this question is that every single object, no matter what, that is present in Node.js will emit instances of an event emitter class, right? So these objects will have a direct function which will give them the ability to attach themselves between objects and the other named events as well. So all of these synchronous attachments of any function which are basically done using this will have the event emitter object to emit an object and eventually go on to function as an instance of the event emitter class. So the important thing to note here is that every single object in Node.js will emit an instance of the event emitter class. And with this, we can come to question number 45. Question number 45 states, what is the difference between set immediate and set timeout? So set immediate, as the name suggests, immediate aspect of it basically means to execute a script as soon as the current event loop is complete. Now with the case of set timeout will hold a script for running, and it can have the ability to schedule it to be run after certain threshold or schedule time is over as well. So immediate will run it immediately as soon as the current event loop is over. Set timeout will basically execute it and schedule it whenever there is required based on a time threshold. Now the order of execution, as you might be wondering, will completely depend on the context in which you're using the functions and calling the functions. Because if it is called from the main module, what will happen is the timing is based on the performance of the process, but if it's not called from the main module, then it will be based on the threshold as well. So this is one important aspect which you can highlight to impress the interviewer about your proficiency in this subject. Question number 46 states, what is the use of module.exports in Node.js? The module.exports function is nothing but a function which is used to expose two functions and bring them together into one single usable context as well. So as you would already used and you're aware, a module is an entity that can store any sort of relative code. So what we're trying to do here is that we're trying to use that entity to perform all the operations by moving the entire set of functions into one single file and use it there. So the module.exports function will basically export all the functions and bring them into one single file for usage. So with this, we can come to question number 47, which states, why do you think you are the right fit for this Node.js role? So the interviewer with this question wants to know about your understanding about the job role, or how do you know about the company's existence, their working, their architecture, and of course at the end of the day, your knowledge on the Node.js topic as well. So whenever you answer this, make sure you talk about the job description in detail, because in most job descriptions they would have given their requirement, which will basically help you get better clarity on how you can answer. And one important thing which will add a lot of weightage here is when you can answer about what your aims, aspirations and interests are when it comes to working for this particular technology or that particular job, and in fact that particular company as well. So that adds a lot of weightage for your candidature. So make sure you mention about your understanding about the job role, the company architecture, and make sure to have understanding of the job description, and do state your interests, aims and aspirations on the same as well. With this, we come to question number 48, which states, do you have any past Node.js work experience? This is a very common question asked, and in fact, this question can be asked at the start of the interview as well. So, if you have any sort of experiences, make sure to elaborate on that to the best of your abilities. Do not bloat anything. Do not talk about things you might not know about, as it might not add a lot of clarity to the interviewer. And it would always be advantageous if you can talk about how you have made use of Node.js. So that is one good thing. And then one important thing, if the interviewer is still expecting you to elaborate on the answer, is to make sure to talk about all the past experiences in terms of the projects that you have done, in terms of hands-on experience rather than theory, about how you've effectively used Node.js in a working environment before. So that is very important for you to state as well. With this, we come to question number 49. Question number 49 states, do you have any experiences working in the same industry as ours? Again, this is a question which is completely dependent on the industry that you have just applied in. If you have any experiences in the industry, you can talk about what you have built, what was the advantages and the disadvantages, and your strengths and weaknesses in that particular environment or in that industry in general as well. So this question is mostly asked if you guys are intermediate users of Node.js or experienced Node.js developers as well. So with this, it is extremely doubtful if this question gets asked to a beginner who's applying for the Node.js job. Keep it detailed, and at the same time make sure you give all the details that's required to answer this question, in case if this question is valid for you. Now, coming to the last question, the very important thing about any sort of technological concept is certification. So have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? This is something that can add a lot of value to your candidature, because it will show that if you are certified in Node.js, it means that you're an effective learner, you have strong aspirations for this particular topic, and of course you want to build your career on this, as you have spent a good amount of time. You would have spent some money, and it's not just money and time, it's just that you have the general interest to do something to make your change, mark your change in this society using this as well. So if you have any certifications, make sure to list them, talk about them, talk about not just what certifications you have earned, but talk about in detail about what you have learned from this certifications program and how it's being useful to you as well. So that part of how you have implemented it and how you've used it is very much important than having a certification from like one particular organization. So having a certification is going to hugely boost your chances of candidature, especially if you're a fresher, or in fact even if you're an advanced user who's jumped to Node.js from any other sort of JavaScript frameworks as well.